और उसके गौरव को सम्मानित करता है, बढ़ाता है, जो उसके जीवन में आगे बढ़ने का कारण होता है। मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि ढेर सारे सदस्यों के भाषण मैंने सुने भी है, पढ़े भी है मेरी चैम्बर में। ये भाव सिर्फ नाम बदलने से क्या होता है वो समझाने के लिए मैं कह रहा हूं। मान्यवर, आज जो बिल लेकर आया हूं, ये बिल के बारे में मैं थोड़ी पृष्ठभूमि भी बताना चाहता हूं। जम्मू कश्मीर में हम सब जानते हैं, जब महाराजा हरि सिंह जी ने भारतीय संघ के साथ इनके विलय का निर्णय किया, उस वक्त से लेकर अब तक कई सारे उतार चढ़ाव हुए। 80 के दशक के बाद आतंकवाद का एक दौर भी आया और वो बड़ा भयावह दृश्य था। पीढ़ियों से, सदियों से जो लोग अपनी भूमि पर रहते थे, अपना देश समझकर रहते थे, अपनी जन्मभूमि समझकर रहते थे, वो मूल समेत उखड़ गए माने। और किसी ने इनकी केयर नहीं करी, इनकी चिंता भी नहीं करी, ना इसको रोकने का प्रयास किया। और कई बार तो मान्यवर, रोकने की जिनकी जिम्मेदारी थी वो इंग्लैंड में वैकेशन कर रहे थे, मैं नाम देना नहीं चाहता, और फिर कहते हमने कुर्बानी दी। आपकी कुर्बानी आंख माथों पर अगर दी है तो, मगर सटीक काम और सटीक उपाय और शक्ति के साथ वोट बैंक की राजनीति के बगैर उस वक्त उसको आतंकवाद को उगता हुआ खत्म करते तो आज उनको अपना प्रदेश छोड़ने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ती, ना मुझे बिल लेकर आज सदन के सामने आना पड़ा। मान्यवर, जब ये विस्थापित हुए तब देश के अन्य हिस्सों में, अपने ही देश में शरणार्थी बनकर उनको जाना पड़ा। दिल्ली, बेंगलुरु, पुणे, अहमदाबाद, चेन्नई, न जाने कहां कहां गए। लगभग वर्तमान के आंकड़ों के अनुसार 46,631 परिवार और 1,57,967 लोग अपने ही देश में विस्थापित हो गए। और इस तरह से विस्थापित हुए कि उनकी जड़ें ही अपने खुद के देश से, अपने खुद के प्रदेश से, अपने खुद के वतन से उखड़ कर रह गई। ये बिल उनको अधिकार देने का है, ये बिल उनको प्रतिनिधित्व देने का है। मान्यवर, कश्मीर के लिए एक प्रकार से 3 युद्ध हुए। 47 में पाकिस्तान ने कबालियों के नाम से आक्रमण किया। इसमें लगभग 31,779 परिवार पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर से जम्मू कश्मीर में विस्थापित हुए। इनमें से 26,319 परिवार जम्मू कश्मीर में और 5,460 परिवार देश भर में फैल गए। वो पाकिस्तान के हमले के शिकार थे। इसके अतिरिक्त 1965 और 1971 में भी युद्ध हुए, उसमें और 10,065 परिवार विस्थापित हुए और कुल मिलाकर 48, 65 और 71 ये तीनों युद्धों में मान्यवर 41,844 परिवार विस्थापित हुए। ये विस्थापितों की स्थिति के बारे में मैं बाद में बात करता हूं, परंतु ये बिल है वो उनको अधिकार देने का बिल है, ये बिल उनको प्रतिनिधित्व देने का बिल है। आज वो लोग ऐसी स्थिति में नहीं है कि वो चुनाव लड़कर वहां की असेंबली में बैठ पाए। जो कहते हैं क्या हुआ धारा 370, कहां हुआ 5 और 6 अगस्त 5 और 6 अगस्त 2019 में ये हुआ कि इनकी सालों से न सुनने वाली आवाज नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सुनी और आज उनको अधिकार मिला। मान्यवर, जिस 5 और 6 अगस्त का बिल 2019 का कुछ लोगों को जूते में पड़े कंकर की तरह खटकता है, उनको मैं बताना चाहता हूं, इसी बिल का हिस्सा था न्यायिक डिलिमिटेशन। ये एक शब्द नहीं है, 2 शब्द जोड़कर बनाया है, क्योंकि पहले जो डिलिमिटेशन हुआ था वो इस तरह से था, एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी यहां बनी है और दूसरा ये वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी का हिस्सा 15 किलोमीटर दूर है। क्यों? क्योंकि मुझे चुनाव जीतना है। इस तरह से डिलिमिटेशन हुए। ये डिलिमिटेशन के सामने मैंने जानबूझकर एज अ लेजिस्लेटर न्यायिक डिलिमिटेशन दिखा था, वो आज मैं सदन को बता। डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन, डिलिमिटेशन और डिमार्केटेड असेंबलीज, ये लोकतंत्र का मूल, जनप्रतिनिधि को चुनने की इकाई तय करने की प्रक्रिया है। असेंबली जो बनती है वहीं से मतदाता अपना प्रतिनिधि विधानसभा में भेजते हैं। अगर डिलिमिटेशन की प्रक्रिया ही पवित्र नहीं है तो लोकतंत्र कभी पवित्र नहीं रह सकता मान्यवर। इसलिए इस बिल के अंदर हमने व्यवस्था करी थी कि डिलिमिटेशन, न्यायिक डिलिमिटेशन फिर से किया जाएगा और सभी की सुनवाई हुई। डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन जम्मू कश्मीर में सब जगह पे गया, अंतिम जिले से लेकर पहले जिले तक सब जगह घूमे। कई समुदायों के प्रतिनिधियों ने इनको आवेदन पत्र दिए थे। पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर से आए हुए लोगों ने भी दिए थे और कश्मीर घाटी से भागकर जम्मू में शरण लेने वाले लोगों ने और कश्मीर घाटी से भागकर देश भर में फैले हुए कश्मीरियों ने भी आवेदन दिए थे कि हमारा प्रतिनिधित्व का कोई डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन संज्ञान ले। और मुझे आनंद है मान्यवर कि डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन ने इसका संज्ञान लिया। भारत के इलेक्शन कमिश्नर ने विधानसभा में 2 सीटें कश्मीरी विस्थापितों के लिए नामांकन की जा सके और 1 सीट अनधिकृत ऑक्यूपेशन जो हमारे कश्मीर का हिस्सा पाकिस्तान कर बैठा है, वहां से विस्थापित लोगों में से एक व्यक्ति को नॉमिनेट करना पड़े। ये इसका हाल। अब इसमें क्या है, पहले भी मिलता था ना, पहले नहीं मिलता था। पहले सिर्फ जरूरत लगे तो, प्रतिनिधित्व न हो तो महिलाओं को 2 सीट दी जाती थी। हमने 3 सीटें और अपॉइंट करने की डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन की जो सिफारिश है उसको बिल में परिवर्तन कर कानूनी जामा पहनाकर आज मैं इस महान सदन के सामने उपस्थित हुआ हूं। मान्यवर, इसमें से 2 सीटें कश्मीरी विस्थापितों के लिए होगी जो घाटी से विस्थापित हुए हैं और 1 सीट पाक ऑक्यूपाई जम्मू कश्मीर के विस्थापित व्यक्तियों के लिए नामित की जाएगी। इसमें से एक महिला होना जरूरी है। इस प्रकार का एक कानूनी सुधार लेकर आज मैं यहाँ पर हुआ है। डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन के इतिहास में पहली बार 9 सीटें शेड्यूल्ड ट्राइब के लिए आरक्षित की गई हैं और एसटी के लिए 9 सीटें और अनुसूचित जाति और जनजाति के लिए 20 सीटों का आरक्षण की व्यवस्था करें। नई जो स्कीम बनी है उसमें जम्मू में पहले 37 सीटें थी, 37 सीटें थी। ये भी न्याय का सवाल है। जम्मू में पहले 37 सीटें थी, अब 43 हुई है, 43 हुई है। कश्मीर में पहले 46 थी, अब 47 हुई है और पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर की 24 सीटें, क्योंकि वो हमारा है, हमने रिजर्व रखी है मान्यवर, 24 सीटों को। इस तरह से पहले 107 सीटें जम्मू कश्मीर विधानसभा में थी, अब 114 सीटें हुई है। पहले 2 नॉमिनेटेड मेंबर हुआ करते थे, अब 5 नॉमिनेटेड मेंबर मान्यवर इसमें होंगे। जम्मू कश्मीर के कानून के हिसाब से 2 महिलाओं को राज्यपाल द्वारा मनोनीत किया जाता है और धारा 15 के अनुसार किया जाता है। और अब इसमें कश्मीरी प्रवासियों में से 2, जिसमें से 1 महिला, और पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर से 1 नामांकन किया जाएगा। मान्यवर, ये इसलिए संभव हुआ है कि 5 और 6 अगस्त को ये ऐतिहासिक बिल नरेंद्र भाई ने कैबिनेट में पारित किया और इस सदन ने इसको परमिशन दी, इसको मान्यता दी और धारा 370 चली गई। इसी का हिस्सा था ये डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन। मान्यवर, सुरक्षा का परिदृश्य मैं इस पर बाद में बात करूंगा। ढेर सारे सदस्यों ने इसकी चिंता भी व्यक्त की है, मैं भी चिंतित हूं। परंतु क्या हुआ है वो बताना ये मेरा फर्ज है, क्योंकि एक और से रिकॉर्ड पर चीज़ें आ गई है तो मुझे जवाब तो जरूर उसका देना पड़ेगा। और आज जो धारा 370 हटने के बाद क्या विकास हुआ, आतंकवाद तो अब भी चल रहा है, कश्मीरियत का कितना नुकसान हुआ, ये सारी चीज़ों के जवाब मैं बहुत डिटेल मान्यवर दूंगा। और ये दोनों जो संशोधन है वो संशोधन आने वाले दिनों में इतिहास इस सदन के इस प्रयास को और सदन के आशीर्वाद को हर कश्मीरी जो प्रताड़ित है वो याद रखेगा, हर कश्मीरी जो पिछड़ा है वो याद रखेगा कि नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने 70 साल से दर दर की ठोकरें खाने वाले भटकते हुए अपने ही देश के भाइयों बहनों को न्याय दिलाने के लिए उनको 2 सीटें का रिजर्वेशन दिया और अपना देश छोड़कर पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर से यहाँ शरणार्थी बने हुए लोगों को रिजर्वेशन दिया। और जो डिप्राइव थे उनको कमजोर लोग ऐसे अपमानित करने वाले शब्द की जगह पिछड़ा वर्ग का संवैधानिक शब्द इनके लिए रखकर आज ये बिल लगभग आया। इन्होंने क्या कहा, कई सदस्यों ने पूछा कि क्या हुआ है इनके लिए, विस्थापितों के लिए क्या हुआ है, रिजर्वेशन देने से क्या होगा। रिजर्वेशन देने से उनकी आवाज कश्मीर की विधानसभा में गूंजेगी और फिर कोई ऐसी स्थिति करना जाएगा तो नहीं रोकेंगे वो, क्योंकि उनकी आवाज वहां। मान्यवर, इसके अलावे 5675 कश्मीरी विस्थापित परिवार आज रोजगार पैकेज का फायदा उठा रहे हैं। ऐसे कर्मचारियों के लिए 6000 फ्लैट बनाने का प्रोजेक्ट था जो नहीं समाप्त हुआ, 14 से शुरू हुआ, मगर अब राष्ट्रपति शासन डालने के बाद लगभग 880 फ्लैट्स बन गए हैं और उनको हैंडओवर करने की प्रक्रिया चालू है। इनकी ऑनलाइन शिकायत लेकर इसके निवारण का पोर्टल भी मान्यवर शुरू कर दिया गया है। और एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण कानून, जो लोग कहते हैं, मैं कश्मीर के जो सांसद बैठे हैं उनको विशेष रूप से कहना चाहता हूं, क्या हुआ जो कहते हैं इनको बताना चाहता हूं। मान्यवर, जब आतंकवाद चालू हुआ, निशाना बनाकर सबको भगाना शुरू हुआ, घड़ियाली आंसू बहाने वाले तो मैंने बहुत देखे, शब्दों से अच्छे तरीके से सांत्वना देने वाले मैंने बहुत नेता देखे हैं, मगर नरेंद्र मोदी एकमात्र व्यक्ति ऐसा है जिन्होंने इनके आंसू साच अर्थ में पोंछने का काम किया। मान्यवर, उनकी पीड़ा का हम कल्पना नहीं कर सकते, जो करोड़ों रुपए का प्रॉपर्टी वहां छोड़कर जान बचाने के लिए कहीं बेंगलुरु, कहीं अहमदाबाद, कहीं दिल्ली, कहीं जम्मू में जाकर कैंप में रहे हैं, अपने स्तर से बहुत नीचे जीवन जी रहे हैं। इनकी पीड़ा की कल्पना हम नहीं कर सकते बाकी के देश के हिस्से में रहकर, मगर जब वहां से भागे वो, करोड़ों रुपए की संपत्ति किसी ने कब्जा ली। कब्जा लेने के बाद कहा कि अब तुझे कुछ नहीं मिलेगा, मैं जो देता हूं वो ले लो। औने पौने दाम में करोड़ों रुपए की संपत्ति एक प्रकार से छीन ली गई और प्रशासन चुपचाप बैठा, कोई कदम नहीं उठाए। और मान्यवर, हमने इसका रास्ता ढूंढा, नया कानून बनाया और वो रिट्रोस्पेक्टिव इफेक्ट से उनको वापस देने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार। ये पूछते हैं क्या हुआ था वो भी बताया और अब क्या हुआ वो भी बताया। और बहुत बोले हो, धैर्य रखना सुनने का, आज जरा धैर्य रखकर सुनना। और मेरा निवेदन है, जितने बैठे कम ही बैठे हैं, चले न जाए। मान्यवर, अधिवास प्रमाण पत्र लगभग 1.6 लाख लोगों को अधिवास प्रमाण पत्र देने का काम ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने। नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद प्रति व्यक्ति 3250 रुपया और अधिकतम सीमा परिवार में 13,000 रुपया कैश डॉल दिया जाता है इन लोगों को। प्रति व्यक्ति 9 किलो चावल, 2 किलो आटा और 1 किलो मासिक चीनी देने का काम हमारी सरकार करती है माननीय। और पाक ऑक्युपाई कश्मीर से जो लोग आए थे उनको एक मुश्त 5.5 लाख रुपया एक साथ देने का काम ये नरेंद्र मोदी। जो लोग कहते थे कि क्या हुआ, आप तो मूल से ही कटे हो साहब, मूल के साथ संपर्क ही नहीं, कैसे मालूम पड़ेगा बदलाव क्या हुआ है। इंग्लैंड में वैकेशन कर कर जम्मू कश्मीर के बदलाव का अनुभव नहीं कर सकते हो मान्यवर। हमने दादा बैठो, आपको नहीं कह रहा हूं दादा बैठ जाइए, आप कहां कश्मीरी हो। मान्यवर, एक बैकवर्ड क्लास कमीशन बनाया गया, बहुत सहभागिता का अप्रोच बैकवर्ड क्लास कमीशन ने लिया। हितधारकों के साथ कई दौर का बैठक के किया, 198 प्रतिनिधिमंडल और 16,000 लोगों को की सुनवाई हुई। 750 दिन ये प्रक्रिया चली। सभी 20 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जाकर ये सुनवाई की गई और लगभग 26,000 से ज़्यादा पोस्ट में मिली हुई लिखित अर्जियों को भी संज्ञान में ले लिया गया। और जम्मू कश्मीर आरक्षण अधिनियम, इसके अंदर सुधार करने का अभी जो आया है उसमें से एक मूल तत्व, बाकी के 2 बिल तो एसटी डिपार्टमेंट, शेड्यूल ट्राइब डिपार्टमेंट और पिछड़ा वर्ग डिपार्टमेंट लेकर आएंगे, मगर अभी एक तत्वतः फेरफार किया है, बदलाव किया है। जो मसूदी साहब कहते थे कि पहले भी था, हाँ था, पहले था, परंतु कमजोर वर्गों के लिए था। इसकी जगह संवैधानिक नाम अन्य पिछड़ा वर्ग देकर उनका सम्मान करने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी। यहाँ कांग्रेस के ढेर सारे मित्र बैकवर्ड क्लास करते हैं। कुछ नेता होते हैं जिनको हाथ में कुछ तो 6 महीने नया कागज ना आए तब वही बोलते रहे बैकवर्ड क्लासेज। भाई पहले आपका इतिहास तो देखो। मैं ऐतिहासिक सत्य के साथ इस सदन के अंदर करने में झिझक नहीं रहा हूं कि बैकवर्ड क्लास का सबसे बड़ा विरोध और रोकने का काम कोई एक पार्टी ने किया है तो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया है। मान्यवर, आज मैं पूछना चाहता हूं सदन की पवित्र सदन के अंदर खड़े रहकर, पिछड़ा वर्ग आयोग साल से संवैधानिक मान्यता नहीं दी जाती थी, क्यों नहीं दी जाती, क्यों उनको सम्मान नहीं मिलता था? संविधान का मैंडेट था मगर नहीं दिया गया। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इसको संवैधानिक मान्यता देने का। मैं आज पूछना चाहता हूं इस सदन के अंदर जो आम सभाओं में बैकवर्ड क्लास कर घूमते हैं, मैं फिर से कहता हूं उनको मालूम नहीं है इनकी पार्टी ने क्या किया है। किसने काका साहेब कालेकर कमीशन का रिपोर्ट रोक कर रखा, वो जवाब होना चाहिए। देश की जनता को मालूम पड़ना चाहिए। मंडल कमीशन के रिपोर्ट तक जब तक वो सत्ता के बाहर नहीं गए तब तक लागू नहीं हुआ, और बाद में लागू हुआ भी तो विपक्ष के नेता ए नाते स्वर्गीय राजीव गांधी ने इसका विरोध किया। मान्यवर, विरोध। और आज वो बैकवर्ड क्लास की बात कर रहे हैं मान्यवर, वो लोग बैकवर्ड क्लास की बात कर रहे हैं। कभी भी सेंट्रल एडमिशन स्कीम के अंदर बैकवर्ड क्लास को रिजर्वेशन देने का काम कांग्रेस पार्टी ने कभी भी नहीं किया। केवल और केवल नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने किया। सैनिक स्कूलों में भी दिया जाता है, नीट के अंदर भी दिया जाता है, और सेंट्रल स्कूल्स के अंदर भी पिछड़ा वर्ग के बच्चों को सम्मान के साथ पढ़ने की व्यवस्था ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने। मान्यवर, अब आप इनको बिठा दीजिए। मान्यवर, अब तक डिप्राइव लोगों की बात करते हैं। अब तक EWS इकोनॉमी का रूप से पिछड़े लोगों को आरक्षण देने की बात कभी नहीं सोची गई। पहली बार नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अनारक्षित जातियों के गरीब बच्चों को 10% रिजर्वेशन देने का काम। और मान्यवर, आज ये नामकरण में भिन्नता से क्या होता है इनको मालूम नहीं है, इनको मालूम नहीं है। मानो मेरी माँ का नाम कुसुम है, मैं उसको कुसुम बोलता हूँ और माँ कहता हूँ, दोनों को बीच में कितना अंतर है वो माँ को ही मालूम पड़ता है और किसी को मालूम नहीं। नाम तो वही है, व्यक्ति वही है, मगर किस भाव से बुलाया जाता है। जब बच्चा माँ कहकर बुलाता है तो जो प्यार और स्नेह और वात्सल्य आता है वो माँ से ही आता है, नाम से नहीं आता है। मान्यवर, ये नहीं समझ पाएंगे। ये भाषा का सुधार नहीं है, ये कंसेप्ट का सुझाव है, नजरिए का सुझाव है और देखने के दृष्टिकोण का सुझाव है जो नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार कर रही है।
प्लीज।
अरे यार अधीर रंजन, मैं एक बात कहता था कि एक नेता लिखा हुआ पढ़ते ही रहते थे, पढ़ते, तुम भी वो स्क्रिप्ट पढ़ने लगे यार। ऐसा मत करो यार अधीर रंजन जी, ऐसा मत करिए। आप माननीय विपक्ष के नेता है,
आप भी तो कुछ पढ़ रहे हो।
मैं जरा भी पढ़।
अरे आपके बारे में नहीं बोल रहे वे, माननीय अधीर रंजन जी आपके बारे में नहीं बोल रहे। प्लीज प्लीज।
मान्यवर, मैं इनको बताना चाहता हूं, आजकल करते करते मेरे 32 साल किसी न किसी सदन में हो गए। मैंने आज तक कभी लिखा हुआ भाषण पढ़ा नहीं है। मैं मन की गहराइयों से बोलता हूं। मेरे हाथ में जो कागज होता है आंकड़ों और तथ्यों को रिफेर करने के लिए होता है, क्योंकि मैं जिम्मेदारी के साथ यहाँ पर। मान्यवर,
प्लीज प्लीज प्लीज, माननीय सदस्य प्लीज प्लीज।
मान्यवर, ये विधेयक नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने, देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने देश में लाए हुए सैकड़ों सकारात्मक और परिवर्तनकारी प्रगतिशील परिवर्तनों की कड़ी में एक और मोती जोड़ने का काम ये विधेयक करेगा। और इसलिए मैं आज इस सदन के आशीर्वाद मांगने आया हूं। मान्यवर, कुछ सदस्यों ने बात के अंदर दादा धैर्य से सुनना पड़ेगा, अंत में बताऊंगा, तब तक आप टोके बगैर बैठे। मान्यवर, कुछ कानूनी और संवैधानिक मुद्दे खड़े कर दिए। पहले एक मॉरल बात लाए कि भाई जिस कानून के अंदर आप अमेंडमेंट लेकर आए हो वो कानून ही कोर्ट के सामने चैलेंज में है। मसूदी साहब तो हाई कोर्ट के जज रहे, विद्वान न्यायाधीश रहे हैं, अधिवक्ता अच्छे ही होंगे तभी तो जज बने होंगे। मैं उनको कहना चाहता हूं, धारा 370 भी काफी साल तक चैलेंज में रही, क्यों नहीं रोका उसको? जब चैलेंज में थी तो धारा 370 को क्यों नहीं रोका गया? और आज आपको कानून की मर्यादाएं याद आ रही है। फिर भी मैं स्पष्टता करना चाहता हूं, आपकी ही पिटीशन है, आप पिटीशनर हो। इस पर स्टे मांगा गया था, स्टे पर बहस हुई, न्यायाधीशों ने सुनवाई करके स्टे देने से इनकार किया। स्टे देने से इनकार किया। मैं बहुत रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के साथ यहां बोल रहा हूं, कोई स्टे नहीं है।
कहा कि हम समाज करेंगे, एडमिट किया, जो एडमिट खुद ही होता है कि नहीं
एडमिट होने से कुछ नहीं होता, स्टे करना पड़ता है, ऑर्डर में स्टे करना पड़ता है। मान्यवर, जब तक आप तो जज रहे साहब, ऊपर वाले से तो डरिए, फारूक साहब से इतना मत डरिए। मान्यवर, पिटीशन एडमिट होने से
मैं किसी को डराता नहीं।
फिर भी डरते हैं, बोलिए।
मेरा काम डराना नहीं है, आप लोगों का काम है डराना, हम डराते नहीं।
मान्यवर,
और जो
मान्यवर
आपने कहा है उसका जवाब मैं आपके बाद दूंगा।
नहीं दे सकते आप, नियमों के अनुसार नहीं दे सकते। मान्यवर, जब कोई भी पिटीशन सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने जाता है, अगर सुप्रीम कोर्ट उसको स्टे नहीं देता है तो तब तक यथास्थिति बनती है, और यथास्थिति ये है कि राष्ट्रपति महोदय ने इसको कानून को बनाने का काम पूर्ण कर दिया है। ये यथास्थिति है। इसके लिए मैं इसके अंदर अमेंडमेंट लेकर किसी भी समय पर आ सकता हूं। और ये जो है पूरे देश में मान्यवर, उसके बाद कहा गया मनीष तिवारी जी के द्वारा कि अनुच्छेद 3 में कहीं पर भी यूटी का प्रावधान नहीं है। अब मैं मान्यवर, कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं रहना चाहिए, बहुत बड़ी बात माननीय सदस्य ने करी है। मैं अनुच्छेद 3 इस सदन में पढ़ना चाहता हूँ। नए राज्यों का निर्माण और वर्तमान राज्यों के क्षेत्रों, सीमाओं या नामों में परिवर्तन, ये अनुच्छेद का मूल चीज है। इसके अंदर आगे किसी राज्य में उसका राज्य क्षेत्र अलग करने अथवा 2 या अधिक राज्यों को या राज्यों के भागों को मिलाकर अथवा किसी राज्य क्षेत्र को किसी राज्य के भाग के साथ मिलाकर नए राज्य का निर्माण देश की संसद कर पाएगी। अब इन्होंने कहा यूटी नहीं है, यूटी का इसमें प्रोविजन नहीं है, मगर शायद उन्होंने पूरा पढ़ा नहीं या जानबूझकर आगे उन्होंने सदन को बताया नहीं। इसी के नीचे आर्टिकल 3 के नीचे ही स्पष्टीकरण है। इस अनुच्छेद के खंड क से ड में, जिसमें सारी चीजें आता है, राज्य के अंतर्गत संघ राज्य क्षेत्र समाहित है। तो वहां पर राज्य मीन्स संघ राज्य क्षेत्र अपने आप हो जाता है। तो ये इनको मैं मनीष जी को थोड़ा स्पष्टता करना चाहता हूं कि इतना बड़ा गैरकानूनी काम कम से कम नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार नहीं कर सकती। ये कोई इंदिरा गांधी की सरकार नहीं है जो इस प्रकार के कानून लेकर आए। भाई अभी बहस नहीं हो सकती, बाद में मैं आपको सवाल, मैं बाद में आपको मौका दूंगा क्वेश्चन पूछने का, अभी बैठ जाइए। मैं बाद में आपको नहीं मगर प्रश्न देखिए मनीष जी, मैं प्रश्न ले सकता हूं। मैं महोदय को अभी कहता हूं, बाद में मनीष जी का प्रश्न। चल, ये भी नियमों के अंदर है। मान्यवर, बाद में उन्होंने कहा कि अनुच्छेद 3 के परंतु को निलंबित करके राष्ट्रपति शासन डाला, क्योंकि ये प्री डिजाइन था। मान्यवर, मेरे पास लिस्ट है। आंध्र प्रदेश में राष्ट्रपति शासन 1973 में डाला, हम नहीं थे, कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, परंतु निलंबित किया गया था। अरुणाचल में डाला गया, परंतु निलंबित। 81 में आंध्र प्रदेश में उनकी सरकार, परंतु निलंबित किया था। 1990 में परंतु निलंबित किया था। बिहार 1969 कांग्रेस सरकार, परंतु निलंबित किया था। 72 परंतु निलंबित किया था। 1977 परंतु निलंबित किया था। 69 बिहार, फिर गोवा 1990 परंतु निलंबित था। 1990 परंतु मेरे पास लगभग 27 राज्यों के 70 से ज्यादा है, एक में भी वो परंतु निलंबित करे बगैर राष्ट्रपति शासन नहीं डाला गया है।
एक मिनट मानिए, ऐसे टाइम तो मैं दूंगा ना, प्लीज।
मान्यवर, मैंने कहा उनको मैं जवाब सवाल पूछने दूंगा, वो क्यों इतने विचलित हो रहे हैं?
प्रेसिडेंशियल नोटिफिकेशंस की जो लैंग्वेज है वो एक है और जम्मू कश्मीर के प्रेसिडेंशियल नोटिफिकेशन की लैंग्वेज अलग है। मैं आपको अभी डेमोन्स्ट्रेट कर सकता हूं, मैं अभी बढ़ के सुनाता हूं, मैं अभी बढ़ के सुनाता हूं।
एक पर बहस ही नहीं है, लैंग्वेज क्या है इस बहस इस पर है कि अनुच्छेद 3 के परंतु को जिसमें असेंबली का पावर यहां पर आता है उसको निलंबित किया गया है या नहीं गया। एक लिमिटेड क्वेश्चन पर हम है, कहां ये बात ही खड़ी होती है।
नो
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी मुझे संरक्षण दीजिए, ऐसे नहीं हो सकता बिल का जवाब।
नो माननीय गृह मंत्री जी, आपका रिकॉर्ड भी नहीं जा रहा है इससे। माननीय गृह मंत्री जी,
मान्यवर आप प्लीज मुझे व्यवस्था दीजिए, ऐसे बिल का जवाब नहीं दिया जा सकता, ऐसे महत्वपूर्ण बिल का।
एक मिनट। नो माननीय, मैंने आपको कहा आपको सवाल पूछने का मौका दूंगा, प्लीज। माननीय गृह मंत्री जी,
मैं दोबारा जिम्मेवारी से कह रहा हूं, बाकी प्रेसिडेंशियल नोटिफिकेशन की लैंग्वेज डिफरेंट है, जम्मू कश्मीर के प्रेसिडेंशियल नोटिफिकेशन की लैंग्वेज डिफरेंट है। जम्मू कश्मीर
आप प्लीज नो। माननीय राम कृपाल जी प्लीज, माननीय मनीष तिवारी जी प्लीज।
मान्यवर, ढेर सारे सदस्यों ने जम्मू कश्मीर में आतंकवाद की चिंता का जिक्र किया, वो चिंतित भी थे। अच्छी बात है, चिंता हो रही है, होनी भी चाहिए, सभी को होनी चाहिए। उन्होंने सीधा सीधा इसको आर्टिकल 370 को निरस्त करने से जोड़ा। उन्होंने क्या हुआ, अब भी आतंकवाद चल रहा है। उन्होंने क्या हुआ, अभी कुछ दिन पहले सेना के कुछ जवान शहीद हो गए। ऑफिसर
प्लीज
ऑफिसर जवान शहीद हो गए, कुछ घटनाएं भी हुई। मान्यवर, किसी ने भी नहीं कहा था कि आर्टिकल 370 जाने के बाद कश्मीर में आतंकवाद समाप्त हो जाएगा। सुनिए ना, सुनिए, अरे भाई सुनो ना। मैंने कहा था आतंकवाद का मूल आर्टिकल 370 के कारण खड़ा हुआ अलगाववाद की भावना है। आर्टिकल 370 जाने से अलगाववाद में बहुत बड़ी कमी आने वाली है और इसके कारण आतंकवादी भावनाओं में कमी आएगी। रिकॉर्ड की बात है भाई अधीर जी। अब मैं बताता हूं माननीय, 1994 से 2004, इसमें शासन पर मैं नहीं जा रहा, कालखंड बोल रहा हूं, कई शासन आए हैं। टोटल आतंकवाद की कुल घटनाएं 40,164 हुई। छोटी छोटी घटनाएं भी है, कुछ बड़ी भी है। 2004 से 14 मनमोहन सिंह सोनिया जी के शासन का समय, आतंकवाद की घटनाएं 7,217 हुई, 7,217। और नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार में 14 से 23 तक सिर्फ 2,000 हुई। 70% की कमी आई है। और मैं थोड़ा और एक्सप्लेन करना मांगता हूं कि ये जो 2,197 आई है, इसमें से एक घटना का जिक्र है। 65% घटनाएं पुलिस की गई कार्यवाही के कारण अकर हुई है। मतलब कोई जगह पे सूचना मिलती है कि आतंकवादी छिपा है, पुलिस इस पर हमला करती है तो भी वो आतंकवादी मुठभेड़ मानी जाती है। इस प्रकार की 70% कमी आई है 2004 से 14 में, और 14 से 23 में नागरिकों के मृत्यु के अंदर 72% की कमी आई है, और सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के मृत्यु के अंदर 59% की कमी नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार में। इसलिए मैं कहता हूं, मैं ठीक ही कहता था, अलगाववाद की भावना का मूल, उसका उद्भव स्थान आर्टिकल 370 है, वो जाएगा। अलगाववाद की भावना भी ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम खत्म होगी और आतंकवाद भी खत्म। और कल पथराव की बात करते, मैंने 2 साल लिए हैं साहब। 2010 2654 पथराव की घटनाएं हुई थी 2010 में। 2023 में 0, एक भी पथराव हुआ नहीं। ऑर्गेनाइज हड़ताल जो कॉल देकर पाकिस्तान से कॉल देते थे इनके आका, और कश्मीर की वैली और जम्मू बंद हो जाते थे। 132 ऑर्गेनाइज हड़तालें हुई थी 2023 में, एक भी हड़ताल नहीं, एक भी बंद नहीं। मान्यवर, पथराव में नागरिकों की मृत्यु 2010 में 112 हुई थी, 23 में क्योंकि पथरावी नहीं हुआ है, नो इंजर्ड नो डेथ। मान्यवर, सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस पथराव के कारण 6235 हुए थे इंजर्ड सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस, और इस बार क्योंकि पथरावी नहीं हुआ है 0 इंजर्ड है। क्या बदला हुआ है, इनको मैं कहता हूं क्या बदला हुआ है। अरे इसी सदन में रहकर सारी मर्यादाएं तोड़कर अगर धारा 370 खत्म हुई तो खून की नदियां बह जाएगी कहते थे। खून की नदियां छोड़ो, कंकड़ चलाने की हिम्मत नहीं है किसी की। इस तरह की व्यवस्था भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार। और मान्यवर, सीज फायर के वायोलेशन की घटना 2010 में एक साल में 70, 2023 में 2, घुसपैठ 2010 में 489, 2023 में सिर्फ 48, आतंकवादी मारे गए 112 मारे गए थे, कुल मिलाकर एवरेज निकाल दे तो 278 आतंकवादी मारे गए हमारे। मान्यवर, वापिस लौट गए, पहले 18 वापिस लौटे थे, अब 281 वापिस लौट गए। पाकिस्तान मान्यवर, और वो ऐसे ही नहीं हुआ है। जम्मू कश्मीर की लोगों की सुरक्षा और इनके जीवन की क्वालिटी सुधारने के लिए नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भाजपा सरकार ने अथक परिश्रम किया है। मान्यवर, गृह मंत्रालय हर माह यहाँ पर सिक्योरिटी रिव्यू करता है और हर 3 माह में मैं वहाँ जाकर सिक्योरिटी रिव्यू करता हूँ। मान्यवर, एक 0 टेरर प्लान बनाया गया है जिसको हमने इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में लाया है। 3 साल से वो प्लान एक्शन में है। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है मान्यवर कि 24 के बाद फिर से मोदी जी आने वाले हैं। 26 आते आते 0 टेरर प्लान 100% इम्प्लीमेंट होगा। मान्यवर, इसके साथ साथ कंप्लीट एरिया डोमिनेशन का प्लान बनाया है, वो भी 2026 तक समाप्त हो जाएगा। और पहले सिर्फ टेररिस्टों को मारते थे, हमने इसकी इकोसिस्टम को खत्म किया है। इसके साथ साथ टेरर फाइनेंस पर इकोसिस्टम को खत्म करने के लिए केस किए। एनआईए ने 32 केस किए, जिसमें कुछ पार्टियां बड़ा अरण्य रुदन कर रही है, हाय तौबा कर रही है। क्यों केस हो रहे हैं? क्यों इसलिए केस हो रहे हैं कि पाकिस्तान से पैसा आ रहा है, ये परमिटेड नहीं है, ये नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है, ये नहीं चाहिए। एनआईए द्वारा 32 केस हुए, एसआईए द्वारा 51 केस हुए, 83 केस टेरर फंडिंग और फाइनेंस के हुए हैं। लगभग 229 अरेस्ट हुए हैं। 150 करोड़ की मूल्य की 57 प्रॉपर्टी को सीज कर नीलामी के लिए कोर्ट के सामने दस्तावेज रख दिए गए और 134 बैंक अकाउंट सील किए, जिसमें 122 करोड़ रुपया सीज हुआ है और 5.5 करोड़ रुपया कैश हुई है। और मान्यवर कहते थे क्या फर्क पड़ा है? अब्दुल्ला साहब बैठे थे। अब्दुल्ला साहब, आप जब मुख्यमंत्री पद छोड़े तब से लेकर मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बने तब तक 19 तक जम्मू कश्मीर में थिएटर नहीं चलते थे। पूरे देश को मालूम ही नहीं है, जम्मू कश्मीर में थिएटर नहीं चलते थे। धारा 370 खत्म होने के बाद 2021 में जम्मू कश्मीर में पहला थिएटर शुरू हुआ। 30 साल के बाद क्या परिवर्तन हुआ है पूछते हैं, इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं कि ये परिवर्तन हुआ है। श्रीनगर में एक मल्टीप्लेक्स बना, पुलवामा, शोपिया, बारामूला, हंदवाड़ा 4 नए थिएटर खुले। 100 से अधिक फिल्मों की शूटिंग शुरू हो गई। जो फारूक साहब ने अंतिम देखा होगा, बाद में नहीं देखा होगा किसी ने, अब शूटिंग शुरू हो गई है। और लगभग 100 मूवी थिएटरों के लिए बैंक लोन के प्रस्ताव आज बैंक में पेंडिंग। मान्यवर इंडिकेटर है, थिएटर खोलने की स्थिति ही नहीं थी, क्यों बंद करने पड़े थे मुझे बताओ ना। ऐसा तो है नहीं कि जम्मू कश्मीर में कोई थिएटर पिक्चर देखना नहीं चाहता है, आराम से देखे जाते थे, मगर बंद करने पड़े थे। मान्यवर लगभग कहते थे कि क्या हुआ था कि 370 खत्म करना पड़ा, 45,000 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है। और मैं मानता हूं ये 45,000 लोगों की मृत्यु की जिम्मेदार ये धारा 370 थी जो नरेंद्र मोदी ने उखाड़ कर फेंक दिया। मान्यवर ढेर सारे परिवर्तन जो पूछते हैं क्या हुआ, मैं इसका जवाब देने के लिए खड़ा हूं। मान्यवर जम्मू कश्मीर और लद्दाख को पहले एक अलग संविधान, अलग ध्वज और एक जमाने में अलग राजधानी, दो राजधानियां हुआ करती थी। श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी ने जिस उद्देश्य के लिए जान दी थी, कुछ सदस्यों ने इसको पॉलिटिकल नारा कहा। ये पॉलिटिकल नारा नहीं है, ये देश की इच्छा थी। किस देश में 2 संविधान न हो, 2 प्रधानमंत्री न हो और 2 झंडे न हो। देश का झंडा, देश का निशान एक ही होना चाहिए, एक ही निशान के तले पूरा देश है। और कुछ सदस्यों ने कहा हमसे वादा किया गया था। वादा किससे किया था? अंग्रेजों ने जो स्कीम बनाई थी आजादी के वक्त, कांग्रेस ने जिस स्कीम को अप्रूव किया उसमें पूरा अधिकार महाराजा का था। देश भर में कहीं तो पब्लिक को नहीं पूछा गया, क्यों जम्मू कश्मीर में पूछना? और मैं वादे की भी बात करता हूं, चलो मान लेते हैं हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं ने वादा किया था, मगर आप आधा अधूरा पढ़ते हो इसलिए कंफ्यूजन होता है। इसके अंदर आर्टिकल 370 के अंदर ऊपर टेम्पररी प्रोविजन लिखा गया है। टेम्पररी का मतलब क्या होता है? आजीवन अधिकार हो गया ना जी, कब का जाना चाहिए था, हिम्मत नहीं थी, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने हिम्मत करी और धारा 370 को समाप्त। कोई वादा खिलाफी नहीं है। एक स्पिरिट जो संविधान का था कि आर्टिकल 370 टेम्पररी है, ये टेम्पररी का दिन ही नहीं आता था। मोदी जी ने 5 अगस्त को वो दिन ला दिया और टेम्पररी था वो चला गया। मान्यवर पहली बार कश्मीरी, डोगरी, हिंदी और अंग्रेजी और उर्दू को राज्य की आधिकारिक भाषाएं बनाई। मान्यवर राइट टू एजुकेशन एक्ट पहली बार, उसकी चर्चा होगी तब बताऊंगा, बैठ जाइए। भूमि अधिग्रहण और मुआवजे का कानून, फॉरेस्ट राइट एक्ट, SC ST प्रिवेंशन एट्रोसिटी एक्ट, विसल ब्लोअर प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट, जुवेनाइल जस्टिस एक्ट और अल्पसंख्यक आयोग अधिनियम 1992 ये रोक कर रखे थे, वो अब लागू हो गए। असेंबली वहां की 6 साल की बना कर रखी थी, अब वो भी 5 साल की हो गई मान्यवर, और बड़े बदलाव हुए। मान्यवर मैं आज कहना चाहता हूं, हम भी गए थे लाल चौक पर तिरंगा फहराने के लिए, रोक दिया था मोदी जी और हमारे उस वक्त के अध्यक्ष मुरली मनोहर जी गए और लाल चौक में तिरंगा फहराया था। मान्यवर तिरंगा फहराने के लिए जद्दोजहद करनी पड़ती थी। आज हर घर तिरंगा, घाटी का एक भी घर ऐसा नहीं था जहां पर तिरंगा न फहरा। मान्यवर ये बदलाव आज लाल चौक में सारे धर्म के त्योहारों को रंग चंग के साथ मनाया जाता है और सारे धर्म के लोग पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं। बंधारण संविधान की स्पिरिट को अब नीचे उतारा गया है। ये जो पूछते हैं क्या हुआ, मैं उनको जवाब देना चाहता हूँ। मान्यवर मैं उनको जवाब देना चाहता हूँ, जब आर्टिकल 370 गया उसके पहले GSDP 1 लाख करोड़ था, सिर्फ 1 लाख करोड़, आज 2,27,927 करोड़ GSDP, सिर्फ 5 साल में डबल। रोजगारी ढेर सारी बढ़ी। पहले 94 डिग्री कॉलेज थे मसूदी साहब, अब 147 हो गई। IIT, IIM और 2 एम्स, सबसे पहला राज्य ऐसा है जहां 2 एम्स दिए गए, वो हमारा जम्मू कश्मीर। मेडिकल कॉलेज पहले 4 थे 70 साल में, 7 नए मेडिकल कॉलेज बनाए गए, 15 नर्सिस कॉलेज बनाए गए, मेडिकल सीट 500 थी, अब नई 800 सीटें जोड़ने का काम आर्टिकल 370 जाने के बाद हुआ है। 367 पीजी की सीटें थी, उसमें नई 97 सीटें जोड़ने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने किया है। और लगभग मिड डे मील 6 लाख लोगों को मिलता था, अब 9,13,000 लोगों को मान्यवर मिड डे मील मिलता है। प्रधानमंत्री ग्राम सड़क योजना की एवरेज 158 किलोमीटर थी, अब 8,068 किलोमीटर प्रति साल हो गई। क्या हुआ है जो पूछते हैं, इनको मैं बताता हूं। मैं देता हूं जवाब।
ये बैठो यार।
मान्यवर, स्मार्ट सिटी मिशन पहले था ही नहीं, अब 173 काम हुए हैं। प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना में 70 साल में 24,000 घर दिए गए थे, ये 5 साल में 1,45,000 लोगों को घर देने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार का। 75 साल में 4 पीढ़ियों ने 7,82,000 लोगों को पीने का पानी पहुंचा चुके थे, अब नए 13 लाख परिवारों को पीने का पानी पहुंचाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने किया। मान्यवर, शिशु मृत्यु दर 22 थी, वो कम होकर 14.30 पर लाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने किया है। और लगभग 47 जन औषधि केंद्र थे, इसकी जगह 227 जन औषधि केंद्रों पर आज सस्ती दवाइयां वहां पर 5 साल में मिल रही। मान्यवर, स्पोर्ट्स में युवाओं की भागीदारी 2 लाख से बढ़कर 60 लाख तक पहुंची है, क्योंकि अब खेल हो सकते हैं। मान्यवर, पेंशन के लाभार्थी में 6 लाख से 10 लाख तक पहुंचे हैं। ये सारा परिवर्तन केवल और केवल नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने आर्टिकल 370 जाने के बाद किया है। और जो राष्ट्रपति शासन को क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं, उनको मैं बताता हूं, हम दादा, आप कई बार बंगाल में पहुंच जाते हो, यहाँ बैठे हुए। 370 के कारण आतंकवाद घटा है, आतंकवाद जाने के कारण, कम होने के कारण वहाँ अच्छा वातावरण हुआ है, इसी के कारण ये सब डेवलपमेंट हुआ है। वरना IIM न होता, ना एम्स होता, कुछ न होता। आप नहीं समझ पाओगे, जब हमारा सरकार बंगाल में आएगा, वातावरण सुधरेगा और विकास होगा, तब मालूम पड़ेगा कि क्या परिवर्तन है। मान्यवर, प्रेमचंद्रन जी ने यहाँ से किसी सदस्य ने कहा, एक शब्द प्रयोग पर बहुत बड़ी आपत्ति की। मैं वो शब्द प्रयोग की अनुमोदन करने के लिए आज मेरी बात कहना चाहता हूँ। मैं वो शब्द प्रयोग को सपोर्ट करना चाहता हूँ। वो शब्द प्रयोग था नेहरूवियन ब्लंडर। नेहरू के समय में जो ब्लंडर हुआ था, इसके कारण कश्मीर को भुगतना पड़ा। मैं मान्यवर इस सदन में खड़ा रहकर आपके आसन के सामने जिम्मेदारी के साथ कहता हूं कि 2 बड़ी गलतियां जो पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू के प्रधानमंत्री काल में हुई, उनके लिए गए निर्णयों से हुई, इसके कारण सालों तक कश्मीर ने सहन करना पड़ा। एक सबसे बड़ी गलती, जब हमारी सेना जीत रही थी, पंजाब का एरिया आते ही सीज फायर कर दिया गया और पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर का जन्म हुआ। अगर सीज फायर 3 दिन लेट होता तो पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर आज भारत का हिस्सा। ये चर्चा में करेंगे उस दिन, बैठ जाओ।
चर्चा है ना पूरा दिन।
मान्यवर, और दूसरा,
किसी का अपमान नहीं करे, संदर्भ बता रहे हो तो
हिस्टोरिकल फैक्ट है। बैठो,
बैठ जाइए। उस समय हमारे देश में सारे हमारी
नहीं तो आपको कैसे मालूम हुआ इस वक्त का? मान्यवर अभी तो एक ही का है, दूसरा तो सुने।
उसका कंट्रोल नहीं था।
बैठ जाओ, बैठ जाओ।
आजादी की लड़ाई में आप कहाँ थे? क्या आपको पता चलेगी?
मेरा जन्म नहीं हुआ था। मान्यवर
अमित भाई नहीं थे। आजादी की लड़ाई में तुम कहाँ थे?
अरे तो माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने, एक मिनट प्लीज दादा, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट दे दिया था कि आजादी की लड़ाई के समय का पूरा स्टेटमेंट पोल में दे दिया, अभी फिर दे देंगे। बेटा सुनो, आप बता दो साहब इनको एक बार। दूसरी गलती, दूसरा भी संदर्भ और कर दें आप। गलती नहीं, संदर्भ, सॉरी।
मान्यवर एक ही गलती बताने से इतना तिल मिला गया है।
नहीं, मैंने हटा दिया।
मैं तो सिर्फ नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। मैं सिर्फ दो ही बताना चाहता हूँ। एक, पूरा कश्मीर जीते बगैर सीज फायर कर लिया, और दूसरा यूएन के अंदर हमारे मसले को ले जाने की बहुत बड़ी गलती की। मान्यवर मैं एक कोट अनकोट पढ़ना चाहता हूँ। मैंने बहुत सावधानी से आपके द्वारा उठाए गए बिंदुओं को देखा, एक पत्र का हिस्सा है। मैंने बहुत सावधानी से आपके द्वारा उठाए गए बिंदुओं को देखा है, लेकिन मुझे डर है कि मेरे विचार आपके नहीं, सॉरी, यूनाइटेड नेशन के अनुभव के बाद, मान्यवर यूनाइटेड नेशन के अनुभव के बाद मैं इस निष्कर्ष पर पहुंचा हूं कि वहां से कुछ संतोषजनक नतीजे की उम्मीद नहीं की जा सकती। मुझे यह एक अच्छा फैसला लगा, इनटू ब्रैकेट सीज फायर, मुझे यह एक अच्छा फैसला लगा, लेकिन इस मसले को ठीक से नहीं निपटा गया। हम सीज फायर और विचार करके कुछ बेहतर मार्ग निकाल सकते थे। मुझे लगता है कि भूतकाल में हमसे द्वारा की गई गलती है। इसमें आपत्ति है? नहीं कर सकते, स्वयं जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने कहा है। अब मुझे क्या कह रहे हो? नेहरू ने स्वयं कहा है। मैं रेफरेंस भी दे देता हूं। नेहरू मेमोरियल म्यूजियम एंड लाइब्रेरी, जवाहरलाल नेहरू कलेक्शन, JNSG 143 के अंदर स्वयं जवाहरलाल नेहरू का शेख अब्दुल्ला जी को लिखा हुआ पत्र के मेरी गलती थी। मैं साहब किसी को कोट नहीं कर रहा।
ये कम्युनिकेशन का मसला नहीं है।
मान्यवर
मिस्टेक बोल रहे उसको, इतना बड़ा कांड हो गया, देश की भूमि गई, तुझे को लगता है सिर्फ मिस्टेक?
मान्यवर
सर ये सोचिए, भूमि चली गई, मिस्टेक बोलते हैं, ब्लंडर।
मान्यवर अरे यार, ये नेहरू जी ने लिखा है, सूरज समझते नहीं हो? अनुवाद हो रहा है या नहीं हो रहा है अंदर? ये नेहरू जी ने कहा है, मैंने नहीं कहा है। माने मैं तो नेहरू जी का कोट पढ़ रहा हूं, क्यों गुस्से हो रहे हैं मुझ पर? गुस्सा होना है तो नेहरू जी पर होना चाहिए। ये उनका कोट है, मुझ पर गुस्से हो रहे हैं। मेरी तो समझ में ही नहीं आता है। मान्यवर ये खामखा मुझ पर गुस्से हो रहे हैं। मैंने जो पढ़ा है वो नेहरू जी ने स्वयं शेख अब्दुल्ला जी को लिखा हुआ है, और गुस्से होना है तो जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी पर उनको होना चाहिए।
क्या हो रहा है इधर क्या हो रहा है? अपडेट है प्लीज। प्लीज आप भी बैठिए, आप भी बैठिए, आप भी बैठिए। माननीय गृह मंत्री जी,
एक सप्ताह झगड़ा निपट ले, कि राजा बोलेगा या गोगोई बोलेगा, कौन सा जी बोलेगा वो निपट ले, फिर उनको अनुमति देना।
Home Minister, the words which are being used as against Nehru by the Home Minister are not at all matching to the stature of Home Minister.
माननीय गृह मंत्री, ओके, प्लीज बैठे, प्लीज पीछे से सीनियर मेंबर कह रहे हैं आपको, प्लीज बैठ जाइए।
ब्लंडर नहीं है, देश की भूमि चलेगी।
जसवंत सिन्हा की बात आपकी पहले
अरे आपने बोल लिया था ना जसवंत सिन्हा जी का विषय,
ऐसे नहीं होता है जवाब।
आपने बोल लिया था, प्लीज।
अरे आपने कोट किया है, बैठो अभी।
माननीय गृह मंत्री जी, आपका रिकॉर्ड में जा रहा, बाकी रिकॉर्ड में जा रहा।
मान्यवर, उस वक्त जब यूएन में मामला भेजना था तब भी निर्णय बहुत आनन फानन में लिया गया। मामले को संयुक्त राष्ट्र चार्टर के अनुच्छेद 35 की जगह 51 के तहत ले जाना चाहिए था। मेरा तो मत है ले जाना ही नहीं चाहिए, मगर ले जाना था तो 51 के तहत ले जाना चाहिए था। इसकी जगह 35 पर ले गए। वो भी कई लोगों ने रिकॉर्ड पर सलाह देने के बावजूद भी निर्णय कर दिया गया कि अनुच्छेद 35 के तहत ले जाएंगे।
I want to talk a little bit about higher education in India, because Ashoka University, certainly most or all will agree that it's been a success. So if you look at the ingredients of that success, what worked? It was a new bet in a sense.
So I think we started with a few sort of guiding principles, the group of us who came together. And we said first thing is we will do liberal arts and sciences and not typically engineering or management first, because those are solved problems. We want to do a model and attack a problem which needs solving. And we felt liberal arts and sciences had not been addressed by private higher education institutions adequately. So one was, that's a focus area, because there's a gap there, a need gap. Second, we said we will not follow the UK system, which is prevalent in India, which is you choose a subject and you study it. That's it. However, the US system, where in your first 2 years you do breadth and width, which is you study many subjects, and then you declare a major at the end of second year. You know, in India, our subjects and major are decided by our class 12 marks.
Indeed.
And not by what we want to do.
Exactly.
Right? And we said we want to change that. So that's the second thing that is changing. Right? The third is we said we'll do collective philanthropy. It will not be one person's or one family's or one business house's university. Because if you have so no matter how much a person donates, he or she or that business house will only have one seat on the board. So I could donate 25 times what the smallest donor has given, but we'll both have the same single seat on the board. Because we felt that that is what will ensure the independence of the university and the academicians and the program, and it will not be sort of subject to the decisions of just one person. And that is what ensures the university's independence, and that is what ensures academic freedom and independence at Ashoka.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 Kadam, 10 Kadam.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
It's 4 p.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Now, Amit Shah, responding to the debate on the Jammu and Kashmir Reservation Amendment Bill and the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Amendment Bill in the Lok Sabha, he has said that one seat in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly is to be reserved for those displaced from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, while also arguing that Article 370 was responsible for 45,000 deaths. We unpack all this and more over the next 1 hour. Let's begin with the headlines we're currently tracking. Well, massive protests by supporters of the prominent Rajput leader Sukhdev Singh Gogamedi after he was shot dead in his Jaipur home. Rajasthan is tense after the Karni Sena leader was shot. There are massive protests across the state, from Jaipur to Jodhpur to Alwar. The killers have been identified. This is what Rajasthan cops have said. 12 BJP MPs resigned to retain assembly seats. These MPs who won assembly elections have resigned from one of their seats as a procedural process that has to happen within 14 days. Our sources inform us that BJP could consider fresh faces for the Chief Minister post in 3 states. There was a late-night meeting at Narendra Modi's house. Amit Shah and JP Nadda were in attendance. And in the Gaumutra row in Parliament, the DMK MP apologizes for his remark and withdraws his remark, while the remark has also been expunged. Anurag Thakur, meanwhile, says the India bloc humiliates Sanatan. And another day, another record high at the stock markets. Sensex has risen over 3,000 points in the month of December. Well, Amit Shah is responding to the debate on the Jammu and Kashmir Reservation Amendment Bill and the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Amendment Bill in the Lok Sabha. Let's just listen in to what the Home Minister has to say.
के लक्ष्य रखकर 4,287 करोड़ की 642 मेगावाट की कीरू हाइड्रो परियोजना, क्वार हाइड्रो परियोजना 540 मेगावाट 5,000 करोड़, रतले हाइड्रो परियोजना 5,200 करोड़ 850 मेगावाट, 8,112 करोड़ की 1,000 मेगावाट की सोपाक दल दूल हाइड्रो परियोजना, सावलकोट हाइड्रो परियोजना 1,856 मेगावाट की 2,300 करोड़ की, और शाहपुर कंडी बांध सिंचाई और बिजली परियोजना 2,793 करोड़ की। सिर्फ जल विद्युत के अंदर इतना सारा पैसा ये 10 साल के अंदर इन्वेस्ट हुआ है, और पहली बार सौर ऊर्जा 1,600 मेगावाट की प्राप्त करने के लिए भी प्रोजेक्ट वहां पर डाला गया। 38 ग्रिड स्टेशनों का निर्माण हुआ, 467 किलोमीटर नई ट्रांसमिशन की लाइनें बिछाई गई, 266 उप स्टेशनों को बनाया गया, और 11,000 सर्किट किलोमीटर की HT और लोड LT लाइनों को बिछाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने किया है। सिंचाई का जहां तक सवाल है, 62 करोड़ की रावी नहर योजना पूरी कर ली गई, 45 करोड़ का टसर चलन 3 त्राल सिंचाई योजना का पूरा किया गया। झेलम और सहायक नदियों के बाढ़ प्रबंधन के लिए 399 करोड़ के तीसरे चरण का काम पूरा हो गया। 1,632 करोड़ का दूसरे चरण का काम चल रहा है, और चरण 1 का काम पूरा होकर 31,800 क्यूसेक से बढ़कर 41,000 क्यूसेक की परिवहन की क्षमता आज परिवहन कर रही है। शाहपुर कंडी बांध परियोजना भी पूरी हो गई है। जम्मू प्रांत की प्रमुख नहरों से 3 पीढ़ियों से गाद नहीं निकाली गई थी। 59 दिन में ही राष्ट्रपति शासन लगने के बाद गाद निकालने का काम 70 साल के बाद पूरा हुआ है। रेल नेटवर्क का विस्तार हुआ है। 3127 करोड़ रुपये की अनुमानित लागत से 8.45 करोड़ की लंबी विंड ट्यूब काजीकुंड बनिहाल सुरंग का निर्माण हो गया है और लगभग 8000 किलोमीटर नए रोड ग्रामीण सड़क योजना के बना है। जम्मू कश्मीर के 10 शिल्प को जीआई टैग मिला। डोडा का गुच्छी मशरूम भी जीआई टैग मिला। आरएस पुरा के बासमती चावल को जैविक प्रमाण पत्र जारी किया गया और समग्र कृषि विकास के लिए 5013 करोड़ की योजना की गई। पूरे देश में सिर्फ गरीब व्यक्तियों को 5 लाख तक का स्वास्थ्य का पूरा खर्चा सरकार उठाती है साहब। पूरे देश में सिर्फ गरीबों का उठाती है। जम्मू कश्मीर में सभी व्यक्तियों का 5 लाख तक का पूरा खर्चा आज सरकार उठाती है। हमने बहुत रुजुता के साथ, बहुत संवेदनशीलता के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को संभालने का कहा है। जो लोग कह रहे थे क्या हुआ, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का शासन आने के बाद अंतिम पर्यटक 14 लाख थे। अब 2022-23 में 2 करोड़ पर्यटकों ने जम्मू कश्मीर का, और जून 23 तक 1 करोड़ समाप्त हो गया है। मुझे विश्वास है कि 2 करोड़ का भाजपा सरकार, नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार का रिकॉर्ड नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ही समाप्त हो। इस दिसंबर में ये रिकॉर्ड टूटा। जम्मू कश्मीर जो एक ऐसा गंतव्य स्थान बना है जिसका वातावरण प्राकृतिक हो, मानांक वैश्विक हो, दृष्टिकोण आधुनिक हो, आतिथ्य पारंपरिक हो और अनुभव में मनोरंजन और रोमांच दोनों हो, इस प्रकार का एक पर्यटक स्थल आज बना है। होम स्टे की नीति बनी है, फिल्म की नीति बनी है, हाउस बोट के लिए भी एक पॉलिसी बनाने का काम कर रहा है। जम्मू रोपवे परियोजना 75 करोड़ खर्च कर पूरा कर ली गई है और इंडस्ट्रियल पॉलिसी भी पूरी कर ली गई है। और मैंने फिर से, आप फारूक साहब आए इसलिए फिर से कहना चाहता हूं कि पूरे देश भर में गरीबों को ही 5 लाख रुपया का स्वास्थ्य का पूरा खर्चा नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार उठाती है। जम्मू कश्मीर में सभी लोगों का 5 लाख। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद साहब, धन्यवाद।
अरे राजा एक टेली कम्युनिकेशन का नहीं है यार, कश्मीर का है। काहे को खड़े हो जाते हो?
They are refusing to take it because they say हमें पैसा इसकी तरफ देख के मेहरबानी कर दी।
मान्यवर बैठिए दादा। आपके जाने के बाद एक माननीय सदस्य खड़े हुए, उन्होंने कहा इसके लिए ब्लंडर नहीं, हिमालयन ब्लंडर भी शब्द प्रयोग किया गया है। मान्यवर, अंत में मैं जो बिल लेकर आया हूं, अंत में मैं जो बिल लेकर आया हूं वो सालों से जो वंचित थे, अधिकारों से वंचित थे, अपना देश, अपना प्रदेश, अपना घर, अपनी भूमि, अपनी जायदाद छोड़कर अपने ही देश में निराश्रित हो गए, ऐसे लोगों को अधिकार लेने का बिल है। जिनका देश ही छूट गया, ऐसे लोगों को अधिकार लेने का बिल है। और जो वर्षों से सम्मान से वंचित थे, ऐसे पिछड़ा वर्ग के लोगों को संवैधानिक शब्द अन्य पिछड़ा वर्ग से सम्मानित करने का ये बिल है। मैं अतः सदन से निवेदन करना चाहता हूँ कि मेरी पार्टी का आप जरूर विरोध करिए, प्रधानमंत्री जी की नीतियों का भी करिए, मेरा व्यक्तिगत तौर पर भी करिए, मगर बिल का उद्देश्य बहुत पवित्र है। कम से कम पिछड़ा वर्ग के लोग और हमारे विस्थापित हैं उनकी ओर देखते हुए आप समर्थन करिए और इसको सर्वानुमत से पास करिए।
देखिए ऑनरेबल होम मिनिस्टर ने जो यहाँ बिल किया, मैं पहले गुजारिश करूँगा ज़रा उसमें देखिए जो माइग्रेंट है उसकी डेफिनेशन क्या आपने दी। आप देखिए बिल पर, आप जस्ट हैव अ लुक ऑन द बिल। जो कश्मीरी माइग्रेंट है उसका डेफिनेशन आपने खुद दिया है, एक्सप्लेनेशन में क्या डेफिनेशन है, प्लीज़ आप हैव अ लुक ऑन द बिल। बात यह है आप देखिए डेफिनेशन क्या है, देखिए कोई भी देखिए डेफिनेशन आपने दी है वो सब जिनको डिफाइन किया गया है प्रोटेक्शन एंड प्रिजर्वेशन ऑफ माइग्रेंट प्रॉपर्टी एक्ट 1996 में। देखिए आपने अपनी में उसका जो डेफिनेशन दी है क्या डेफिनेशन, और वो एक्ट किसने बनाया जब आप ये सारे इल्जामात पर इल्जामात दे रहे हैं। नहीं ये
से क्या होता है, ये तो विस्थापित भी, मैं तो यही कह रहा हूँ विस्थापित भी आपने ही किया है,
दोनों आपका ही है।
क्या आप क्या बोल रहे हो
जनाब आपने कहा कि आपको सुप्रीम कोर्ट से नहीं मिला स्टेट, आपने सही कहा, लेकिन क्या सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने डिक्लाइन किया, बल्कि ये ऑब्जर्व किया कि हम पावरलेस नहीं है कि हम अंडू करें अगर ये कोई कदम उठाएंगे इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए। तीसरी बात, ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये नहीं कहा कि डिक्लाइन किया, अब 2 मिनट कीजिए ना, आपने डिक्लाइन नहीं किया, रिफ्यूज नहीं किया। दूसरी बात तो जनाब आपने कहा टेम्पररी की बात,
तिवारी जी नो सबको नहीं,
उन्होंने
मनीष तिवारी जी
can't speak over him. Can't speak over
मनीष तिवारी जी आप बोलना चाहते हैं, मनीष जी बोलना चाहते हैं आप?
हाँ मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ सर, ये अपनी बात तो खत्म करें जज साहब। अरे हम वकील हैं, ये जज है साहब।
मनीष जी
अध्यक्ष जी आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने मौका दिया। कल जब मैंने ये बात कही कि 5-6 अगस्त 2019 को जो इस सदन में हुआ उसकी न्यू दिसंबर 2018 में रखी गई थी, तो माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने उस पर आपत्ति उठाई। मैं जो प्रेसिडेंशियल प्रोक्लेमेशन की स्टैंडर्ड लैंग्वेज है वो पढ़ के सुनाना चाहता हूं, और जो जम्मू और कश्मीर की प्रेसिडेंशियल प्रोक्लेमेशन थी उसकी जो भाषा है वो पढ़ के सुनाना चाहता हूं। सिर्फ 2 मिनट लगेगा। जो स्टैंडर्ड प्रेसिडेंशियल प्रोक्लेमेशन है, और मुझे साथ की कॉपी मेरे पास मौजूद है, उसमें धारा 3 को लेकर स्टैंडर्ड लैंग्वेज है, सो मच ऑफ द प्रोवाइजो टू आर्टिकल 3 as relates to the reference by the president to the legislature of the states। 89 से लेके 2019 तक हर प्रेसिडेंशियल प्रोक्लेमेशन में इसी भाषा का प्रयोग किया गया है। जम्मू कश्मीर की जो प्रेसिडेंशियल प्रोक्लेमेशन है उसमें उसको कैसे प्रयोग किया गया, so much of the first proviso of article 3 of the constitution as relates to the reference by the president to the legislature of the state, और इसको ध्यान से सुनिएगा गृह मंत्री जी, and the second proviso of that article। ये second proviso क्या है? ये second proviso ये है जब धारा 3 में आप किसी भी स्टेट को रीऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं तो बगैर उसकी असेंबली को कॉन्फिडेंस में लिए आप वो रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं कर सकते। और इसीलिए मैं कह रहा हूं जो आपने 5-6 अगस्त 2019 को किया उसकी न्यू आपने दिसंबर 2018 में रखी थी। एक बात। दूसरा, जब आपने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल ऑर्डर 272 निकाला और 367(4) उसमें प्रावधान किया और कहा कि लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली का मतलब भारत की संसद है, आप ये भूल गए जब आपने पार्लियामेंट को जम्मू कश्मीर की असेंबली में तब्दील किया तो जम्मू कश्मीर संविधान की धारा 147 है which says that no bill can be entertained in the Legislative Assembly which changes the constitutional arrangements between Jammu and Kashmir and the Union of India.
Okay.
दूसरी बात मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं,
ठीक है,
आपने नहीं एक मिनट अध्यक्ष जी, आपने धारा 3 पढ़ी संविधान की, फिर भी आपके पास अधिकार नहीं है to convert a state into 2 union territories. मैं जिम्मेदारी से इस सदन में ये बात कह रहा हूं.
आइटम नंबर 18 जम्मू कश्मीर आरक्षण संशोधन विधेयक 2023। प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक पर विचार किया जाए, जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में विधेयक पर विचार करने हेतु प्रस्ताव को स्वीकृत किया गया। अब सभा विधेयक पर खंडवार विचार करेगी। श्री आलोक कुमार सुमन, संशोधन संख्या 1 और 2।
मूव कर रहे हैं
प्रश्न ये कि श्री आलोक कुमार सुमन द्वारा प्रस्तुत संशोधन संख्या 1 और 2 को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय ना वालों के पक्ष में, ना वालों के पक्ष में संशोधन अस्वीकृत हुआ। प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 2 विधेयक का अंग बना। प्रश्न है कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयक का अंग बने। मंत्री जी प्रस्ताव करेंगे विधेयक को पारित किया जाए।
महोदय, मैं प्रस्ताव करता हूं कि विधेयक को पारित किया जाए।
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पारित किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत हुआ, विधेयक पारित हुआ। अब आइटम नंबर 19 जम्मू कश्मीर पुनर्गठन संशोधन विधेयक 2023। प्रश्न है कि विधेयक पर विचार किया जाए। जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में विधेयक विचार करने हेतु प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत किया गया। अब सभा विधेयक पर खंडवार विचार करेगी। प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 2 विधेयक का अंग बना। श्री आलोक कुमार सुमन, संशोधन संख्या 1 से 3।
सर, आई एम मूविंग द
प्रस्ताव क्या है, क्या मूविंग करना चाहते हो आप? चलो, प्रश्न ये कि आलोक कुमार सुमन द्वारा प्रस्तुत संख्या 1 से 3 को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय ना वालों के पक्ष में, ना वालों के पक्ष में संशोधन स्वीकृत हुआ। उनको पता ही नहीं संशोधन क्या दिया है। प्रश्न है कि खंड 3 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 3 विधेयक का अंग बने। प्रश्न है कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयक का अंग बने। मंत्री जी प्रस्ताव करें विधेयक को पारित किया जाए।
महोदय, मैं प्रस्ताव करता हूं कि विधेयक को पारित किया जाए।
प्रश्न है कि विधेयक को पारित किया जाए। जो सदस्य पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत हुआ, विधेयक पारित हुआ। आइटम नंबर 20 केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय संशोधन विधेयक 2023। माननीय मंत्री जी।
Honorable Speaker sir, I move that the Central Universities Amendment Act 2023 bill further to amend the Central Universities Act 2009 to be taken into consideration. Honorable Speaker sir, I would like to express the Central Universities Amendment Act, Amendment Bill 2023 is the proposal for thus amending the Central Universities Act 2009 for setting up the Sharakka Central Tribal University in the state of Telangana. And if we recall, for the member of the House, I would like to state that to recall the 13th schedule to the Andhra Pradesh Recognition Act 2014, that is number 6 of 2014, inter alia, provides that the Government of India shall take steps to establish one central tribal university in the state of Telangana. That is, the establishment of Central Tribal University in Telangana is definitely an obligatory under Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act 2014. Yes, the Union Cabinet in the meeting held in 3rd October 2023 has approved the proposal for establishment of the University of Telangana. Yes, Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act 2014 also provides establishment of a central university and a Central Tribal University in Andhra Pradesh also.
Amendment Bill and the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Amendment Bill in the Lok Sabha. He said that the two bills will bring justice to those who have been deprived of their rights for the past 70 years. In fact, he said he is glad that no one opposed the bills while deliberating upon them. And the bill to amend the Jammu and Kashmir Reservation Act 2004 as well as the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act 2019 was moved by Amit Shah in Lok Sabha today. For the key takeaways, let's go across to my colleague Neeta Sharma, who joins us live at the moment. Neeta ma'am, now Amit Shah has argued that the two bills will bring justice to those who've been deprived of their rights for the past 70 years. He's also said one seat in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly will be reserved for those displaced from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Take us through Amit Shah's main arguments.
See, this is the Jammu and Kashmir Reservation Amendment Bill. As you were mentioning, that he said that it would get justice to all those deprived people and representation to all those who have been left out as far as Jammu and Kashmir governance is concerned. Since last say 70 years, as many as 46,631 people have been displaced. This is the figure which has been given by the Home Minister himself. And now he says earlier in JK Assembly, the total number of seats were 83, but now these seats have been increased to 90. As far as the reservations are concerned, 7 seats have been reserved for the SC people and 9 for the scheduled tribes. Apart from this, as you were also mentioning, 2 seats have been would be nominated by the Lieutenant Governor, which also includes 1 woman, and 1 seat would be nominated, has been kept reserved for people of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. So this is the new dynamics as far as the assembly is concerned. He also gave examples, you know, as to how 370 has paved a way to development. In fact, he also said, as far as figures are concerned, he said that how it has helped in creating better atmosphere as far as J&K is concerned. He gave figures also from 1914 to 1994 to 2004. He said, as far as the terrorism is concerned, as many as 40,164 terrorists were killed. But from 2004 to 2014, 7,217 terrorists were killed. But this figure changed when Narendra Modi came to power in 2014. The violence level came down as much as 70% down. From 2014 to 2023, only 2,197 terrorists were killed. Also, he said most of these actions which were initiated were police actions. So obviously, the cycle of violence changed. That is what the Home Minister said. He said, as far as citizens are also concerned, 72% less killings were reported. As far as security forces were concerned, 69% less cases were reported, and everything he related that because of 370, after 370 was revoked, because 370 was paving way to separatism and separatism was paving way to terrorism. He said after 2019, 5th of August 2019, things have changed, and that is why we have seen continuous development as far as J&K is concerned. He said the Narendra Modi government not only went after terrorists, but they also went after the ecosystem of the terrorism. He gave examples that National Investigating Agency registered 32 cases and 51 cases have been registered by state investigating agencies, out of which 83 were terror funding cases, 229 arrests have taken place, and 150 crore property has been seized in 57 cases. So obviously he gave numbers to support his argument. He said that how Congress has been, siding with separatists, how has been promoting separatism as far as J&K is concerned. But since the time Narendra Modi government has come, they have paved way to normalcy. Naya Kashmir, what he was talking about, he also spoke about the number of tourism, in 2014 when only 14 lakh people visited there, but now it's almost 2 crore. So he gave various examples to, differentiate as to what earlier was there and what the new Kashmir looks like.
As always, Neeta ma'am, thank you so much for taking us through all the details and the key takeaways from Amit Shah's arguments in Lok Sabha. In fact, the Home Minister also argued, and I quote, that Jammu and Kashmir has suffered immensely due to two blunders committed by Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, first by announcing ceasefire and then by taking the Kashmir issue to the United Nations. This is what Amit Shah has alleged in the Lok Sabha. We'll keep tracking the latest developments for you from across the country and the world. For now, we're stepping into a short break.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Tell you something, I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes. That would take him maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, right? And we said, is there a way we can identify these unarticulated criteria and somehow put all the relevant ones at the top on the first page? If you can save about a half an hour of your client's time.
And you managed to do that successfully?
Yes, we developed an algorithm. It took us a couple of years. We developed an algorithm that did precisely that. And it worked like a miracle because, only 5 people in the company knew how it worked. And the moment we introduced it, our sales team all got calls from clients saying, what is this? What have you done? This is fantastic, right? Now, that's how smart programming, AI, ML can help you.
And proprietary.
And proprietary.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. this World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
Welcome back. Let's get you a quick update from Rajasthan now, where two shooters who killed Sukhdev Singh Gogamedi, the chief of the right-wing group Rashtriya Rajput Karni Sena, have actually been identified by the Rajasthan police. The accused shot him multiple times from point-blank range yesterday in his house in Jaipur while having tea with him, as Harsha Kumari Singh was reporting from Ground Zero. Now, the police have formed multiple teams to find the accused and have announced a reward of 5 lakh rupees each for any information that can help them arrest the accused. Meanwhile, the supporters of Sukhdev have actually called a Jaipur Bandh today. For the latest from Ground Zero, let's go across to my colleague Harsha, who joins us over the phone line at the moment. Harsha, protests have intensified in several parts of Rajasthan, we're being told. And besides Jaipur, protests are also on in Udaipur, Alwar and Jodhpur districts?
Well, there are actually protests all across Rajasthan, and especially in the areas where the Rajput community lives. It's actually quite difficult to step out because, you know, they're burning tires and they put up barricades and they're kind of enforcing the Bandh. So, there's a lot of anger in the community across Rajasthan over this shootout. But, you know, the police sources do suggest that this appears to be because of inter-gang rivalry. There's some kind of a rivalry between this Godara gang, which is, as you know, operating from outside India. And it's got links with the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Now, these people are into some kind of an extortion or, there was probably some kind of a clash of interest over maybe land deeds, which could have led to this. The police are wanting, first priority is to arrest these two shooters who they have identified. By the way, both these shooters also have three criminal cases against them. And they have been identified. They are trying to arrest them, and then they will understand the motive behind this murder, is what we are being told by the police. In the meantime, of course, there's anger in the community, and it's also brought to the fore the expose the caste fault lines in the state.
As always, Harsha ma'am, thanks so much for joining us with the latest update from Ground Zero. In fact, Intel had suggested that Gogamedi was under threat and he had asked for security, but that request was not sanctioned. And as far as the Punjab police link is concerned, we are told that the Punjab police had warned the Rajasthan police regarding a threat. And now, as Harsha is reporting, 8 special police teams have been deployed to catch the shooters. Let's get you a quick update now from Andhra Pradesh, where life was thrown out of gear on the southern Andhra Pradesh coast as heavy rain and high-velocity winds triggered by cyclone Migjom lashed Bapatla town as well as nearby villages, uprooting trees and electric poles as well. There was also no power. Almost the entire district was plunged into darkness, and communication was cut off to Bapatla district as there was no mobile phone network due to this calamity. Before the latest from Ground Zero, listen in to my colleagues Pratibha and Sam Daniels' report.
We have with us the Executive Director of Andhra Pradesh State Disaster Management Authority, Mr. Nagaraj. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. The kind of devastation that it has left behind, can you throw light on this? 2 lives lost is what we hear.
Since the formation of the low pressure over southeast Bay of Bengal, state government has started the preparatory arrangements. Gearing up all the district administration, state administration, the senior officers, chief secretary to the government, special chief secretary to revenue department, and managing director Andhra Pradesh disaster management have been thoroughly reviewing and monitoring the situation from time to time. So as per the directions of the government of Andhra Pradesh, all the district collectors are on alert, taking all sorts of measures. And particularly in the districts of south coastal districts like Tirupati, Nellore, Prakasham, Bapatla and Krishna. As far as this human loss is concerned, there's only one human loss is reported. It's due to fall of huts wall. So therefore, I don't think any other human loss are reported.
There's also one constable who lost his life, is what we hear.
So he has been on duty while riding the motorbike. As a tree fallen on him and sudden death took place. And Honorable Chief Minister today reviewed thoroughly with all the district administration and the state departments all sorts of support to the family of the constable and also the kith and kin of that boy as provided.
Another big challenge has been the paddy fields. Most of them which have been inundated, the farmers have been complaining about the failure in terms of crops and all that they've lost. So what are the kind of steps that are being taken to help the farmers?
The government of Andhra Pradesh is a welfare and development oriented government. Farmers welfare and farmers development oriented government. So since the beginning, this government has been taking all sorts of steps to provide all sorts of support to the farmers. As far as this cyclone is concerned, the Rait Bharosa Kendras are there, and voluntary system we have. We have about 2 lakh plus volunteers who have been working with the public and also farmers. So keeping in view this cyclone, farmers have been advised to take care of the crop on the field and harvested crop. So farmers have been advised to shift the harvested crop to the safer places. Accordingly, they have shifted the harvested crop to the safer places, and the minimum loss is now caused to this farmers' crop and standing crops.
Also in terms of the devastation that we have seen in Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh being a very cyclone prone region, how would you compare the two and how prepared was Andhra Pradesh?
Yes, as you rightly said, Andhra Pradesh has been vulnerable to multiple disasters: cyclone, flood, drought, heavy rains, heat wave, and etc., etc. And right from the beginning, this government has been taking all sorts of steps to face these disasters. So we have very strong state emergency operations center, and every district, particularly as 12 coastal districts have got disaster management centers, which takes care of this. And we have very good technology that is being used to disseminate the messages about cyclone, floods, etc., etc. Particularly this cyclone period, we have sent about 4 crore disseminating messages to the subscribers who are living in these coastal areas. So well in advance we send the information so that the people living in area are taking care of themselves, and officials also have shifted the people from that area. So that's how we prevent the human loss, we prevent the property loss, and we prevent the livestock loss. So we have been quite successful in dealing with the disaster. The minimum human loss and the minimum livestock loss and the crop loss is also minimum as far as we receive the report.
In fact, like he said, yes, there are at least over 2,000 gauge stations that monitor the rainfall here, and plus they have been looking at a lot of these relief camps, around 200 of them, which succeeded in shifting over 16,000 people from the low-lying areas.
Joining us now, the Greater Chennai Police Commissioner, Mr. Sandeep Rathod. Thank you very much for your time, sir. What is the system being put in place to help marooned communities be taken to safety by boats?
As of now, throughout Chennai jurisdiction, we have number of boats which are operating. There are areas of waterlogging, and then there are areas only where people cannot be reached. So we are having boats into operation where people are without facilities, without medical aid, and some of them only need food items. All these things we are making arrangement throughout the city, especially southern portion of the city where we have more water logging. More than 20-25 boats are available. Boats from the National Disaster Response Force, inflatable, SDRF, then the District Disaster Response Force, and the boats which have been mobilized from the fishermen. They are all under operation right now. Maximum calls we are getting is for aid items, especially food items and medicines that we are providing right now.
Many express concerns that the boats are inadequate. The method in place now to contact asking for boats is not working. Can it be organized, streamlined?
No, it is already, I think that thing we contend. Every call which has been given has been logged by us. Each and every operation and the rescue are properly sent to the location. Even if a person is not able to tell their location, their loved ones and family members from outside are giving us the location. So we are reaching to everyone who is in distress. Sometimes our time of response may be little longer, but each and every call is being attended to.
Lastly, when do you think reasonably the waters would recede and power supply could be... I
presume in next 24 hours, most of such operation would have given the delivery which they are meant for.
Taking more boats?
No, more boats as and when required only. Right now we have sufficient boats and the coordinated effort is being ongoing.
Thank you very much. That's a Chennai Police Commissioner, Mr. Sandeep Rai Ratho, talking to us in Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find TV. We come to you from the Transi Nagar in Velicheri, a low-lying area where people have to wade through knee-deep to waist-deep waters to reach their homes around half a kilometer away. There's a mad rush for boats to help these stranded communities be brought to safety. And we understand a family is bringing an expecting mother. We're going to speak to him to understand what they're going through there. So how exactly is the situation at home?
Actually, nobody is there to help us. If somebody can help, they could go get the older people. Boats are very, very small. It's not safe. So request the government to give some bigger boat so that people out there can come out.
You're an expecting mother. Is it due shortly?
Yeah, I don't want to comment about that.
And you're in an apartment there, is it?
Yes.
And in terms of...
It's not about apartment. It's about getting the current and food on time. And people don't get
no relief at the moment.
No, enough support is not there. If people get the enough support, we will be
How difficult is it to get a boat?
It's really difficult. More than 1 hour we have to wait. 2 hours, 3 hours. Yesterday there were no boats.
We were waiting since yesterday.
Today only we are seeing 1 or 2 boats from morning.
And that's the situation at many low-lying pockets in Chennai. Communities complaining that they're not able to really get boats. There is kind of a confusion for boats, and they want a better coordinated operation so that communities can dial a number, vote in a more organized way than having to fight for boats. And authorities say they've deployed around 300 boats. They've also got reinforcements from the NDRF, and that these boats are actually reaching out to communities in affected low-lying pockets. So it's well more than 30 hours since the rain stopped after cyclone Migjom moved towards Andhra Pradesh and crossed over, but still many low-lying pockets in Chennai are inundated. Officials say waters are receding, while the core areas of Chennai have got relief in terms of turning dry. Here, it's a nightmare, and authorities say the waters are receding fast. It's slowing down because of the backlash from the sea. As this expectant mothers say, they need help, they need urgent, well-coordinated help to make sure the maroon communities will be able to come to safety. Particularly now there is no chance for them to get drinking water or water even for their basic needs in their stranded homes which are flooded. At Velicheri with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find TV.
In other news, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, HCL Corporation Chairperson Roshni Nadar Malhotra, the Steel Authority of India Chairperson Soma Mondal and Biocon Executive Chairperson Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw are the 4 Indians among the 100 named in the Forbes annual list of the world's most powerful women for the year 2023. Now, this list of the world's most powerful women also featured personalities like Taylor Swift, the US Vice President Kamala Harris, Beyonce and Melinda Gates. Meanwhile, hundreds of staff at the Washington Post will walk off the job for 24 hours tomorrow. We tell you why after this very short break.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of its, but you know, the kind of startups that excite you today, because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings, but I'm wondering today what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So,
unionized journalists at the Washington Post say they are going to stage a 24-hour strike to protest staff cuts and what they call management's failure to bargain in good faith in contract talks that have stretched on for about 18 months now. This latest labor clash comes a little more than a month after William Lewis, the former publisher of the Wall Street Journal, was named chief executive and publisher of the Post, as the Washington Daily newspaper was projecting a year-end loss of $100 million. The Post, by the way, is one of the many news outlets struggling to devise a sustainable business model in the decades since the internet upended the economics of journalism and digital advertising rates plummeted. Executives at the Post, which is owned by billionaire Amazon.com founder Jeff Bezos, said at the time of the Lewis announcement that they were offering voluntary buyouts across the company in a bid to reduce employee headcount by about 10% and shrink the size of the newsroom to about 940 journalists. The Washington-Baltimore News Guild, which represents more than 1,000 editorial, advertising and other non-news staff at the Post, they said mismanagement by the previous publisher led to nearly 40 layoffs last year, half from the newsroom, and the company was now seeking to cut another 240 jobs through buyouts. Now, while representatives for the newspaper's management did not immediately respond to a request for comment on the labor dispute, according to the union, management has threatened to impose more layoffs if too few staffers accept voluntary severance packages. The Guild, in an online statement, though, argues that this means fewer Post employees making the critical journalism that keeps our communities informed and holds public officials accountable. In fact, they assert the company's wage proposals would fail to keep pace with inflation or with the pay of the competitors. In fact, this minute-long video on your screens of theirs ends with the refrain, "Because we're worth more than our bosses are offering."
Experience a new Verilux progressive lens designed with artificial intelligence so it can predict your...
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends.
Welcome back. Indian cinema produces the most number of movies in the world, but how many times in a year have you seen an Indian children's film in theatres? Well, this weekend on the 8th of December, children's film Kasturi will hit theatres, and the film was actually honoured with a national award back in 2019, and finally in 2023, it's going to be released. What took so long? Well, director Vinod Kamble and Anurag Kashyap answer all your questions. We leave you with this.
We are here to talk with these two directors, national award-winning director here, and this one, who doesn't meet us very often, is here to present the film Kasturi. Kasturi is a very special film, but I want to go straight to 2019. Why did it take so long? इतना time क्यों लगा यार? 2023 end है ये to get this film out.
I think फिल्म को नेशनल अवार्ड मिलने के बाद ही लॉकडाउन हो गया था. लॉकडाउन हो गया था और लॉकडाउन में फिर जो है सारी बड़ी फिल्में ओटीटी पे आने लग गई थी. तो लॉकडाउन के दौरान छोटी फिल्में ओटीटी वाले ले नहीं रहे थे. पहले लॉकडाउन के पहले सारी छोटी फिल्में ओटीटी पे जाती थी, तो बड़ी फिल्में ओटीटी पे जाने लग गई तो ले नहीं रहे थे. और हमने फिल्म बाद में देखी काफ़ी, और तब से हम लोग लगे हुए थे. जब पहले रंजन ने देखी, जो हमारे कैंडी के प्रोड्यूसर हैं और सब, और रंजन का काफ़ी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन एक्सपीरियंस रहा है. इन्होंने मेरे को भेजा तो मैंने उनको पहले दिखाया. फिर उन्होंने मुझे बोला आप देखो अभी तुरंत. तो मैंने देखी. फिर मैंने कहा ये फिल्म के लिए नागराज चाहिए हमको. फिर मैं नागराज को भेजी. फिर नागराज ने फिल्म देखी. नागराज और विनोद की बात हुई. और फिर नागराज ने बोला हाँ. मैंने कहा ये फिल्म मिलके ही प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि नागराज ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट. नागराज विनोद कामले जो है ये ट्रू रिप्रेजेंटेटिव है, मैं सिर्फ इनेबलर हूँ.
Children's film is non-existent in Indian cinema, or here you have made a film like this. What inspired you to make a children's film? आप कुछ और भी बना सकते थे जो पैसे कमा सकती थी, just thinking about the economics of it, but what made you do this?
जब मैंने फिल्म जर्नी स्टार्ट की मेरी लाइफ में, तो मुझे जब भी पता क्या मुझसे बोलते हैं कि जब भी हम लिखते हैं कुछ कविता या कुछ आर्टिकल, तो मुझे लगता है कि हम जो हमारे नज़दीक का सब्जेक्ट है या नज़दीक जो भी हमने देखा है सुना है हमारे आजू बाजू, वही इस पर हम रिएक्ट करते हैं पहले. तो जब मेरे दिमाग में आया कि हम फिल्म बना सकता हूँ, मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस आया. उससे पहले मैंने 2 शॉर्ट फिल्म बनाई थी. पोस्टमार्टम उसका नाम था. तो मुझे लगा कि अभी मैं फीचर कर सकता हूँ. तो मुझे सब्जेक्ट चुनना था. तो मुझे लगा कि ये सब्जेक्ट राइट है, जो जिसमें इनोसेंस है उस बच्चे में, उसके जर्नी में, जिससे हम लोगों को ये बता सकते हैं, ये वर्ल्ड दिखा सकते हैं, उसको बेटर अंडरस्टैंड कर सकते हैं ऑडियंस या जूरी जो भी इस फिल्म को देख सकते हैं. तो मुझे लगा कि इसी पॉइंट पे हम आगे जाके इस पे लिखेंगे और फिल्म बनाएंगे. क्योंकि क्या होता है कि बच्चे बहुत ही इनोसेंसली अपना जो भी वजूद है या जो भी अपना बात है बहुत ही प्यार से रखते हैं, और ऑडियंस तक उसी तरह वो पहुंचती है, ना कोई फिल्टर करके. तो मुझे लगा कि वही बात मुझे लगी, और इसीलिए उस पॉइंट पे मैंने स्क्रिप्ट लिखी.
There's a very thin line between a child watching this film and enjoying it, and children in the film, but it is made for big people, older people, right? तो ये कैसी फिल्म है? बच्चे देख पाएंगे? कैसा लगेगा? What is the age group? वो मुझे बताइए.
जैसे सेंसर सर्टिफिकेट मिला है हमें, तो 12 साल के ऊपर के बच्चे अपने पेरेंट के साथ देख सकते हैं. खुशी इस बात की है कि धर्मशाला फिल्म फेस्टिवल में 6 स्टैंडर्ड के 7 स्टैंडर्ड के बच्चों ने फिल्म देख ली है ऑलरेडी. वो कॉन्वेंट स्कूल के बच्चे थे दिल्ली के. तो वहाँ का रिव्यू मुझे बहुत ही अच्छा आया. उस टाइम बच्चे ने मुझे हैंड राइटिंग में लिखा एक रिव्यू मुझे भेजा व्हाट्सएप पे. और एक बच्चे ने तो खड़े होकर ये बताया कि मेरे घर में हम जो भी काम करते हैं हमारे हाथ के नीचे, उनके लिए हम अलग गिलास रखते हैं, तो यहाँ से जाने के बाद मैं वो बंद करूंगा. तो मुझे लगता है ये फिल्म उन सब के लिए है जो सेंसिबल है, ह्यूमन है, जो
सारे बच्चे
हैं
और बहुत अंडर एस्टिमेट करते हैं.
यस, उनके अंडरस्टैंडिंग हमसे बेटर है दुनिया की.
हम इंडिया में देखते हैं बच्चों की फिल्में बिल्कुल नहीं बनती है. आपको क्या लगता है, what is the reason? Why don't we have children's film?
इंडिया में फिल्म मेकिंग जो है ना एक बहुत बड़ा कॉमर्स, तो बच्चों की फिल्म नहीं बनती, डॉक्यूमेंट्री नहीं बनती, हम लोग ऐसा हाँ, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ रिलीज नहीं होती। फैक्ट ये कि हमारी डॉक्यूमेंट्री 3 साल से ऑस्कर नॉमिनेट हो रही है, 2 साल से, करेक्ट, अवार्ड जीत रही हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पे रिलीज नहीं होती तो लोगों को पता नहीं चलता। चिल्ड्रंस फिल्म बनती हैं लेकिन रिलीज नहीं होती हैं तो लोगों को पता नहीं चलता।
क्यों रिलीज नहीं होती है?
क्योंकि हम सबसे
लोग नहीं आते थिएटर में।
नहीं, लोग भी आएंगे थिएटर में। हमारे यहाँ ऐसा सपोर्टिव पॉलिसी नहीं है। हमारे यहाँ 12,000 थिएटर है, 1.4 बिलियन पॉपुलेशन के लिए, 12,000 स्क्रीन है। चीन में हमसे कम पॉपुलेशन है, वहां पे 1 लाख से 10 लाख स्क्रीन है, तो हर पिक्चर को बराबर मौका मिलता है। अब यहाँ पे एक पिक्चर अगर हिट हो जाती है तो उसकी वजह से कई अगले हफ्ते, उसके अगले हफ्ते, जब तक ये बड़ी पिक्चर चलती रहेगी, हर फिल्म में इफेक्ट होती रहेगी। क्योंकि थिएटर वालों के लिए भी बिजनेस है, थिएटर वालों ने भी कोविड लॉकडाउन में नुकसान उठाया। हर आदमी के लिए तो बिजनेस है, हर आदमी को बेसिक तो रिकवर करना ही है। तो उनको आप कैसे कहोगे कि भाई जो आपके लिए पैसे कमा के दे रहा है उसको हटा दो और इसको मौका दो? उसके लिए चैरिटी सी होती है, उसके लिए पेट्रन सी होते हैं। थिएटर पहले कैसे चलता था? पेट्रन चलता था। शपूर जी, पैलन जी की वजह से पृथ्वी थिएटर था। तो आर्ट के लिए पेट्रन चाहिए होता है।
कस्तूरी के बारे में बात करते हैं। यू नो द किड्स, एक सेकंड के लिए भी नहीं लगता है कि वो एक्टिंग कर रहे हैं। हाउ डिड यू ब्रिंग दैट आउट ऑफ अ चाइल्ड हु आर सो नेचुरल, दे डोंट लुक लाइक दे आर एक्टिंग?
इसके लिए वो एक चैलेंज भी है, ऐसे बच्चों के साथ काम करना, और एक मजा भी है। चैलेंजिंग ज्यादा है क्योंकि कब वो कैसे रिएक्ट हो हमें नहीं पता होता है। इसलिए उनको मैंने मेरे साथ में रखा 3-4 महीने, मेरे साथ ही। वहां से वो स्कूल जाते थे, मेरे पास ही आके खाना या सोना हो, हम एक ही बिल्डिंग में रहते थे। सो मुझे जो भी मुझे गोपी का कैरेक्टर या आदिम का कैरेक्टर मुझे जैसे विजुअलाइज हुआ है, उनको मैं डेली बेसिस पे उनसे एक टास्क दे के या कुछ बोल के या लोकेशन पे जाके रिहर्सल करता था, वो शूट करके उनको दिखाता था कि ऐसा हो रहा है, ये नहीं होना चाहिए, ऐसा होना चाहिए। तो मुझे ये 3-4 महीने मेरे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट थे उनको।
श्योर, बट यहाँ पे मैं 5 साल की बेटी को रिविजन नहीं करा पा रही हूँ, लिखा नहीं पा रही हूँ। आप उनको रोज रोज बोल के, एंड उनका भी पेशेंस होना चाहिए, राइट? बट कभी ऐसा हुआ है जैसे नहीं हो रहा है, नहीं कर रहा?
बहुत बार हुआ है, एक्सीडेंट हुए सेट पे या रिहर्सल टाइम। लेकिन क्या होता है कि आप जब जीत पे अड़ जाते हैं तो सब कुछ मुमकिन है।
अच्छा, आपकी कौन सी कोई फेवरेट फिल्म, चिल्ड्रंस फिल्म दैट यू हैव वॉच्ड, और मेमोरी फ्रॉम योर चाइल्डहुड?
फेवरेट चिल्ड्रंस फिल्म, एक फिल्म आई थी कहानी, वो गुलजार साहब के इसमें था ना, किताब।
आई नो दिस।
वो मुझे बचपन में बहुत इफेक्ट की, छोटा था जब मैं।
आपके
मेरे लिए मराठी में फिल्म बनी थी ये छकोला, जो महेश कोठारे उन्होंने फिल्म की थी। तो वो बहुत सारे मेमोरीज है बचपन की, जो संडे को सिनेमा लगता था। तो कहीं ना कहीं उसका रिफ्लेक्शन अभी मेरे लाइफ में दिख रहा है, जो मैं फिल्में बना रहा हूँ।
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav. Only on NDTV 24/7.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors, and you think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in, they diligence the company, they diligence the founder, and they conclude that the founder is honest and trustworthy, right? And that is the case in 95% of the situations. Most Indian founders are trustworthy and honest, right? But there are maybe 2, 3, 4, 5% who perhaps are not that clean, right? And those are the cases that have got highlighted actually. And now having said that, I think a lot will depend on what actions investors take after they discover this. And you certainly can't let things be. That's not a good idea in my view.
Is there a middle sort of category of governance lapses, which is, you know, chasing growth at the cost of strong processes? I mean, I'm trying to understand if there's a redeeming type of mistake or governance path.
So you can make mistakes of business judgment, right? Those are honest mistakes.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us for all the top news stories. The Jammu and Kashmir reorganization bill was just passed in Parliament. Also, coming up ahead, new details on why the Karni Sena leader was shot dead. Let's take a look at the headlines at this hour. The Jammu and Kashmir reorganization bill is passed in the Lok Sabha. Home Minister Amit Shah says hope for a terror-free Jammu and Kashmir by 2026, but the opposition walks out of Parliament over certain comments made by the Home Minister. Massive protest by supporters of prominent Rajput leader Sukhdev Singh Goga Mehdi after he was shot dead in his Jaipur home. The police say the killers have been identified. Also, sources have claimed that he was shot at the behest of Rohit Godara. It was inter-gang rivalry. Still no names announced for chief ministership of the three states. The BJP could be considering fresh faces, is what sources have told NDTV. Late night, there was a meeting at the Prime Minister's house with Amit Shah and JP Nadda. The gaumutra row in Parliament. The DMK MP who made the gaumutra comments about North India apologizes and withdraws his remarks. But Union Minister Anurag Thakur says the India bloc humiliates Sanatan. And speaking to NDTV about her new book on her father, Sharmishta Mukherjee says her father lost faith in Rahul Gandhi after he tore the ordinance in 2013, and that Pranab Mukherjee cautioned the Modi government on several issues. Let's get you the latest from Parliament. And today, Union Home Minister Amit Shah spoke at length about the situation in Jammu and Kashmir. He was responding to the debate on the Jammu and Kashmir Reservation Bill and the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Amendment Bill in the lower house that said the two bills will bring justice to those who have been deprived of their rights for the past 70 years. He said he is glad that no one opposed the bills while deliberating upon them, but the opposition also spoke out. There were some angry scenes and there was a walkout as the bill was passed. Let's just listen into some of the key comments made by the Home Minister.
मैं जो बिल लेकर आया हूं, जो विधेयक लेकर इस महान सदन की सहमति प्राप्त करने के लिए मैं खड़ा हुआ हूं, वो बिल 70 सालों से जिन्हों को अन्याय हुआ है, जो अपमानित हुए और जिनकी अनदेखी की गई है, वो सभी लोगों को न्याय दिलाने का बिल है, उनको अधिकार दिलाने का। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, ये बिल किसी भी समाज में जो डिप्राइव लोग होते हैं उनको आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए। ये भारतीय संविधान की मूल भावना है, परंतु उसके साथ साथ इसका सम्मान न कम हो, इस तरह से आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए। अधिकार देना और अधिकार सम्मान के साथ देना, दोनों में बड़ा फर्क है। इसलिए कमजोर और वंचित वर्ग के जगह अन्य पिछड़ा वर्ग ये नामकरण बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। 80 के दशक के बाद आतंकवाद का एक दौर भी आया और वो बड़ा भयावह दृश्य था। पीढ़ियों से, सदियों से जो लोग अपनी भूमि पर रहते थे, अपना देश समझकर रहते थे, अपनी जन्मभूमि समझकर रहते थे, वो मूल समेत उखड़ गए माने। और किसी ने इनकी केयर नहीं करी, इनकी चिंता भी नहीं करी, ना इसको रोकने का प्रयास किया। और कई बार तो मान्यवर रोकने की जिनकी जिम्मेदारी थी वो इंग्लैंड में वैकेशन कर रहे थे। जब ये विस्थापित हुए तब देश के अन्य हिस्सों में, अपने ही देश में शरणार्थी बनकर उनको जाना पड़ा। लगभग वर्तमान के आंकड़ों के अनुसार 46,631 परिवार और 1,57,967 लोग अपने ही देश में विस्थापित हो गए। ये बिल उनको अधिकार देने का है, ये बिल उनको प्रतिनिधित्व देने का है। मान्यवर, किसी ने भी नहीं कहा था कि आर्टिकल 370 जाने के बाद कश्मीर में आतंकवाद समाप्त हो जाएगा। आर्टिकल 370 जाने से अलगाववाद में बहुत बड़ी कमी आने वाली है और इसके कारण आतंकवादी भावनाओं में कमी आएगी। रिकॉर्ड की बात है भाई, 1994 से 2004, इसमें शासन पर मैं नहीं जा रहा, कालखंड बोल रहा हूं, कई शासन आए हैं। टोटल आतंकवाद की कुल घटनाएं 40,164 हुई। छोटी छोटी घटनाएं भी है, कुछ बड़ी भी है। 2004 से 14 मनमोहन सिंह सोनिया जी के शासन का समय, आतंकवाद की घटनाएं 7,217 हुई, 7,270। और नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार में 14 से 23 तक सिर्फ 2,000 हुई, 70% की कमी आई। नेहरू के समय में जो ब्लंडर हुआ था, इसके कारण कश्मीर को भुगतना पड़ा। मैं मान्यवर इस सदन में खड़ा रहकर आपके आसन के सामने जिम्मेदारी के साथ कहता हूं कि दो बड़ी गलतियां जो पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू के प्रधानमंत्री काल में हुई, उनके लिए गए निर्णयों से हुई। इसके कारण सालों तक कश्मीर ने सहन करना पड़ा। एक सबसे बड़ी गलती, जब हमारी सेना जीत रही थी, पंजाब का एरिया आते ही सीज फायर कर दिया गया और पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर का जन्म हुआ। अगर सीज फायर 3 दिन लेट होता तो पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर आज भारत का हिस्सा। मान्यवर, एक ही गलती बताने से इतना तिल मिला गया।
नहीं, मैंने हटा दिया।
मैं तो सिर्फ नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है, मैं सिर्फ 2 ही बताना चाहता हूँ। एक, पूरा कश्मीर जीते बगैर सीज फायर कर लिया, और दूसरा, यूएन के अंदर हमारे मसले को ले जाने की बहुत बड़ी गलती की।
All right, so those are the comments made as the Home Minister was presenting the bill, and it was passed finally, Neeta, in the lower house, in the Lok Sabha. Give us more details of what this now means. When will elections take place in Jammu and Kashmir? And we also saw there were, some tense moments with the opposition, protesting over the criticism of Nehru.
Absolutely. The Congress obviously tried to, speak up, saying that everything can't be put down on Nehru only, because Mr. Amit Shah categorically said that there were 2 blunders as far as creation of POJK is concerned. One, as you were hearing, that ceasefire was declared when the opposite forces had reached Punjab, and if the ceasefire would have declared 3 days later, then POJK would not have been, made off. And the second was approaching UN when India did so during the time when Prime Minister was Jawaharlal Nehru. But apart from that, Gargi, as far as this this bill is concerned, JNK Reservation Amendment Bill, this is a very important bill for people who have been displaced, who are migrants in their own country for last so many years, last 70 years. And that's what Union Home Minister says, that this bill has been brought to give them equality, to give them representation in their own land. Earlier in the Assembly, Gargi, as we all know, there were 83 seats, but now after the Delimitation Commission report has come, it has been increased to 90. Like in Jammu, there were 37 seats, 37 assembly seats. They have been increased to 43, and in Kashmir there were 46 seats. It has been increased to 47. So in all there are 90 seats. Among them there are 7 seats for scheduled caste and 9 for scheduled tribe. But now 2 seats have been reserved for nominated seats are going to be reserved, and LG is going to nominate them. One is going to be woman. These are going to be migrant seats, and 1 seat is going to be nominated from POJK area. So these are the developments which would be taking place once the assembly convenes as far as JNK is concerned, or when the elections take place. But Mr. Amit Shah gave a very categorical and a very forceful reply as far as what has changed since the time Narendra Modi has come to power in Jammu and Kashmir. He said, he gave lot many figures also, Gargi, like he gave blocks from 1994. He gave figures as far as number of terrorists have been killed. He said from 1994 to 2004, as many as 40,000 plus terrorists have been eliminated, and from 2004 to 2014, 7,217 terrorists have been killed. But we have to also remember that from 2004, ceasefire was also declared between India and Pakistan. But Mr. Shah also claimed that from 2014 to 2023, violence decreased almost 70%, and only 2,197 terrorists were eliminated by security forces. He also pointed out that most of this violence was police action, it was a counter police action. It was not initiated by terrorists, it was initiated by police. So he gave examples that how as far as citizens killings is also concerned, 72% decline was noted in that, and 69% decline was noted as far as security forces killings is concerned. Earlier he also gave examples that in 2010 there were many number of hartals, there were stone pelting issues, cases. He said now those numbers have also come down, and in 2023 no hartals or no stone pelting cases have come forward. He said now Narendra Modi Sarkar has been targeting the ecosystem of terrorism. They are not only going after terrorists, but they are also targeting the ecosystem, he says, and that is why they are going after financing. To eliminate the root cause of terrorism, they need to go after financing of terror-related cases. To give examples, he said that 32 cases were registered by NIA and 51 were registered by SIA. In fact, he said 83 cases have a direct link of terror funding and financing, and about 150 crore property in 57 cases has been seized. So he gave examples as to what Naya Kashmir now looks like, how tourism has gone ahead. Like in 2014, about 14 lakh tourists visited Jammu and Kashmir, but now the figure is almost going to touch 2 crore this year. So he gave many examples, and he also said that as far as Article 370 is concerned, that was a temporary provision and it was written in that, and Congress is obviously forgetting about that. Gargi?
All right, Neeta, thanks so much for taking us through all that happened in the Lok Sabha today as those 2 bills were passed. In other news, BJP MPs who won the state polls in the elections that were held in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh will quit parliament, including Chief Minister hopefuls. Remember, many of the BJP leaders who quit parliament are believed to be in the race to become chief ministers of 3 states that the BJP won on Sunday: Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. There were members of parliament who were sent to fight the state elections. Their resignations have ramped up speculation. The party could make these announcements shortly, perhaps even today. BJP sources told NDTV this morning the party may choose new faces, ruling out a 5th term for Madhya Pradesh's Shivraj Singh Chauhan. The 2 other states were earlier held by the Congress.
हाँ, निश्चित रूप से मैं अभी कुछ देर बाद मंत्रिपरिषद से इस्तीफा दूंगा।
तो हम उम्मीद करें कि मध्य प्रदेश में धन्यवाद।
All right, let's focus now on Rajasthan, where protests have been taking place after the murder of Karni Sena leader, and now police sources saying that it is related to Rohit Godara, that this was inter-gang rivalry. Meanwhile, today Bandh was called in Rajasthan and protests taking place in different parts of the state. Let's go across to Harsha first for more on the murder. Remember, the 2 men who carried out this shooting have been identified by the police. And Harsha, now they're saying that this is to do with Rohit Godara. Give us more details of what you're hearing.
Well, you know, the police is very clear that, you know, till they don't arrest the shooters, they will not really be able to unravel this crime. So the first priority for the police is to arrest the shooters and then get to the bottom of it. Of course, there are several theories as to what could have been the motive of the crime. Now, it does appear to be some kind of inter-gang rivalry. This Rohit Godara has claimed responsibility for it. That needs to be verified, of course. But, you know, these gangs are all involved in extortion, land grab, you know, occupying properties, these kind of things. And Sukhdev Singh Gogamedi also had a history. He's a recorded history sheeter in his home district, that is Hanumangarh, and he has several cases of extortion, abduction and murder against him. And I think the last case was about 2018. Then, of course, he metamorphosized into this social worker and the leader of the Rajput Karni Sena. Now, remember, he's also had a fallout with the actual Karni Sena, who didn't want probably elements like him in the Karni Sena. So that time they had split. But actually what this case has done is it's exposed the caste fault lines in Rajasthan, brought these to the fore. So you see offshoot of Rajput organizations, very many Rajput organizations out on the streets calling for buns actually. So it has to be at one level tackled politically. The other level is to handle the case as a criminal case. And in that case, if there's inter-gang rivalry, there seems to have been some kind of an inter-gang rivalry, that could be a possible reason. That's what the police are exploring, that angle. Also, they are exploring the Anand Pal angle. Now, remember, Anand Pal was killed in a police encounter. And Anand Pal actually, you know, some of his offshoots also operate from Dubai. And there was a lot of social outcry when Anand Pal was killed. A lot of money was collected for him. But, you know, perhaps some of that money did not reach some members of the Anand Pal gang. So, you know, it could be. I mean, it's quite murky. It's not as clear as it seems, you know. There seems to have been some inter-gang rivalry. There seems to have been some fallout over either some criminal money or some kind of funds. Police are exploring all these angles, and even Rohit Godara, they're exploring that angle. They haven't put in a final word on it. And, you know, and Rohit Godara is also linked to Lawrence Bishnoi. So these are people, even when they are in jail, or Rohit Godara, for example, is wanted by the NIA. But he's operating from outside the country. And these two people who have been hired are probably hired assassins, Supari killers. But till they are not arrested, it will be a little difficult to arrive at the conclusion. That's why the Rajasthan police has formed a special investigating team. So the Rajasthan police under the SIT and the Jaipur police are going to work in coordination to arrest first and foremost these Supari killers who shot him in that brazen manner in his house.
Right, absolutely shocking. That footage disturbing. Also, I would tell viewers not to watch it. But Harsha, what about the protests that are taking place? We saw visuals of large gatherings in Udaipur and various parts. It's under control because this is a time also that there's this limbo in Rajasthan. You don't have a government in place.
Well, yes, you know, the protesters have been out. It's a sort of a very spontaneous kind of anger in the Rajput community. And, you know, they are the ones who are calling out for the buns and going out actually shutting down shops and, you know, putting out barricades and things. So apart from some stray incidents of stone pelting, one place in Bhilwara where a train was also stopped, by and large, the bun has gone out without any big untoward incident. So that's how it has, you know, I mean, in that sense, the bun has passed off. And if the police gets to the bottom of it, I think the law and order will calm down. But of course, another concern is that the family has not taken the body yet. In fact, the Rajput groups are not letting the family take the body. So that will also become a negotiating point.
All right, Harsha, thanks so much for joining us with all those details and the latest on this murder in Rajasthan. Well, with that, we'll slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side. Do stay with us.
क्या चल रहा है? लिविंग रूम में जैकवार लग रहा है। लिविंग रूम में?
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1
has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy would grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
A few days since the elections were declared for the states of Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, but we still don't know who is going to be the chief minister. Sources have told NDTV it could be that this time around the BJP could choose new faces for the post of chief minister in these 3 states where it posted a thumping poll victories, and the selection would be done keeping the 2024 general elections in mind, is what sources have said. So let's take a look at who are some of the names doing the rounds. Well, as far as Rajasthan goes, we do know Rajavardhan Rathore, Kirori Lal Meena met with JP Nadda, Narendra Singh Tomar, Prahlad Patel met Nadda as well. Also, these members of parliament have stepped down after having fought elections and with their names in the fray for chief ministership. So will we see the old guard, making way for this generational shift in these states? A 4.5-hour meeting was held at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence yesterday, during which the front runners in the 3 states were considered. The meeting was attended by the Prime Minister, Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP chief. Now, in Madhya Pradesh, incumbent Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan is a contender for the top post, we're being told, but that's along with the union ministers Prahlad Patel, Jyotiraditya Scindia and Narendra Singh Tomar, as well as senior state leader Kailash Vijayvargiya. Several names are doing the rounds in Rajasthan. Now, while former Chief Minister Vasundhara Raje has been elected as an MLA and she has the support of a sizable number of MLAs, Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, Union Ministers Gajendra Singh Shekhawat and Arjun Ram Meghwal, State Party President CP Joshi, and of course prominent leaders like Diya Kumari, who belongs to the erstwhile royal family of Jaipur, as well as Mahant Balak Nath, who is seen as this new saffron leader there in Rajasthan. They're also being seen as probable. So no clarity yet on who will be the chief ministers in these 3 states where the BJP got a resounding victory. But no such suspense for Telangana, where Revanth Reddy is going to be the next chief minister. The announcement was made by the Congress. Reddy had always been the front runner for the chief minister's post in the state, even as the Congress weaved its campaign around him. The oath-taking ceremony is now scheduled for the 7th, and a few ministers also expected to be sworn in along with Revanth Reddy. So that will be taking place tomorrow. Well, now to Mizoram, where political history was scripted, as for the first time 3 women candidates at a time elected to the 40-member state assembly. The most talked about of these women who have been elected is 32-year-old Beryl Vane Sanghi, a radio jockey, TV presenter with a sizable Instagram following, and a corporator who is now the youngest MLA of Mizoram. This is a welcome change in the Christian majority Mizoram, where the society follows a patriarchal culture. Ratnadeep Chaudhary reports.
This 32-year-old radio jockey and TV presenter turned politician, Beryl Vane Sanghi, extremely popular in Mizoram, is now the youngest woman MLA to be elected to the Mizoram Assembly after winning from the Aizawl South 3 constituency. After her victory, the famous social media influencer says more women need to be involved in governance.
Even if you're girl or female, it doesn't mean that this has to stop us from doing something that we like and we are passionate about. So I would like to encourage, and also I would like to send a message to all the female in any community and society that if you want to go for it, then you can go for it. So let's all, but we have to have the passion and we have to, have the dream about it. And then it's possible. Anything is possible.
Mizoram has elected a record 3 women to the state assembly this time. Zoram People's Movement candidate Lalrin Pui won from the Lungle East constituency. while Pravo Chakma of the Mizo National Front won from the West Tuipui seat. Women representation in the 40-member Mizoram Assembly, though, is still an abysmal 7.5%. While female voters outnumber men in Mizoram, their representation inside the assembly and government has been dismal. With the Christian-dominated Mizo society following a patriarchal culture, Mizoram's main political parties hardly nominate women candidates in most elections. For instance, in 2023, just 16 women fought the polls.
Mizoram got its first women legislator way back in 1978 and the first women minister in the year 1987 and the second women minister only in 2017. In a state where women voters outnumber men, the representation of women inside the assembly and in the government had been rather dismal. But this time, with the election of 3 women candidates, perhaps a wind of change is blowing in Mizoram. In Guwahati, Ratndeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
All right, let's get to the latest on the cyclone, and life was thrown out of gear on the southern Andhra Pradesh coast as heavy rain and high-velocity winds are triggered by cyclone Meghjom lashed Bapatla town and nearby villages, uprooting trees and electric poles. As there was no power, almost the entire district was plunged into darkness. Communication was cut off to Bapatla district as there was no mobile phone network due to the calamity. You can imagine many angry people there, but the administration also working round the clock to ensure normalcy. NDTV's Pratibha spoke to the disaster management official.
We have with us the Executive Director of Andhra Pradesh State Disaster Management Authority, Mr. Nagaraj. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. The kind of devastation that it has left behind, can you throw light on this? 2 lives lost is what we hear.
Since the formation of the low pressure over southeast Bay of Bengal, state government has started the preparatory arrangements, gearing up all the district administration, state administration, the senior officers, chief secretary to the government, special chief secretary to revenue department, and managing director Andhra Pradesh disaster management have been thoroughly reviewing and monitoring the situation from time to time. So as per the directions of the government of Andhra Pradesh, all the district collectors are on alert, taking all sorts of measures. And particularly in the districts of south coastal districts like Tirupati, Nellore, Prakasham, Bapatla and Krishna. As far as this human loss is concerned, there's only 1 human loss is reported. It's due to fall of huts wall. So therefore, I don't think any other human loss are reported.
There's also 1 constable who lost his life, is what we hear.
So he has been on duty while riding the motorbike. As a tree fallen on him and sudden death took place. And Honorable Chief Minister today reviewed thoroughly with all the district administration and the state departments all sorts of support to the family of the constable and also the kith and kin of that boy as provided.
Another big challenge has been the paddy fields. Most of them which have been inundated, the farmers have been complaining about the failure in terms of crops and all that they've lost. So what are the kind of steps that are being taken to help the farmers?
The government of Andhra Pradesh is a welfare and development oriented government. Farmers welfare and farmers development oriented government. So since the beginning, this government has been taking all sorts of steps to provide all sorts of support to the farmers. As far as this cyclone is concerned, the Rait Bharosa Kendras are there, and voluntary system we have. We have about 2 lakh plus volunteers who have been working with the public and also farmers. So keeping in view this cyclone, farmers have been advised to take care of the crop on the field and harvested crop. So farmers have been advised to sift the harvested crop to the safer places. Accordingly, they have shifted the harvested crop to the safer places, and the minimum loss is now caused to this farmers' crop and standing crops.
Also, in terms of the devastation that we have seen in Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh being a very cyclone-prone region, how would you compare the two, and how prepared was Andhra Pradesh?
Yes, as you rightly said, Andhra Pradesh has been vulnerable to multiple disasters: cyclone, flood, drought, heavy rains, heat wave, and etc., etc. And right from the beginning, this government has been taking all sorts of steps to to face these disasters. So we have very strong state emergency operations center, and every district, particularly as 12 coastal districts have got disaster management centers, which takes care of this. And we have very good technology that is being used to disseminate the messages about cyclone, floods, etc., etc. Particularly this cyclone period, we have sent about 4 crore disseminating messages to the subscribers who are living in these coastal areas. So well in advance we send the information so that the people living in area are taking care of themselves, and officials also have shifted the people from that area. So that's how we prevent the human loss, we prevent the property loss, and we prevent the livestock loss. So we have been quite successful in dealing with the disaster. The minimum human loss and the minimum livestock loss and the crop loss is also minimum as far as we receive the report.
In fact, like he said, yes, there are at least over 2,000 gauge stations that monitor the rainfall here, and plus they have been looking at a lot of these relief camps, around 200 of them, which succeeded in shifting over 16,000 people from the low-lying areas.
All right, so that is the situation in Andhra Pradesh. However, in Chennai, low-lying pockets still remain flooded on day 2 after cyclone Mijong triggered 44 centimeters of rain in 36 hours. Boats have been deployed. Residents are asking for a well-coordinated rescue effort for the marooned community, and there's a rush for boats, also leading sometimes to confusion. Sam Daniel speaks to the Chennai Police Commissioner.
Joining us now, the Greater Chennai Police Commissioner, Mr. Sandeep Rathore. Thank you very much for your time, sir. What is the system being put in place to help marooned communities be taken to safety by boats?
As of now, throughout Chennai jurisdiction, we have number of boats which are operating. There are areas of water logging, and then there are areas only where people cannot be reached. So we are having boats into operation where people are without facilities, without medical aid, and some of them only need food items. All these things we are making arrangement throughout the city, especially southern portion of the city where we have more water logging. More than 20-25 boats are available. Boats from the National Disaster Response Force, inflatable, SDRF, then the District Disaster Response Force, and the boats which have been mobilized from the fishermen. They are all under operation right now. Maximum calls we are getting is for aid items, especially food items and medicines that we are providing right now.
Many express concerns that the boats are inadequate. The method in place now to contact asking for boats is not working. Can it be organized, streamlined?
No, it is already, I think that thing we contend. Every call which has been given has been logged by us. Each and every operation and the rescue are properly sent to the location. Even if a person is not able to tell their location, their loved ones and family members from outside are giving us the location. So we are reaching to everyone who is in distress. Sometimes our time of response may be little longer, but each and every call is being attended to.
Lastly, when do you think reasonably the waters would recede and power supply could be...
I presume in next 24 hours, most of such operation would have given the delivery which they are meant for.
Taking more boats?
No, more boats as and when required only. Right now we have sufficient boats, and the coordinated effort is being ongoing.
Thank you very much. That's a Chennai Police Commissioner, Mr. Sandeep Rathore, talking to us in Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
And now for Indians on the Forbes list of most powerful women for 2023, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, HCL Corporation Chairperson Roshni Nadar Malhotra, Steel Authority of India Chairperson Soma Mondal and Biocon Executive Chairperson Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw are the 4 Indians among the 100 named in the Forbes annual list of the world's most powerful women of the year. The Forbes list of the world's most powerful women also features personalities like Taylor Swift, US Vice President Kamala Harris, Beyonce and Melinda Gates. For that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side. A special interview with Anurag Kashyap.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
I think the first thing is one very important question. But I asked Deepinder Goyal first time I met him. So the thing, Zomato was then called Food eBay, right? And I used to visit the site regularly.
Another day, another high for the markets, another record high for both the Nifty and the Sensex. We've seen global brokerages be upbeat on India. JP Morgan, of course, Morgan Stanley, CLSA and Nomura upgrade India to overweight. We've seen Goldman Sachs also upgrading Indian shares to overweight. Goldman Sachs also downgrading Hong Kong listed Chinese companies. And of course, India set to become the 3rd largest economy by 2030, says S&P. S&P has also said India to drive Asia-Pacific growth as China's fortunes wane. So all of these brokerages upbeat on the Indian economy and Indian shares. We've also seen market cap of BSE-listed firms cross that $4 trillion mark, remember. Others, of course, in the 4 trillion club are US, China, Japan and Hong Kong. We've also seen experts look forward to and celebrate the fact that Q2 GDP growth came in at 7.6%, beating all estimates, and investors, of course, more recently cheering the 3-state win for BJP, economic data and policy reforms and consistency, many believe. Now, of course, leaving that aside, if we see the Sensex alone has zoomed over 3,000 points in just December so far. So that graph really is saying the real picture as far as, the pace at which the stock markets are rising, and very, very crucial there. Now, leaving that aside, we've seen heavyweight stock surge from financials to consumption-related stocks. We've seen Adani Group stocks also continue that robust rally and surging in the last 2 days after a US agency found the accusations by Hindenburg against the Adani-led conglomerate and said they're irrelevant, essentially. So we've seen all of these stocks surge, and we've seen a market momentum really like never before. Joining to decode, for all of us, joining us to decode this market momentum that is now, in the first 5 days alone of December, as we've seen the Sensex zoom over 3,000 points. We've, of course, seen in the last 2 months alone. In November, remember, we also saw FIIs turn net buyers, essentially. So we've seen so many of these multiple factors, IPOs flooding the Lal Street like never before, and all of these factors to decode really where this will take our market forward. We are joined by Sanchita Mukherjee, business economist, and Nasir Salim, managing partner at Flexi Capital. Thank you both so much for joining us. And of course, what many are asking now is, of course, we've gone through these factors that are leading to this uptick, but what is really the near-term and the long-term outlook for Indian markets? So Nasir, first to you on that.
Good afternoon, Sakshi, and thank you for having me over. I think, we've been continuing this discussion now for the last 2 to 3 days on your show. And, broadly, things remain, the same bullish that we were a few days back. The near-term outlook on the markets, I can tell you, is obviously that of optimism. We feel that this is going to continue. The probability of, this entire party getting over soon is not going to happen. We feel that, there is, of course, some downside risk on the U.S. Economy shaping up and coming, in terms of their numbers. But apart from that, I think India continues to be resilient in terms of macro data. There is, we have a huge demographic dividend supporting us in terms of consumption. And there's also this, capex cycle that we seem to be now getting into in terms of a revival of capex cycle, which is going to boost sectors linked to manufacturing, infrastructure, and those allied sectors. I think broadly, the medium to long-term view is very, very constructive as far as India is concerned. A lot of, brokerages have set out very, aggressive targets for the Sensex and the Nifty. Sakshi, and we completely believe in those numbers. I think, earnings seem to be looking robust. You spoke about GDP. I would like to add a term called economic value addition, EVA. And I think that is something which is, if you track the EVA numbers, more importantly than GDP, it will give you a fairly clear picture of where India stands. I think all the factors such as IIP, Purchase Managers Index, the banking and financial system, which is far more robust today, with gross NPAs coming down of large private sector banks and PSU banks, I think, tells you a picture that is that shows that the capital markets will continue to drive and deliver. And of course, the word of caution is, as I said to you, international. We've obviously heard this phrase before many a times, that if the US sneezes, the whole world catches a cold. I think that is something which we're not completely, away from. I think numbers on the US need to be very carefully watched, cautiously. And I think, medium to long-term outlook, as I said to you, looks very, very promising as far as India is concerned on the capital markets.
Like, of course, Nasir was just mentioning, we've seen a lot of economic data also that's been upbeat. Do you now feel that infra-related stocks really will take this story forward?
Yes, absolutely. And this is a trend that we have witnessed fairly recently. To give you a little bit of a broad context of where I'm coming from, let's understand we are still having a very challenging external environment, right? We still have Russia, Ukraine. We are still having Israel, Hamas. We will be prone eventually and not insulated to any oil price shocks. If the external export demand is weak, so how is it that we are doing exceptionally so well as an economy? How are these macro indicators coming out so good? I'll tell you how. There's a basic difference between how India has managed its economy versus other major global economies in the world, right? When the external environment has been challenging, most economies have given a very, very large fiscal push. What we have done differently as an economy is that we have given a supply side push. We have gone ahead with a lot of reforms which are now coming into play, and that is indicative of the macroeconomic indicators. What are the reforms that we have done over the years, which is on the supply side? It's GST, insolvency and bankruptcy code, performance, production linked incentives, the Make in India incentives. Now, if you see the manufacturing data, manufacturing traditionally has always been in doldrums, in spite of us having a huge consuming economy. If you see the manufacturing data of Q2, the growth has jumped from 4.7 to 13.9. And that is because of the huge infrastructure push given by the government of India. It is because of the supply side addressment that we have done as an economy and not so much on the fiscal side. We have actually been very prudent because we do not believe in creating artificial demand by printing money. So our inflation has been in check, our manufacturing is doing well, and reforms are coming into play now. The banking sector is robust, credit offtake is happening, and all of this are reflective on the earnings numbers.
All right, now India to drive Asia-Pacific growth as China's fortunes wane, says S&P Global. That, of course, is a significant statement. Nasir, your thoughts?
Sakshi, I personally feel that we've been struggling with data as far as China is concerned. I'm sure everybody will agree with me is that, data has been a bit of a challenge. Data sanctity has been a challenge as far as China is concerned. And, China, of course, was the mover and shaker of Southeast Asian economy until now. But things have changed, during COVID and post-COVID. There is a lot of, China plus one, which is a strategy which is developing very well, beautifully. I think, there is a lot of companies which are looking at trying to de-diversify themselves and get away from China in terms of manufacturing. We've also seen some latest news on one of the largest mobile manufacturers globally trying to look at opportunities outside of China. So I think, this entire disinvestment from China is taking shape and will take shape. And I think, India is kind of geared, very well to kind of take that and lead that as in the Southeast Asian market. Number one. Number two, I think the other very important point is that, India clearly has been, blessed with land, labor and capital. It's always been land and labor, but we also have capital now, as rightly said, that there is capital which is available. There is private consumption, which is expected to start. We've seen a lot of heavyweight lifting which happened by the government at the center during COVID and post-COVID times. Obviously, the private sector is going to come in. So I think, if I look at all of these, at a macro level, India is obviously overweight. By many brokerage firms, India continues to be overweight, and the pie will start to move. The needle will start to move from China into other emerging economies, and India will be one of the largest beneficiaries of that.
All right, now taking it to some more stock-specific action, Nasir, really, we've seen Adani stock zoom, we've seen ITC zoom, we've seen consumption-related and financials all really surge in the past few days. But many believe going forward, will this rally be restricted to, heavyweights? Will it be broad-based in nature? Remember, earlier we did speak about the fact that, the rally is now broad-based. But going forward into 2024, how do you see the stock-specific action really going?
I wouldn't comment on stocks, Sakshi, but we can talk about sectors and we can talk about market capitalization rather on your show. I think, number one, if you've seen the rally in the last few quarters, especially in the last 7 to 8 months, it's been mid and small, which have been, which have become a little expensive as we speak. Of course, earnings have come up, they're showing up, but they've become a little, if I were to compare them to relative price to earning bands, they've become a little expensive and some of them have also become frothy. The opportunity today that we see in terms of rising is in large caps, market capitalization stocks, which are, in terms of large cap by market capitalization. I think those will tend to kind of deliver superior risk-adjusted returns on portfolios and for investors. Number two, I think, a lot of returns may get upfronted in the next quarter or two as compared to the rest of the year. Sakshi, because, we've seen a lot of good information floating around, news floating around. As I said, markets are sentiment driven, buoyant GST collections, strong macros, political stability will get some of these earnings which will continue to show, but the returns from some of these will start to get upfronted. And it could possibly, we could see some of these returns being upfronted over the next, as I said, 3 to 4 months on account of April and May of the general elections as well coming up. So, a clear view on the markets with good earnings and stability in terms of the government will ensure that some of these earnings get upfronted in terms of returns for investors.
This This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December. Come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene. 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution.
We are here to talk with these two directors, national award-winning director here, and this one, who doesn't meet us very often, is here to present the film Kasturi. Kasturi is a very special film, but I want to go straight to 2019. Why did it take so long? इतना time क्यों लगा यार? 2023 end है ये to get this film out.
I think फिल्म को नेशनल अवार्ड मिलने के बाद ही लॉकडाउन हो गया था.
Yes.
लॉकडाउन हो गया था और लॉकडाउन में फिर जो है सारी बड़ी फिल्में ओटीटी पे आने लग गई थी. लॉकडाउन के दौरान छोटी फिल्में ओटीटी वाले ले नहीं रहे थे. पहले लॉकडाउन के पहले सारी छोटी फिल्में ओटीटी पे जाती थी, तो बड़ी फिल्में ओटीटी पे जाने लग गई तो ले नहीं रहे थे. और हमने फिल्म बाद में देखी काफ़ी, और तब से हम लोग लगे हुए थे. जब पहले रंजन ने देखी, जो हमारे केडी के प्रोड्यूसर हैं और सब, और रंजन का काफ़ी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन एक्सपीरियंस रहा है. इन्होंने मेरे को भेजा तो मैंने उनको पहले दिखाया. फिर उन्होंने मुझे बोला आप देखो अभी तुरंत, तो मैंने देखी. फिर मैंने कहा ये फिल्म के लिए नागराज चाहिए हमको. फिर मैं नागराज को भेजी. फिर नागराज ने फिल्म देखी. नागराज और विनोद की बात हुई.
Yes.
और फिर नागराज ने बोला हाँ. मैंने कहा ये फिल्म मिलके ही प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि नागराज जो है ये ट्रू रिप्रेजेंटेटिव है, मैं सिर्फ इनेबलर हूँ.
Children's film is non-existent in Indian cinema, or here you have made a film like this. What inspired you to make a children's film? आप कुछ और भी बना सकते थे जो पैसे कमा सकती थी, just thinking about the economics of it. But what made you do this?
जब मैंने फिल्म जर्नी स्टार्ट की मेरी लाइफ में, तो मुझे जब भी पता क्या मुझसे बोलते हैं कि जब हम लिखते हैं कुछ कविता या कुछ आर्टिकल, तो मुझे लगता है कि हम जो हमारे नज़दीक का सब्जेक्ट है या नज़दीक जो भी हमने देखा है, सुना है हमारे आजू बाजू, वही इस पर हम रिएक्ट करते हैं पहले. तो जब मेरे दिमाग में आया कि हम फिल्म बना सकता हूँ, मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस आया. उससे पहले मैंने 2 शॉर्ट फिल्म बनाई थी. पोस्टमार्टम उसका नाम था. तो मुझे लगा कि अभी मैं फीचर कर सकता हूँ. तो मुझे सब्जेक्ट चुनना था. तो मुझे लगा कि ये सब्जेक्ट राइट है, जो जिसमें इनोसेंस है उस बच्चे में, उसकी जर्नी में, जिससे हम लोगों को ये बता सकते हैं, ये वर्ल्ड दिखा सकते हैं, उसको बेटर अंडरस्टैंड कर सकते हैं ऑडियंस या जूरी जो भी इस फिल्म को देख सकते हैं. तो मुझे लगा कि इसी पॉइंट पे हम आगे जाके इस पे लिखेंगे और फिल्म बनाएंगे. क्योंकि क्या होता है कि बच्चे बहुत ही इनोसेंसली अपना जो भी वजूद है या जो भी अपना बात है बहुत ही प्यार से रखते हैं, और ऑडियंस तक उसी तरह वो पहुंचती है, ना कोई फिल्टर करके. तो मुझे लगा कि वही बात मुझे लगी, और इसीलिए उस पॉइंट पे मैंने स्क्रिप्ट लिखी.
There's a very thin line between a child watching this film and enjoying it, and children in the film, but it is made for big people, older people, right? तो ये कैसी फिल्म है? बच्चे देख पाएंगे? कैसा लगेगा? What is the age group? वो मुझे बताइए.
जैसे सेंसर सर्टिफिकेट मिला है हमें, तो 12 साल के ऊपर के बच्चे अपने पेरेंट के साथ देख सकते हैं. खुशी इस बात की है कि धर्मशाला फिल्म फेस्टिवल में 6 स्टैंडर्ड के 7 स्टैंडर्ड के बच्चों ने फिल्म देख ली है ऑलरेडी. वो कॉन्वेंट स्कूल के बच्चे थे दिल्ली के. तो वहाँ का रिव्यू मुझे बहुत ही अच्छा आया. उस टाइम बच्चे ने मुझे हैंड राइटिंग में लिखा एक रिव्यू, मुझे भेजा व्हाट्सएप पे. और एक बच्चे ने तो खड़े होकर ये बताया कि मेरे घर में हम जो भी काम करते हैं हमारे हाथ के नीचे, उनके लिए हम अलग गिलास रखते हैं, तो यहाँ से जाने के बाद मैं वो बंद करूंगा. तो मुझे लगता है ये फिल्म उन सब के लिए है जो सेंसिबल है, ह्यूमन है, जो
सारे बच्चे
हैं
और बहुत अंडर एस्टिमेट करते
हैं। यस, उनके अंडरस्टैंडिंग हमसे बेटर है दुनिया की।
सो हम इंडिया में देखते हैं बच्चों की फिल्में बिल्कुल नहीं बनती है। आपको क्या लगता है, व्हाट इज द रीजन, व्हाई डोंट वी हैव चिल्ड्रंस फिल्म?
इंडिया में फिल्म मेकिंग जो है ना एक बहुत बड़ा कॉमर्स है, तो बच्चों की फिल्म नहीं बनती, डॉक्यूमेंट्री नहीं बनती, हम लोग ऐसा हाँ, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ रिलीज नहीं होती। फैक्ट ये कि हमारी डॉक्यूमेंट्री 3 साल से ऑस्कर नॉमिनेट हो रही है, 2 साल से, करेक्ट, अवार्ड जीत रही हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पे रिलीज नहीं होती तो लोगों को पता नहीं चलता। चिल्ड्रंस फिल्म बनती हैं लेकिन रिलीज नहीं होती हैं तो लोगों को पता नहीं चलता।
क्यों रिलीज नहीं होती है?
क्योंकि हम सबसे
लोग नहीं आते थिएटर में।
नहीं, लोग भी आएंगे थिएटर में। हमारे यहाँ ऐसा सपोर्टिव पॉलिसी नहीं है। हमारे यहाँ 12,000 थिएटर है, 1.4 बिलियन पॉपुलेशन की, 12,000 स्क्रीन है। चीन में हमसे कम पॉपुलेशन है, वहां पे 1 लाख से 10 लाख स्क्रीन है, तो हर पिक्चर को बराबर मौका मिलता है। अब यहाँ पे एक पिक्चर अगर हिट हो जाती है तो उसकी वजह से कई अगले हफ्ते, उसके अगले हफ्ते, जब तक ये बड़ी पिक्चर चलती रहेगी हर फिल्म इफेक्ट होती रहेगी, क्योंकि थिएटर वालों के लिए भी बिजनेस है। थिएटर वालों ने भी कोविड लॉकडाउन में नुकसान उठाया। हर आदमी के लिए तो बिजनेस है, हर आदमी को बेसिक तो रिकवर करना ही है। तो उनको आप कैसे कहोगे कि भाई जो आपके लिए पैसे कमा के दे रहा है उसको हटा दो और इसको मौका दो? उसके लिए चैरिटी सी होती है, उसके लिए पेट्रनाइजिंग पेट्रन सी होते हैं, पेट्रन सी होते हैं। थिएटर पहले कैसे चलता था? पेट्रन चलता है। शपूर जी, पैलन जी की वजह से पृथ्वी थिएटर था। तो आर्ट के लिए पेट्रन चाहिए होता है।
कस्तूरी के बारे में बात करते हैं। यू नो द किड्स, एक सेकंड के लिए भी नहीं लगता है कि वो एक्टिंग कर रहे हैं। हाउ डिड यू ब्रिंग दैट आउट ऑफ अ चाइल्ड हु आर सो नेचुरल, दे डोंट लुक लाइक दे आर एक्टिंग?
इसके लिए वो एक चैलेंज भी है, ऐसे बच्चों के साथ काम करना, और एक मजा भी है। चैलेंजिंग ज्यादा है क्योंकि कब वो कैसे रिएक्ट हो हमें नहीं पता होता है, इसलिए उनको मैंने मेरे साथ में रखा 3-4 महीने मेरे साथ ही। वहां से वो स्कूल जाते थे, मेरे पास ही आके खाना या सोना हो, हम एक ही बिल्डिंग में रहते थे। सो मुझे जो भी मुझे गोपी का कैरेक्टर या आदिम का कैरेक्टर मुझे जैसे विजुअलाइज हुआ है, उनको मैं डेली बेसिस पे उनसे एक टास्क दे के या कुछ बोल के या लोकेशन पे जाके रिहर्सल करता था, वो शूट करके उनको दिखाता था कि ऐसा हो रहा है, ये नहीं होना चाहिए, ऐसा होना चाहिए। तो मुझे ये 3-4 महीने मेरे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट थे उनको।
श्योर, बट यहाँ पे मैं 5 साल की बेटी को रिविजन नहीं करा पा रही हूँ, लिखा नहीं पा रही हूँ, आप उनको रोज रोज बोल के, एंड उनका भी पेशेंस होना चाहिए, राइट? बट कभी ऐसा हुआ है दे सेड लाइक नहीं हो रहा है, नहीं कर रहा?
बहुत बार हुआ है, एक्सीडेंट हुए हैं सेट पे या रिहर्सल टाइम। लेकिन क्या होता है कि आप जब जिद पे अड़ जाते हैं तो सब कुछ मुमकिन है।
अच्छा, आपकी कौन सी कोई फेवरेट फिल्म, चिल्ड्रंस फिल्म दैट यू हैव वॉच्ड, और मेमोरी फ्रॉम योर चाइल्डहुड?
फेवरेट चिल्ड्रंस फिल्म, एक फिल्म आई थी कहानी, वो गुलजार साहब की, इसमें ना किताब।
आई नो दिस।
वो मुझे बचपन में बहुत इफेक्ट की, छोटा था जब मैं।
आपके
मेरे लिए मराठी में फिल्म बनी थी ये छकोला, जो महेश कोठारे उन्होंने फिल्म की थी, तो वो बहुत सारे मेमोरीज है बचपन की, जो संडे को सिनेमा लगता था। तो कहीं ना कहीं उसका रिफ्लेक्शन अभी मेरे लाइफ में दिख रहा है, जो मैं फिल्में बना रहा हूँ।
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Tell you something, I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many unarticulated criteria which the recruit manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes. That would take him maybe half an hour to 45 minutes. Right? And we said, is there a way we can identify these unarticulated criteria and somehow put all the relevant ones at the top on the first page? If you can save about a half an hour of your client's time.
And you managed to do that successfully?
Yes, we developed an algorithm. It took us a couple of years. We developed an algorithm that did precisely that. And it worked like a miracle because only 5 people in the company knew how it worked. And the moment we introduced it, our sales team all got calls from clients saying, what is this? What have you done? This is fantastic. Right? Now, that's how smart programming, AI, ML can help you.
And proprietary.
And proprietary.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps
this is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
massive protest by supporters of prominent Rajput leader Sukhdev Singh Gogamedi after he was shot dead at his residence in Jaipur. Home Minister Amit Shah reaches Prime Minister's residence to join a meeting of senior leaders. BJP President JP Nadda also holds a meeting of general secretaries at the BJP headquarters. Sources tell NDTV BJP could consider fresh faces as Chief Minister for 3 states. 12 BJP MPs resigned to retain assembly seats. MPs who won the assembly elections resign one after another as the party rejigs. Meanwhile, Jammu and Kashmir reorganization bill passed in the Lok Sabha. Home Minister says hope for terror-free Jammu and Kashmir by 2026. Opposition walks out of the Parliament debate. Good evening and welcome. I'm Ankit Tyagi, starting with this top focus here on NDTV on this breaking news which is coming in. BJP's brainstorming session over who could be the chief minister in the 3 Hindi heartland states which the party has won in the recently concluded assembly elections. That meeting is going on at this moment. There was a meeting yesterday as well. So a lot of thorough thinking going on as far as the party leadership is concerned. Now, Amit Shah, the Home Minister, has reached Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence. This meeting, remember, has been going on as far as the top leadership of the BJP is concerned. This is the second meeting in 2 days that gives you a sense of how the party is minutely looking at the various permutation and combinations to make sure that ahead of the 2024 elections, they get their entire team, both at the state and the centre, right, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi seeking another term. Earlier at the BJP headquarters, BJP President JP Nadda also held a meeting of the General Secretaries of the party. Now remember, this is a very important meeting which is taking place and sources telling us that this could possibly be the one in which the final stamp on who can be the Chief Minister of the 3 states, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan, which the party has won, could be decided. Going across to my colleague Ravish Ranjan, who is joining us with more details on this. Ravish, काफी महत्वपूर्ण मीटिंग है ये. क्या ये मान के चला जाए कि प्रधानमंत्री के घर पर ये जो मीटिंग हो रही है, दूसरी मीटिंग, कल रात को भी एक मीटिंग हुई थी, इसमें ये तय माना जाए कि मुख्यमंत्रियों के नाम तय हो जाएंगे?
अच्छा देखिए अंकित, कल जो रात तक मीटिंग चली है जिसमें बीएल संतोष भी मौजूद थे, जेपी नड्डा, पीएम अमित शाह, इनके बीच में जो मीटिंग हुई है उसमें इस बात की जानकारी सामने आ रही है सूत्रों के मुताबिक कि सैद्धांतिक तौर पर ये सारे इस बात पर राजी हैं कि इन तीनों ही राज्यों में नए चेहरे को लेकर आया जाए। प्रधानमंत्री का यह भी कहना है कि कास्ट की जगह जो क्लास है उस पर फोकस किया जाए, यानी उन्होंने अभी कहा था कि महिलाएं, युवा, आदिवासी, मजदूर, ये उनके प्राथमिकता में हैं। तो इसी के वजह से अब इस बात पर मंथन चल रहा है कि कोई ऐसे नए चेहरे को लेकर आया जाए जो संगठन को मजबूती प्रदान करे, चमक धमक से दूर रहे, काम करे चुपचाप प्रदेश के लिए, और कहीं ना कहीं उसका इस तरीके का स्टेचर हो कि एक जातीय समीकरण में भी वो फिक्स होता हो। यही वजह है कि सत्ता के गलियारों में इस बात की चर्चा बहुत है कि छत्तीसगढ़ में कोई आदिवासी चेहरा हो सकता है, मध्य प्रदेश में कोई पिछड़ा चेहरा हो सकता है, और राजस्थान में जैसा कि कोई राजपूत या उस तरीके का चेहरा हो सकता है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत यह है अंकित कि जिस तरीके से अभी तक शिवराज सिंह चौहान और वसुंधरा राजे का कद रहा है, पार्टी के एक गुट को यह लगता है कि कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि लोकसभा चुनाव में फायदे के बजाय नुकसान सियासी उठाना पड़े, तो इसी की वजह से बहुत ही फूक फूक कर कदम रखा जा रहा है। लेकिन एक बात तय है कि कल मेरी जो कैलाश विजयवर्गीय हैं उनसे बातचीत हो रही थी, उनका ये कहना है कि जिस तरीके से सभी प्रदेशों में उनका ये कहना था कि सारा जो डिसीजन है, जो निर्णय है, वो प्रधानमंत्री करेंगे। मीडिया में जो भी खबरें चल रही हैं अभी हम लोग फिलहाल कयास उसको ले रहे हैं कि ये कयास एकदम लगाए जा रहे हैं। अंतिम जो फैसला है वो प्रधानमंत्री करेंगे। और जैसा आपको पता है कि जैसा उत्तर प्रदेश में, हरियाणा में हुआ, सरप्राइज एलिमेंट जो है वो इन फैसलों में हमेशा रहा है, तो इस बार भी हो सकता है कि सरप्राइज एलिमेंट देखने को मिले मुख्यमंत्री पद के चयन में।
Right, surprise could be in store as far as the chief ministers are concerned of these three states, and Bharatiya Janata Party, as it's almost been, ladies and gentlemen, some sort of the BJP is able to, in fact, post victories, been able to propel some sort of changes. Is that where the party is going to? And that would mean what will happen to Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Vasundhara Raje, the other big leaders. At this moment, the picture that you are seeing on your screens, 12 Lok Sabha MPs of the Bharatiya Janata Party who were asked to, in fact, fight the elections. Remember, in all, there were 21 Lok Sabha MPs, those who were asked to fight the Vidhan Sabha elections. And out of that, there have been 12 MPs who have been able to win as MLAs. Now, they have been asked to resign. They have resigned and retained their assembly seats. Ravish continues to be with us. Ravish, मैं आपसे ये भी जानना चाहूँगा, ये जो 12 MPs हैं जिन्होंने रिजाइन किया है और उनको अब लोकसभा से विधानसभा का रास्ता तय करने को कहा गया है, इनके लिए पार्टी के पास क्या प्लान है? दो चीजें इससे हो रही हैं, एक तो आने वाले चुनाव में नए चेहरे इनकी जगह उतारे जा सकते हैं, अगर कोई एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है तो उसका भी बीजेपी ने तोड़ निकाल लिया है। इनकी भूमिका क्या होने वाली है अपने अपने राज्यों में?
जी देखिए, इनकी ये भूमिका रहेगी कि एक लोकसभा में आमतौर पर 4 से लेकर 6 विधानसभाएं, 10 विधानसभाएं तक होती हैं। बीजेपी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व का ये मानना है कि अगर ये सारे लोग राज्यों में रहेंगे तो उससे जरूर जो है वो एक चुनाव प्रचार को मजबूती मिलेगी, संगठन भी कहीं ना कहीं मजबूत होगा। तो यही वजह है कि इन सभी से इस्तीफे लिए गए हैं और ये कहा गया है कि आप अपने अपने राज्यों में जहां से जीते हैं वहां पर और ज्यादा मजबूती के साथ में संगठनात्मक ढांचे को मजबूत करने में लगिए। मैं इसमें बीजेपी के मुख्यालय में हूं, यहां पर भी महासचिवों की बैठक चल रही है। अभी राजवर्धन सिंह राठौड़ यहां पर पहुंचे हैं, उनकी भी जेपी नड्डा से मुलाकात होगी। निश्चित तौर पर कल की जो बैठक हुई है उसमें सैद्धांतिक तौर पर यह बात सामने आई है कि किसी नए चेहरे को लेकर जाएंगे। आज जो अभी बैठक चल रही है पीएम के साथ में गृह मंत्री की, उसमें हो सकता है, जो सूत्र ये कह रहे हैं, कि नाम पर चर्चा हो। और इसके अलावा जो आज बीजेपी के मुख्यालय में महासचिवों की बैठक चल रही है उसमें भी कहीं ना कहीं ये बात होगी कि आखिर जो सांसदों से इस्तीफा लिया गया है इनकी आगे क्या भूमिका होगी, क्योंकि इस समय बीजेपी बिल्कुल जो है 2024 के लोकसभा चुनाव की तैयारी के मोड में आ चुकी है और बीजेपी नहीं चाहती है कि ये जो जीत है उसको कहीं पर भी उस तरीके से इसका कोई नेता को चुनने में और कोई डिसीजन लेने में कहीं कोई जल्दबाजी दिखे। यही वजह है कि अभी तक पर्यवेक्षक के नामों की घोषणा नहीं हुई है। ये कहा जा रहा है कि आज देर रात तक जो है अभी महासचिव की बैठक के बाद में हो सकता है कि पर्यवेक्षक के नाम की घोषणा हो। और ये जो पर्यवेक्षक बनाए जाएंगे, जो जाएंगे, वो भी एक बार जरूर राज्यों में विधायकों का मूड भापेंगे कि आखिर विधायक क्या चाहते हैं, तो उसके बाद में ही फैसला होगा।
Right, important in fact information coming in there. Let me also bring Himanshu, who's joining us with more details on this. Himanshu, for the Bharatiya Janata Party, like Ravish was an important decision who is going to be the chief minister. But then the question remains, if BJP tries new people, what happens to a Shivraj Singh Chauhan? What happens to a Vasundhara Raje? And who possibly can lead as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned?
That's right, and that is the reason why even 72 hours after the assembly election results were announced, we still don't have a final word on who will be the chief minister in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. But remember, BJP went into the assembly elections in these three states without nominating a CM candidate. We have seen in the past, BJP central leadership has been very categorical, and in most of these states, the name of the chief ministerial candidate has been announced in run-up to the election campaign. But this time, I think this has been a part of a concerted strategy by the BJP central leadership that no candidate, no leader was announced as a CM candidate either in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh or Chhattisgarh. And that is why it has been more than 72 hours now that the state assembly election results have been announced, but we still don't know when the meeting of the newly elected MLAs will be held. That meeting has not yet been scheduled, nor the central observers who are usually sent into a state to actually gauge the mood of the newly elected MLAs. Even the central election observers have not yet been finalized. But sources have told us, Ankit, that in the yesterday's meeting, which was, I think, the first high-level meeting to decide the name, it was decided that those MPs who have won the election, the MLA election, they should first resign. And as part of that decision, we saw 10 MPs who had won the MLA election. They have tendered their resignation today. Renuka Singh, who is a union minister, and Balak Nath, they were not in Delhi today, so they could not tender their resignation. They're expected to resign tomorrow. And we have also been told by sources that Union Minister Narendra Singh Tomar and Prahlad Patel could resign tonight from the Union Cabinet. And that paves the way for the final round of deliberation that is happening. The second thing sources are also telling us, Ankit, that a selection of a chief minister will be part of BJP's larger strategy for the next Lok Sabha elections. Remember, chief ministers play a very crucial role in the election campaign, especially at the very district and block level management.
Right.
And that is why a larger consideration is also being done as to what are the issues and what is the larger strategy which BJP is going into Lok Sabha elections. And as part of that larger strategy, the different names are now being deliberated, keeping in mind the caste considerations and other regional considerations in all these three states. Ankit.
Right. So the BJP, in fact, at this moment, trying various options, when it comes to the selection of their candidates. But Himanshu, very quickly, how is the party, confident that this possibly, will not go the other way? Shivraj Singh Chauhan is he's quite a popular leader since yesterday, and right from the time when the results came, with very subtle messaging, he is still, in fact, muscle flexing. He's still sending out a message to the party leadership that he is quite popular among women and the party can't do without him. What possibility, he's an OBC leader specifically for Madhya Pradesh, what possibility do you see of Shivraj Singh Chauhan being turned away?
Well, I mean, it's very difficult to answer this question now, but I can tell you a senior BJP leader has said very categorically that the Central Parliamentary Board of the BJP, which is the highest decision-making body, will take a final decision through consensus. And remember, behind the curtain, a lot of deliberation, many rounds of confabulations have been held between and among central leaders, between and among state and the central leadership as well. And the effort is to build up consensus. And that is why I think there is a delay. Normally, in the case of BJP, the BJP central leadership usually takes decisions very fast in such cases. But this time, as I said earlier, more than 72 hours, even after the assembly election results have been announced, the name of the chief minister has not yet been finalized. And that is where I think a lot of answer lies to the question that you have asked, that if you don't want Shivraj Singh Chauhan to become the chief minister of Madhya Pradesh, then what is the next big alternative?
Okay.
And if there is an alternative, then how do you build up consensus around a new name, not only in Madhya Pradesh, but even in Rajasthan, for instance?
Right.
If you don't want Vasundhara Raje Scindia, then who is the other leader who can actually pull the party together, take all the factions together? Because remember, next few months, BJP will be going into Lok Sabha elections, and they don't want to take any chances ahead of the Lok Sabha
And
elections.
I think for the Prime Minister at this moment, that is going to be the most important consideration. Who is the leader who can, in fact, help the Prime Minister ensure that there is a third term for Narendra Modi when the BJP goes into the general elections for 2024. Thank you so much, Himanshu, for joining us with all those details. Ravish, thanks to you as well for giving us all those details of the very important BJP meeting which is going on at this moment, ladies and gentlemen. Expect a lot of churning and changes to happen, not only at the state level, but also at the central level as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party's entire strategy is concerned. A quick break. We are coming back. Stay tuned. News and updates on the other side as well.
There's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of it. But you know, the kind of startups that excite you today. Because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings. But I'm wondering today, what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go for it. If we'd done that in 2010, we would never have invested in Zomato because there was no restaurant listing sector. We would not have done Policy Bazaar in 2008 because there was no insurance comparison sector. We look at companies that are creating new categories, entrepreneurs, breaking new ground, and therefore we do it bottom up. We meet 1,000 startups a quarter, or at least look at 1,000 startups a quarter, meet maybe about 500, and we invest in 3 or 4 a quarter.
Okay.
Okay. And we start with first principles, bottom up. Is there some evidence of natural traction? Is there some indication that the value proposition is so good that the customer will really want this? Are customers using it? Are they happy? Are they coming back again and again? Is the company getting some sales? Right? Are customers paying real money for this? And is that real money higher than the cost? So that's the first thing. Then we look at the quality of the team and the founders. Right? And then maybe 100 other things. But these two are absolutely important. Very important also is there some IP that is being created or potentially can be created? Right? That matters. Because IP is what I think gives superior margins, builds a moat, and provides longevity to a business. Right? So at Naukri, we have built pretty serious IP. A lot of it is not known in the public, it's not talked about, but all our resume database is the largest in the country. The kind of algorithms we use to search our resume database are fairly unique to us, right? In the company, we've got an AI, ML, analytics team in excess of 40 or 50 people, which is one of the largest.
Staying with Rajasthan, in fact, where a murder of a prominent Rajput leader, regional leader, has in fact completely put the state administration and the state of Rajasthan, specifically in Jaipur and areas around it, on the tenterhooks. Now, the police has said that Sukhdev Singh Gogamadi's murder, the Rajput leader who was shot dead yesterday at his own residence, has in fact created a lot of trouble and protest as far as the Rajput community is concerned all across the state. Sukhdev Singh Gogamadi murder has, according to the police, appears to be the fallout of a gang war or gang rivalries. Now, Gogamadi was shot at the behest of the Rohit Godara gang, is what the police is speculating, or at least telling our reporters at this moment. Rohit Godara is a gangster wanted by NIA and is operating from outside the Indian borders on extortion rackets. Godara also is behind killing of Raju Tate in Rajasthan. Police first priority is to catch the hired shooters, who have been identified as Rohit Rathore and Nitin Fauji. Now, both Nitin Fauji and Rohit Rathore have criminal antecedents. One is from Haryana, the other from, in fact, Rajasthan itself. Nitin Fauji and Rohit Rathore may have been hired as Supari killers to conduct this murder. The arrest of the hired killers is going to be the key in unraveling the case. Now, police are exploring angles of inter-gang rivalry as well. Meanwhile, Sukhdev Singh Gogamadi also has a history of extortion cases against him, and this happened, remember, after he was shot at his residence yesterday, which has now prompted the entire Rajput community to protest across Rajasthan. Let me go across to my colleague Somu, who is joining us at this moment. Somu, ये जो सुबह से प्रोटेस्ट चल रहे थे, काफी आक्रोश था लोगों के अंदर, पुलिस पे, प्रशासन पे उंगलियां उठाई जा रही थी। बीजेपी के लोग कह रहे हैं कि इसका पहले से इनपुट था, सुरक्षा पुरानी सरकार ने प्रदान नहीं करी। हालात अभी क्या हैं और लोग क्या चाह रहे हैं?
जी देखिए, हालात अभी भी तनावपूर्ण बने हुए हैं। जयपुर के अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो जयपुर के साथ साथ राजस्थान के अलग अलग हिस्सों में इसका व्यापक असर देखने को मिला। मैं इस वक्त जहां पर हूं वहां भी बड़ी संख्या में लोग मौजूद हैं और इनकी ये साफ तौर पे मांग है कि पुलिस हत्यारों को गिरफ्तार करे, गिरफ्तार करने के साथ साथ उन्हें फांसी दे। क्योंकि जैसा आपने बताया कि इनपुट पहले से थे, इस बात की सूचना थी पुलिस को कि उनकी हत्या की जा सकती है। खुद उन्होंने भी पुलिस को ये कहा था और अलग अलग मंचों से भी उन्होंने इस बात का जिक्र किया था कि उनकी हत्या की जा सकती है। बावजूद इसके उन्हें सुरक्षा मुहैया नहीं कराई गई और उसके बाद कल हत्यारों ने घर में घुसकर उनकी हत्या कर दी। तो जाहिर है लोगों में बहुत गुस्सा है और वो गुस्सा सड़कों पर फूट पड़ा। टायर जला करके लोगों ने विरोध प्रदर्शन किया, दुकानें बंद रहीं। हालांकि इस दौरान आवश्यक सेवाओं को जरूर थोड़ी राहत मिली, लेकिन फिर भी लोग बहुत परेशान रहे, क्योंकि जाहिर है कि जब ऐसी घटनाएं होती हैं तो उसकी प्रतिक्रिया में लोग सड़कों पर उतरते हैं, प्रदर्शन करते हैं। वही यहाँ पर राजस्थान में जयपुर के साथ साथ अलग अलग हिस्सों में लोग कर रहे हैं।
प्रदर्शन इस वक्त चल रहे हैं और उसके बाद स्थिति अभी भी आपने बताया तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। डर है कि कहीं ना कहीं ये किसी तरीके का जातिगत विरोध ना हो जाए या जाति को लेकर झगड़ा आपस में ना हो। उसको देखते हुए प्रशासन ने क्या इंतजाम किए?
जी देखिए, प्रशासन ने अपनी तरफ से पुख्ता इंतजामात किए हैं। मैं इस वक्त जहां पर हूं वहां भी बड़ी संख्या में पुलिस बल तैनात है और न सिर्फ पुलिस बल तैनात है बल्कि इस बात के भी इंतजाम किए गए हैं कि जो आसपास लोग आ रहे हैं उन पर भी कड़ी नज़र रखी जा सके। आरएफ की जो फोर्स है उसके साथ साथ सीसीटीवी कैमरे भी यहां पर तैनात किए गए हैं ताकि उन तमाम लोगों पर जो अस्पताल के आसपास या फिर अलग अलग प्रदर्शनों में शामिल हो रहे हैं उन पर नज़र रखी जा सके। जहाँ तक बात किसी जातीय विद्वेष का है तो वो फैलने की आशंका है, लेकिन हालांकि अच्छी बात यह है कि अब तक इस मामले को उस रूप में किसी भी संगठन ने ले जाने की कोशिश नहीं की है। लोग जो सड़कों पे उतरे हैं उनके मन में भी भले ही कितना गुस्सा हो, लेकिन उन्होंने जातीय उन्माद फैलाने की कोशिश की हो ऐसी सूचना कहीं से नहीं मिली है।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए सोमू। सो आवर कॉलीग देयर फ्रॉम आवर सिस्टर कंसर्न्ड NDTV Rajasthan, in fact giving us an information, an update of what's happening as far as this case is concerned, which has literally put Rajasthan on the edge. Moving on now, Union Home Minister Amit Shah in the Parliament today responding to the debate on the Jammu and Kashmir Reservation Amendment Bill and the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Amendment Bill, in fact said that the two bills will bring justice to those who have been deprived of their rights for the past 70 years. He said he is glad that no one opposed the bills while deliberating upon them.
मैं जो बिल लेकर आया हूं, जो विधेयक लेकर इस महान सदन की सहमति प्राप्त करने के लिए मैं खड़ा हुआ हूं, वो बिल 70 सालों से जिन्हों को अन्याय हुआ है, जो अपमानित हुए और जिनकी अनदेखी की गई है, वो सभी लोगों को न्याय दिलाने का बिल है, उनको अधिकार दिलाने का। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, ये बिल किसी भी समाज में जो डिप्राइव लोग होते हैं उनको आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए। ये भारतीय संविधान की मूल भावना है, परंतु उसके साथ साथ इसका सम्मान न कम हो, इस तरह से आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए। अधिकार देना और अधिकार सम्मान के साथ देना, दोनों में बड़ा फर्क है। इसलिए कमजोर और वंचित वर्ग के जगह अन्य पिछड़ा वर्ग, ये नामकरण बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। नेहरू के समय में जो ब्लंडर हुआ था, इसके कारण कश्मीर को भुगतना पड़ा। मैं मान्यवर इस सदन में खड़ा रहकर आपके आसन के सामने जिम्मेदारी के साथ कहता हूं कि दो बड़ी गलतियां जो पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू के प्रधानमंत्री काल में हुई, उनके लिए गए निर्णयों से हुई। इसके कारण सालों तक कश्मीर ने सहन करना पड़ा। एक सबसे बड़ी गलती, जब हमारी सेना जीत रही थी, पंजाब का एरिया आते ही सीज फायर कर दिया गया और पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर का जन्म हुआ। अगर सीज फायर 3 दिन लेट होता तो पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर आज भारत का हिस्सा। मान्यवर, एक ही गलती बताने से इतना तिल मिला गया। नहीं, मैंने हटा दिया। मैं तो सिर्फ नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। मैं सिर्फ 2 ही बताना चाहता हूँ। एक, पूरा कश्मीर जीते बगैर सीज फायर कर लिया, और दूसरा, यूएन के अंदर हमारे मसले को ले जाने की बहुत बड़ी गलती की।
पिछले दिनों तो ही हमने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सबसे पहले तो हम ही आए और सबसे बेहतरीन से बेहतरीन वकील नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के तरफ से हुए। हमारे आने के बाद फिर बाकी उसमें गुल मिल गए। बाकी तंजीमों ने भी फिर उसमें अपनी कोशिशें रखी, लेकिन शुरुआत तो मसूदी साहब और अकबर लोन साहब ने की, और आगे भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एक तरफ हमारी सियासी लड़ाई जो है वो चलती रहेगी।
Let me go across to my colleague Neeta, who's joining us with more details on this. Neeta, in fact, that mention of former president and former prime minister, first prime minister Jawaharlal Nehru, make the opposition walk out. But the fact remains that this is being seen as a key milestone as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned.
Absolutely, Ankit. Politics apart, this is a very significant bill as far as people of J&K are concerned. Now, 3 seats are given. 2 would be nominated by the Lieutenant Governor Jammu and Kashmir, Mr. Manoj Sinha, of which 1 would be a woman, and the 3rd seat would be of Pakistani-occupied Jammu and Kashmir (POJK). In Jammu and Kashmir Assembly, after the delimitation process was over, there were 83 seats, but now the seats have been increased to 90. Like earlier in Jammu, there were only 37 seats, but now after delimitation process has been done, it has been increased to 43. In Kashmir, earlier there were 46, now it has been increased to 47. But by this bill, 7 seats are reserved for scheduled caste and 9 for scheduled tribes, apart from those 3 nominated seats. So obviously this is a big step as far as people in J&K are concerned, people who have been left out, people who have been deprived, people who have been displaced, who had no part in the development as far as J&K was concerned, because they were displaced from their home way back in 1940s. As many as 41,000 people were displaced as per the Union Home Ministry figures. Apart from this, the Union Home Minister also made a point that how after Article 370 was revoked, how development has taken place in Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, he gave figures also to prove his point. Ankit?
Thank you for joining us with all those details, Neeta. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates continue on NDTV. Stay tuned.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights. We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too mmany voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews,
and analysis
from around the globe.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
Welcome to Amrit Kaal Ki Anganwadi. Poshan Abhiyan and Poshan 2.0 are path-making policy initiatives by the Government of India. Now, nutrition for millions of children under the age of 6, as well as pregnant and lactating women, is provided by the Ministry of Child and Development under the ICDS scheme. And it's important to know that this scheme is the world's largest mother and child nutrition and care program. Another very important thing is कि हमारे देश में जो 2/3 की पॉपुलेशन है वो बच्चों और महिलाएं की हैं. Malnutrition की बात करें, अनीमिया की बात करें, ये एक चैलेंज है. So it's even more important कि हम पोषण यानी कि न्यूट्रिशन पर ध्यान दें. तो इस चर्चा के लिए आइए मैं इंट्रोड्यूस करती हूँ अपने esteemed panelists को. We have with us Ms. Aditi Das Raut, former Additional Secretary, Ministry of Women and Child Development, Cynthia McCaffrey, UNICEF India representative, Ms. Lakshmi Priya, she is the District Magistrate of Bongai Gaon, Assam. This is also the district which has received the Prime Minister's Poshan Award. We have Mr. Basant Akkar, he's Poverty Reduction, Health and Nutrition Champion. He's also the recipient of the Global Nutrition Leadership Award. We have with us Ms. Archana Vyas, Deputy Director, Communications of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, India Office. And we have with us Dr. Aparna Hegde, Founder and Managing Trustee Arman. She's also a urogynecologist, Maternal and Child Nutrition Behavior Change Specialist. So welcome to all of you here. Aditi ji, I would like to start with you. When the Poshan Abhiyan was launched in 2018, I mean, there have been extensive evolutions, a lot of changes, and it's been trying to work, towards the target populations. So the first thing, if you could tell our viewers, what really is 2.0 Poshan, Mission Poshan, and also what have been the biggest policy shifts that you have seen?
Thank you for this opportunity. Well, I'd like to say that the prime focus of the Ministry of Women and Child Development has been to address gaps in state action for the development of women and children. And the biggest policy shift in the domain of nutrition that has taken place is Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0, which is an umbrella program in mission mode. Poshan 2.0 is an integrated nutrition support program, and it seeks to create a convergent ecosystem to develop and promote practices that nurture health, wellness, and immunity. Besides, it seeks to, very importantly, improve the quality and delivery of nutrition under the supplementary nutrition program. So there are three very important schemes which are aligned under Poshan 2.0. These are the Anganwadi Services Scheme, under which the supplementary nutrition program is an integral component. the Poshan Abhiyan for community outreach as well as engagement, essentially for behavior change communication, and the scheme for adolescent girls, which targets all adolescent girls in the age bracket of 14 to 18 years who are outside the ambit of the midday meal scheme in schools. And these girls are essentially those who are located in the aspirational districts and the northeast states. So the common core of Poshan 2.0 is essentially 4. It looks at maternal and also adolescent nutrition, infant and young child feeding practices, treatment for moderately malnourished and severely malnourished, that is SAM and MAM children, and wellness through Ayush. It also rests on 3 basic principles, which is convergence, transparency in governance, and capacity building. So for the first time, the district magistrate was designated as the nodal point in the district for nutrition, and he or she was mandated to head the district nutrition committee. Besides, duties and responsibilities were also delineated for CDPOs, DPOs, lady supervisors, Anganwadi workers, and most importantly, local stakeholders like mothers groups for greater accountability and ownership of the Anganwadi program. Keeping in view the importance of ECC, we have taken a very important policy decision that all mini Anganwadis will be upgraded to main Anganwadis, because at all times we need the assistance of a helper to be with the Anganwadi worker. So out of the 1.16 lakh mini Anganwadis, already sanctions have been issued for upgradation of 48,000 mini Anganwadis. So this was another important initiative. Now, as mentioned by Honorable Minister and also highlighted by Secretary WCD, a very important part of the program has been upgradation of existing Anganwadis, basically housed in government buildings, as Saksham Anganwadis, which are essentially Generation 2 Anganwadis. So these are the Anganwadis which will be equipped with LED screens, with Poshan Vatikas for easy access to local produce, then with rainwater harvesting structures, and most importantly with audio and visual smart teaching aids. We have identified 41,192 Anganwadis to be upgraded as Saksham Anganwadis, and the process is on for another 80,000. So this was another key initiative. Besides talking about nutrition, I would say that a very major policy shift has been to move away from calorie-specific diets to a more balanced formulation for every age group that looks at integrating micronutrients, vitamin B6, B12, etc., for more holistic nourishment. And in this regard, I would like to mention that we have been allocating only fortified rice with vitamins B6, B12 and folic acid to all states and UTs for using in the supplementary nutrition program. Besides, it has been made mandatory to integrate millets at least once a week under the same program.
So I think ensuring what you said, I think Aditi ji, what you said, the holistic approach towards nutrition, every aspect that you shared with us, we'll come back to that as well. Cynthia, if I can come to you, 74 years of cooperation working with the Government of India, UNICEF India at this point today. But like we were talking about nutrition, the holistic approach, we do know malnutrition is a challenge, anemia is a challenge, but India has reshaped, like Aditi ji was saying, reorientated, reimagined the nutrition landscape. But specifically, one of the key highlights is the recently released National Protocol on Community-Based Management of Malnutrition in Children. Could you tell us about that? Because the work really is on ground.
So thank you for that. And I think over 74 years, UNICEF is so proud to have been learning with and from India. And I think that's what we're talking about today is so many lessons that we've brought together. I think it would be 2 things. One of the things that we've been hearing about this morning is that India is investing at the very beginning of life. So the first 1,000 days is very important. The human brain, 80% of a person's brain develops in the first 1,000 days. So what we're talking about here, what the Honorable Minister mentioned, what Secretary Pandey said, is that immediate understanding, the knowledge of importance of nutrition from the very beginning, 6 months of exclusive breastfeeding, looking at that complementary feeding and then transitioning to a diverse, healthy diet. That knowledge is built into giving that to the mothers and the families. but what's important are the systems that we've just heard about. So looking at having the guidelines that we can understand, and the recently launched community management of acute malnutrition is enforcing and enabling Angawadi workers to be where children are. So what that management system protocols enables is giving the Angawadi workers the knowledge, the tools, and then being able to impart that on the parents. In order for it to matter, you have to be where children are, and children are at home with their families.
Absolutely. I think what you said, first 1,000 days are so critical in every child's life. Moving on, Lakshmi Priyaji, I would like to come to you first. In fact, congratulations on getting that award. Wasting, of course, severely malnourished children, that's something which we struggle with. Tell us the secret, what really went into getting those numbers changed when we have that Sampurna initiative? How did you all get those numbers down of the malnourished children in the district?
Thank you, ma'am. I'm very happy to be a part of the panel today, especially when I'm sharing the dais with dignitaries like Aditi ma'am, Sindhya ma'am and others. So, I am an officer of the Indian Administrative Service from the 2014 batch. I am no longer the DM of Bongaigaon. When the project was done, I was DM there during the COVID times. In and around 2021, when this Poshan Tracker was being launched. Presently, I am the State Mission Director of National Health Mission in the state of Assam. So, in the district of Bongaigaon, which is in the, on the river side of River Brahmaputra, which is prone to flooding every year, Bongaigaon has a population of around 10 lakhs, plus or minus a few thousands. We had 2,416 malnourished children when we initially did the assessment. So Secretary Sir was mentioning about how WHO tracker is incorporated into the Poshan Tracker now. Then it wasn't. It was a different mechanism. So what we did was we got huge WHO growth charts printed for both boys and girls, and we got them, printed out in vinyl sheets and got them pasted in all the Anganwadis to start off with. We used those to find out what the actual number of malnourished children were, and we found out that we had 2,416 numbers of malnourished children. 246 out of them were severe acute malnourished, the rest were MAM children. So we were worried, what would we do, because we were in the middle of COVID and nothing was going anywhere. So then in our collective discussions, we came up with the idea that the one person who is most pained by the child's malnutrition is the mother. So what we did was we identified two mothers from the same Anganwadi, one mother whose child is malnourished and the other whose the child is normal. So suppose my baby is malnourished and her baby is normal, we both are buddy mothers. So now it becomes so we are a group. So it becomes our responsibility to get my baby also healthy. So it in a way it is competition, but then it's also friendship, you see, at the end of the day, it's very. Yeah. So at the end of the day, she's my friend, she's my neighbor, she's from my same Anganwadi area, and we are more or less in similar socio-economic status. So we both, after 3 months, we saw a huge development. We got 75% reduction, and we thought the data was wrong. And then we also understood that women don't have that kind of purchasing power parity in our society, nor does she make a lot of choices that depend upon usage of money. So we then plan to involve all help groups under NRLM, National Rural Livelihood Mission. So that was the change that we brought about, and by the end of an year, we got a reduction of 95%. That's probably why the ministry in their latest guidelines have included buddy mothers as one of the things that are done. So that was our model, a very simple model that you create buddy pairs, involve the community, and help the women help themselves, women empowerment. The concept is called positive deviance. I'm sure those of who have heard about it in sociology will understand. So.
I want to talk a little bit about higher education in India, because Ashoka University, certainly, most or all will agree that it's been a success. So if you look at the ingredients of that success, what worked? It was a new bet in a sense.
So I think we started with a few sort of guiding principles, the group of us who came together. And we said first thing is we will do liberal arts and sciences and not typically engineering or management first, because those are solved problems. We want to do a model and attack a problem which needs solving. And we felt liberal arts and sciences had not been addressed by private higher education institutions adequately. So one was, that's a focus area, because there's a gap there, a need gap. Second, we said we will not follow the UK system, which is prevalent in India, which is you choose a subject and you study it. That's it. However, the US system, where in your first 2 years you do breadth and width, which is you study many subjects, and then you declare a major at the end of second year. You know, in India, our subjects and major are decided by our class 12 marks.
Indeed.
And not by what we want to do.
Exactly.
Right? And we said we want to change that. So that's the second thing that needs changing. Right? The third is we said we'll do collective philanthropy. It will not be one person's or one family's or one business house's university. Because if you have so no matter how much a person donates, he or she or that business house will only have one seat on the board. So I could donate 25 times what the smallest donor has given, but we'll both have the same single seat on the board.
Person 2.0, shaped by the determination of the Honorable Prime Minister, signal a new era in nutrition history. I think it is target-driven and it has power and potential to transform India into a nutrition superpower. If India can become a nutrition superpower, definitely there will be change in SDG 2 and whole world, because India is known sometimes by epicenter of malnutrition. So that is a significant impact not only for India but also for the whole world. The second, it focuses on past 1,000 days, which is the first window of opportunity. Also, it gives emphasis on adults and girls, which is the second window of opportunity. Let me come to specifically about the impact. If you look into National Family Health Survey 4 and National Family Health Survey 5, there is a reduction in stunting, there is a reduction in wasting. Although anemia and obesity have gone in many states, but there is also reduction of anemia and obesity in many, many Indian states. Look into Poshan Tracker. I think we discussed today in the morning. 1/5 of the children was found in NFHS 5 about they are stunted. But look into Poshan Tracker. I think they have been able to, ministry has been able to successfully measure it, and it is less than 7.2%. So India is emerging not only as a nutrition superpower, but also is providing, has gold mines of a lot of impact models which world can learn and emulate. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. So since you said Poshan Tracker, the question to you, Archana, is that tell us about the work which y'all are doing with this groundbreaking tool. We know it's a groundbreaking tool. What is the work which y'all are doing on ground with the Poshan Tracker specifically?
First of all, thank you for having me on this panel, and I'm really happy to learn from my other panelists as well. We've heard a lot about the Poshan Tracker since morning. First of all, I would say that the strongest of the policies and programs that are developed by the government are the ones that are informed by data and evidence. So Poshan Tracker, with its real intent of providing real-time data on nutrition and nutrition outcomes, is an extremely powerful tool. So we worked and supported, and we are privileged to work with the Ministry of Women and Child Development on the development of Poshan Tracker along with NEGD. What we've seen is a massive scale-up of the tracker. the fact that it was launched in 2021 and today we are just about sitting in 2023, the data is pretty staggering and very impressive. The fact that it's been scaled to over 13.2 lakh Anganwadi workers who are using the Poshan Tracker. Obviously, it took time to ramp up, but the fact that it's being used by 1.3 million Anganwadi workers, the fact that it reaches about 10 crore beneficiaries, and out of the 8 crore children under 6 who are touched by Anganwadis, and more than 7 crore of them have their nutrition outcomes actually measured through Poshan Tracker is pretty impressive. And we also heard from the Honorable Minister today the fact that there's so much of energy that is going towards reviewing the data, because it's not data. Data is not an end in itself. How you intake the data and how do you improve the programs, the reviews are really important. So monthly reviews and quarterly reviews at the level of minister is actually leading to strengthening of the program. Okay. So the tracker in itself is pretty fundamental. Like Basanta mentioned, that there are tools that India can have, the impact that India has, and that the world can learn from. I think Poshan Tracker is one of those tools. What had not happened before is also integration between the Health Ministry and the Ministry of Women and Child Development. Nutrition is a program that actually straddles across different ministries, and now the tracker has ability to integrate that data, because you can deduplicate the audiences between health and nutrition. Integration with RCH and UWIN is super critical. I mean, the community who works on nutrition knows what that means, and further integration with education as well, because nutrition tends to be intergenerational from childhood to adolescent to...
Exactly. On the integration, generational bit, Dr. Aparna was coming to you. Mr. Kar also said about, adolescent girls. So coming to that, this whole intergenerational cycle, how can we stop that? Because only a healthy girl, then a healthy adolescent can become a healthy mother. How do you think we can help that in making India malnutrition free?
So you have to have a life cycle approach. Firstly, thank you so much for having me here, and so lovely to learn from so many wonderful panelists. But to really, tackle the intergenerational effect of malnutrition, the fact that you have undernourished adolescent girls becoming pregnant and giving birth to low birth weight babies who go on to become then stunted or wasted, and then going up to become, underweight, adolescent girls, and then the cycle continues. Two way to really, stop that is to have a, life cycle approach to malnutrition, because then you understand that different life cycle stages have different needs. Yes. You need to start preconception, then go on to adolescent, along with antenatal care, and then 1,000 days of the child. You need to tackle malnutrition from that perspective, right? Secondly, it's so important that we do not wait for the malnutrition to become really severe, like go on to becoming severely underweight. It's so important to pick up the children much earlier, right? When they are like moderately underweight, for example. So when you do that, you're able to kind of work with a mother to improve the child's health from the perspective of what she can do with what is available to her in her household, right? So we've done a program, Arman has done a program where we did an RCT, where we actually handheld mothers whose children are moderately underweight for 12 weeks. And it was actually digital. It was like a trained nutrition counselor was handholding the mother through personalized calls weekly. Okay. And we also had WhatsApp messages going to the mother. And when we handheld for 12 weeks, focusing on health and nutrition, hygiene, sanitation, dietary practices, we found literally 40% reduction in progression to severe acute malnutrition.
So again, seeing that impact, like Lakshmi ji said, what they actually saw in Assam, Bongaigaon.
Yes.
Aditi ji, if I can ask you, the panelists have been saying, and we know how relevant nutrition is, starting young, first 1,000 days, healthy mothers. What really is the mission, the vision further for the Poshan Abhiyan? Can you take us to that?
The first of all, to address the intergenerational cycle of malnutrition, we need to take another look at the scheme for adolescent girls. The scheme has already been initiated by the ministry, but right now it is confined only to the aspirational districts and the northeast states. If you see the last census, there are as many as 58 million adolescent girls in the age bracket of 15 to 19. So this is the target group that we will need to focus on. to be able to ensure that children are not married off early, adolescent girls, and in turn they do not give birth to low birth weight babies. So this would be one area. The second area, and I think everybody has already seen the presentation which Secretary WCD had given, the portion tracker is going to be a big game changer. It is already generating a lot of data for analytics and for course correction wherever required. It is also issuing a series of alerts to the states for perfecting what they are already doing. Now, India already has 52,924 sectors, which roughly has about 26 Anganwadis. Now, in all these sectors, at least half of them are reporting wasting levels, which are well below 5% of the SDG target for 2030. So this is a great achievement, I would say. And if you compare the NFHS 5 data, which looked at a sample size which had perhaps only 6 lakh households, the portion tracker has been measuring as many as 8 crore children on a sustained basis in the last 9 months. And the wasting data is, as has already been pointed out by one of the panelists, it is an eye-opener, because what is reported under NFHS 5 is 19%. What the tracker is showing is 6%. And out of this, SAM children are only 1.9%.
Yeah. So I mean, this is a huge vision. Work is happening. In fact, Cynthia, I wanted to ask you one thing, which we've haven't spoken about, is about complementary feeding. 11%. Again, still, how can we bridge that gap?
So I think I would pick up on maybe one key thing which we've talked about, which is number one is preventing something terrible happening. And so how do we have that strong nutrition knowledge but intervention in order to prepare children to excel? It's wonderful we have some 11th and 12th grade students who are showing when we prepare children with nutrition and health, they're ready to take on the world. And so I think it is this issue of really converging and looking at nutrition and health and that focus of preventing the worst from happening and preparing children to excel. And I think we've talked about a lot of numbers. And we've had the opportunity working with the government to see what it looks like. Our executive director for UNICEF came and went to Lucknow. She followed an Anganwadi worker and she met Babita, whose young son was born underweight, Pushpendra, and the Anganwadi worker identified him and then followed him and worked with the mother to understand breastfeeding. Then when it was time for complementary feeding, to understand what that meant, what a healthy, diverse diet means. Now he is thriving, he's on track with the usual indicators and ready to go to school. So that's what it looks and feels like when we look at that gap and address it.
Thank you so much for all your expertise. I think in this Amrit Kal ki Anganwadi, it's important that together as a nation, we're looking at holistically while the government is doing this, but our stakeholders have come together. Thank you all so much for joining us for this special show.
The volume of information is high, and there are several sources from where this information flows. While information that we receive online and across digital platforms is quick, effective and helpful, it can also be a challenge to determine the accuracy of such information. WhatsApp has partnered with 10 independent fact-checking organizations that help users to identify, review and verify the information. Now, WhatsApp has an additional forwarded many times feature that serves as an indicator of the message's journey. When a message is forwarded through a chain of 5 or more chats, it is labeled forwarded many times and has a double arrow icon. This tells you that the message originally came from someone other than who sent it to you. This could be an official advisory, a meme perhaps, or even breaking news. But it's always best to double check the information if it seems suspicious. These forward labels also help to slow down the spread of viral messages. For example, if a message has already been forwarded, you can forward it up to 5 chats. And if a message has a forwarded many times label, it can only be forwarded to 1 chat at a time. Spreading media with false and inaccurate information can create panic and unrest, and that is why we should refrain from forwarding suspicious messages without verifying them. Just because it's been forwarded many times doesn't make it true.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
WhatsApp has become a part of our lives. It's like a digital playground where you can connect with loved ones, share hilarious memes, and unleash your inner emoji maestro. With so much information coming our way, in today's digitally connected world, it's important to understand what's accurate and what's not. And today we are here to understand the level of awareness or even lack of awareness among people when it comes to forwarding information on WhatsApp.
I check the profile of who has sent it.
I first Google it and verify the reliable sources whether it's true or not.
Firstly, I will see if the person who sent it to me is in my contact list. If the person is not, then I'll open and see their profile picture or maybe the name that has been given there.
I, at my level, try to see many reputable sources to verify if the information is correct or not. I usually don't pay heed to it.
Firstly, I laugh it off. And secondly, I ask them, from where did you receive it?
I'll see through it. If it is of any valuable information to me, I'll keep it, or else I'll just ignore it.
Don't just forward any video or a link which you receive from anywhere.
Please scrutinize what is being mass forwarded and verify if it's true or not.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Right, key BJP meet currently underway as the BJP mulls on selecting the CM faces. Home Minister Amit Shah meets Prime Minister Modi. BJP yet to announce chief ministerial selections for 3 states. Fiery debate in Parliament over Jammu and Kashmir as the JNK reorganization bill is discussed and passed in Lok Sabha. Amit Shah rakes up Nehru, blames him for creation of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, which he categorizes as a historic blunder. Massive protest by supporters of prominent Rajput leader Sukhdev Singh Gogamadi after he was shot dead in his Jaipur home. In fact, police say that they have identified the killers, the 2 killers who are involved in it, and they are also exploring the angle of gang rivalry. After heavy rains, parts of Chennai still flooded. Food packets dropped from IF Coast Guard choppers. Right, let's first take a look at this exclusive interview which my colleague Sunil Prabhu has got of former President Pranab Mukherjee's daughter Sharmishta Mukherjee. Take a look at this.
What was the whole aim behind this idea of writing this book?
You know, my father used to write diaries, and he has left them with me. My father also wanted to write me. You know, he has told many journalists that you know, what about the diaries and all. He said, you know, I have left them with my daughter. She's going to write about it. But of course, you know, he said the diaries can't be published. So this is not publication of his diaries, because that needs a different thing. And also there are many information in the diaries, what I felt and which he also rightly thought, it should not come out in the public domain, of course not of as yet. So I have left out the real what he thought about Sonia Gandhi, or what he thought about Dr. Manmohan Singh, or what he thought about the current Prime Minister. I mean, those are not, media makes it to be controversial, but those are not really controversial issues, or but being in key positions for so many years in the government, so he was privy to many things which perhaps are not suitable as yet to come out in the public domain, and he was very clear that he is also not going to talk about it, and he also made me promise that obviously I am not going to talk about it until and unless the government of India decides to declassify those files.
And how he was nearly giving up hopes of becoming president, and then finally as circumstances it was forced upon the party to put him as the President of India. You bring that out very beautifully in the book.
Well, I think, he believed always that it was perhaps, Mamta's announcement. I mean, firstly his opposition, and the way she announced, without consulting Sonia Gandhi, who was the UPA chairperson, and so that finally, sealed the deal in his favor. And later on he would often joke that thank God Mamta opposed me, otherwise maybe I would not have been the president.
So. And I come back to another point, because when you say a daughter remembers, it must have been very hard, and you bring that out beautifully in the book, saying that the decision of you to tweet against his visit to the RSS headquarters in Nagpur was of your own, not because Ajay Makran or anybody else did. That is something that you must explain to people who would definitely want to buy this book, hopefully.
Yes, when my father visited RSS, so I was fully involved in Congress politics, so naturally I was swayed by the views of the party, and I decided to tweet against him. And it was because just before that there was a rumor was being spread in the media that I'm going to join BJP. So I was already angry with my father, and I had fought with him, and on top of it this this thing came. So I tweeted, and I have to say that nobody from my party told me this. Rather, just before that, when the rumor started floating that I'm joining BJP, Ajay Makanji, who was the TPCC president then, and he my boss, so he called me and I clarified, and he told me not to tweet. He said, don't interact with the media, I will tweet your denial. But I was very, very angry, and I tweeted. Of course, looking back, as I also wrote in the book, looking back, I think it was very foolish on my part to do that. I shouldn't have. I should have respected my father's decision, because he always believed in dialogue. But nobody from Congress.
But he didn't get upset with your tweet?
Not at all, not at all, not at all, not at all, not at all. With father, daughter, I mean, I would fight with my father, so. And not at all. Rather, I mean, he felt that it took a lot of courage for me to do that.
Also, the relationship with the new Prime Minister, who's now at the helm of affairs, Mr. Narendra Modi. He talks about you talk about that entire equation with him, and how there is a great amount of reverence from him towards Mr. Pranab Mukherjee.
Well, I think this is something very strange, considering their different ideological difference. But I think the relationship goes back many years before even Mr. Modi became the Gujarat Chief Minister, and Mr. Modi himself told me this, that he used to come as an ordinary worker to Delhi for organizational work, and he used to stay in the South Avenue, North Avenue area, and during their morning walks they would come across. And Baba would always talk nicely to him, and he would always touch Baba's feet. And so this is very interesting entry in Baba's diary, that when Mr. Modi as the Gujarat Chief Minister came to meet the President for the first time, and Baba wrote that he's a bitter critic of the Congress and the government policies, and during NDC meetings, I mean, always we had many a times we had spat. But always in private, he always touches my feet and tells me that it gives him pleasure to do so. I do not understand the reason why. So this is something, which is very interesting. So I narrated this, and Mr. Modi also confirmed this, saying that this has been a long practice. and also the relationship between the Prime Minister and the President. One of the main reason, I think, not just personal equation or personal regards, but my father's belief that a President has constitutional role to play, and that is, and also constitutional limitation not to interfere in governance. So in the very first meeting, he very candidly told the Prime Minister that we belong to two different ideological parties, two different ideologies, but the people have given you mandate. So I am not going to in any way interfere with the governance. That is your job, that is the job of the cabinet. But if in any constitutional matter, if you need any help, you can always seek my advice, and I am going to help you fully, support. I was told about this by Mr. Modi himself, and while telling it to me, he also said that Dada ke liye ye baat kehna bahut badi baat thi. So I think from the beginning, the Prime Minister and the President, there was an openness and honesty between in the interaction.
One point which I think really defines, and I think Dr. Pranab Mukherjee in his own way tried to keep away from that controversial part, is the 1984, which was really his turning phase when he was on the same flight after Mrs. Indira Gandhi's assassination. You tried to touch upon it and try to bring about it. What exactly are you trying to convey here? What exactly happened? That it was people around Rajiv Gandhi who played?
Yes, it was people around Rajiv Gandhi, and there is one particular person.
You're not naming here?
No, I have named him here. I have named him here in the book, but I am not going to tell you because there should be something unsaid so that people buy the book and read it. So there is one particular person who was present there whom my father, rightly or wrongly, felt that who actually planted the story, and it was then picked up by people around Rajiv at that time. And but it was not it was claimed that Baba claimed staked his claim to become the Prime Minister as on the virtue of being, but it was on the contrary, whereas my father felt, according to him, that Rajiv should take over immediately because a lot of uncertainty has been created. A Prime Minister was assassinated, so there can't be any scope of squabble within the party, and if Rajiv takes over immediately, there wouldn't be, so but a canard was spread by people around him that he did this. So that was one controversy which I talked in length about the book, because that is something again haunted him. And even in 2004 also, when he was not made the Prime Minister, this came up, that because he wanted to become Prime Minister then, so that is those misgivings, that is not the right thing. But why he felt that during the 2 months of interaction, Rajiv Gandhi became the Prime Minister after 31st October when he took oath, and then again after 2 months there was election, and then he became, in this 2 months of working together with Baba in the cabinet. So he spoke very strongly about his views, about his opinions, and which was perhaps not liked. So, and he wrote in his notes, which he left behind, that when I look back, I think Rajiv was perhaps right in not taking me, because he realized I am a tough nut. It will not be easy for him to work with me. So I think that is, the reason, not that, because of the, kind of apprehension, I will not say mistrust, but apprehension on part of both Rajiv and especially Sonia, of not giving my father the final premium post of the Prime Minister, because perhaps they felt that he might challenge their authorities.
Right, that was of course an exclusive interview brought by my colleague Sunil Prabhu, but shifting focus now to the top political story that we are following, and that is the back-to-back meetings that BJP is holding in order to come up with names who will be the chief minister in the 3 heartland states that BJP won recently, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. In the latest that we know, Home Minister Amit Shah is in fact at Prime Minister Modi's residence, and this is a high-level meeting which is currently underway at PM's residence. Even yesterday, remember, BJP Chief JP Nadda had a 4-hour-long meeting with the Prime Minister at his residence once again, and the top BJP leadership seems to be locked into multiple meetings back-to-back in order to come up with the final names, those who will be named as the Chief Ministers of these 3 states. For more on this, I'm joined by my colleagues Himanshu and Ravish. Himanshu, coming to you first. In fact, we have been seeing that a series of back-to-back meetings have been going on, and this is yet another one of them. Is there some sort of, the deliberations which are currently going on? Because we have been listening to or hearing reports about how they might be looking at new faces, new selections instead of going for the old guard who are there in these states. So are some of these aspects making it more difficult for the BJP to come up with a final choice?
I think yes. See, it's important to remember that it has been more than 72 hours since the state assembly elections were announced. But still, there is no final word as to who will be the chief minister in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. And I think the answer lies in the BJP's election strategy itself. Remember, in Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, BJP central leadership did not announce any name, any CM candidate, as they used to do normally in other states. Even in these states, in previous elections, very clear announcements had been made. But this time, there was no announcement that a particular leader will be the chief minister candidate of the party in that state. And that is where the answer lies, that I think the central leadership had decided, even at the time of the election campaign, that they will decide the name of the chief minister after the results are announced. And now, finally, in last 72 hours, we have we have seen several rounds of deliberations between and among central and state leadership. Remember yesterday's meeting, quite long, more than 4 hours long. And after that meeting, today we saw 10 MPs who had won the MLA election. They went to the Lok Sabha speaker and they tendered their resignation. And it included 2 very senior names from Madhya Pradesh. Narendra Singh Tomar, who is now the Agriculture Minister, and Union Minister Prahlad Patel. And with those resignations, it has now paved the way for them to go back to their respective states and take oath as an MLA. 2 MPs who have also won, Balak Nath and Renuka Singh, they were not in Delhi today, so they could not give their resignations, but they are expected to do it tomorrow. We have also been told by sources that Narendra Singh Tomar and Prahlad Patel will be tendering their resignation from Union Cabinet as well by late tonight. So this is part of the strategy to actually move forward in this case. But at the moment, there is still no indication whether the BJP central leadership will go by the names that are making rounds, because we have been also hearing that a lot of thinking is also on thinking about some new faces. Remember, these elections that were held, assembly elections, were a part of the BJP's larger strategy. That's right, Tanima.
Right. Himanshu, stay with us. I am also joined by Maria and Sunil Prabhu. But first, let me go across to Ravish, who is at the BJP headquarters. Ravish, थोड़ी देर पहले ही JP नड्डा ने एक BJP जनरल सेक्रेटरीज की मीटिंग भी चेयर की. इसी बारे में बातचीत हो रही थी और वहां से जो सबसे आलोचना करके जो भी निकाला गया अभी, is that going to be something which is conveyed to the higher command in BJP as well?
जी देखिए तनिमा, इस समय 2 जगह पर बैठक चल रही है और दोनों ही जगहों पर बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण बैठक चल रही है। एक तो प्रधानमंत्री अमित शाह के साथ में बैठक चल रही है और जो दूसरी बैठक है वो बीजेपी के मुख्यालय में महासचिवों के साथ में चल रही है। बीजेपी के जो सूत्र हैं जो जानकारी दे रहे हैं कि आज रात को या फिर कल सुबह तक हो सकता है कि बीजेपी तीनों ही राज्यों के लिए जो पर्यवेक्षक हैं उनके नामों की घोषणा कर दे और कल या फिर परसों जो है वो विधायक दल की बैठक भी हो सकती है। एक बात और जो पता लगी है सूत्रों के हवाले से कि देखिए, नाम अब तय हो चुका है, लेकिन वो नाम किसी को पता नहीं है प्रधानमंत्री जी के अलावा। तो यही वजह है कि तमाम सारे सत्ता के गलियारों में इस वक्त चर्चाओं का दौर चल रहा है, कयास लगाए जा रहे हैं। हर शख्स के पास में, हर चैनल के पास में अपना अपना नाम है, लेकिन ये बताया जा रहा है कि सैद्धांतिक तौर पर इस बात को लेकर मंजूरी हो चुकी है शीर्ष नेतृत्व के साथ में, जो कि कल 4 घंटे बैठक चली है, कि युवा नए चेहरे को जो है वो सामने लेकर आया जाएगा। और प्रधानमंत्री खुद बोल चुके हैं कि वो इस बार कास्ट को नहीं बल्कि क्लास को तवज्जो देंगे। तो यही वजह है कि लोगों को लग रहा है कि युवा, महिला, आदिवासी, इन तीनों में से इन तीनों चीजों को ध्यान में रख के कोई एक नया चेहरा हो सकता है। तो यही वजह है कि अभी जो बैठक चल रही है, अभी जो जेपी नड्डा के साथ में महासचिवों की बैठक चल रही है, उनके साथ में भी इसी मुद्दे पर चर्चा भी चल रही है कि आखिर क्या क्या होना चाहिए, कैसे संगठन को और मजबूत किया जाए, किन नामों को तय किया जाए। इन सब मुद्दों पर एक चर्चा जो है
Ravish, हमसे जुड़े रहिए. Let me go across to Maria right now. Maria, both Himanshu and Ravish, as they reported, that the name selections probably are finalized, but still the final decision will now be taken by the BJP top leadership. As we know, currently the Home Minister as well as the Prime Minister are locked up in a meeting on this very aspect. You know, they have to get this right for 2024. Is that the most difficult aspect of this entire selection, or is it a choice when it comes to actually putting new faces in the forefront and, you know, kind of refreshing the entire arrangement that they can see in terms of state leadership in these heartland states? What is the aspect which is in a way probably something which some would say is delaying the name announcements, because some would say that the choice would have been easy considering all these states have top veterans of the BJP?
Yes, and that's the reason why the party leadership is trying to really do that balancing act. They really do not want to upset, say, a Vasundhara Raje or a Raman Singh or even Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who is the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. Look, Tanima, having covered the party, just look at the series of events that has happened in the last few hours. It's been 72 hours since the results came. Yesterday, there was a meeting at 7 LKM, which is the Prime Minister's residence, in which Mr. Nadda was also present, along with Home Minister Amit Shah, and of course the Prime Minister was there. Right now, even as we speak, there are two sets of meetings that are happening. One of General Secretaries at the BJP headquarters, the other of a meeting which is happening between Home Minister Amit Shah and Prime Minister. They want to send a message of generational change, but they also realize that there are multiple factors here at play. The Prime Minister on his part has been talking about that there is, you know, the larger issue for him are the four aspects: the women, the youth, the farmers, and also and the Adivasis, when he spoke at the BJP headquarters on the day of the victory. But I think when it is about the 2024 elections, they would want to ensure that all these three states actually perform the way they did in 2019. They actually sent all MPs, in fact, full score for the BJP in all these states. So 12 MPs, all of them who contested have resigned, but who will be the Chief Minister? Again, I'm saying there will be a lot of explanation that will come soon after the name is announced. Right now, the party has to send observers. The process of observer selection is happening, and thereafter the observer will go to the state capitals and complete the formalities.
Right. Himanshu, Ravish and Maria, stay with us. Let me go across to my colleague Sunil Prabhu. Sunil, while all these deliberations and back-to-back meetings and parleys are going on in the BJP, the India bloc is in fact having a strategy meeting currently at the Congress chief's residence. This is not the main meeting which they had in fact planned earlier, where their top allies would be attending, since several of them decided to skip. This is a different strategy meeting that the India bloc is holding currently. Am I right? So what is this particular meeting about, Sunil?
Well, as you understood, it's absolutely correct to say this is an informal meeting of floor leaders of the coordination committee who have been meeting on a regular basis every morning. They would have ideally liked, as you saw, other important coalition partners, be it Nitish Kumar or Mamata Banerjee, and as you're well aware, Tamil Nadu has been under floods. The Chief Minister from Tamil Nadu, Mr. Stalin, apart from Mr. Uddhav Thackeray and others. But that was not the case because of various issues in terms of timing and and the date. So that's now been postponed to the third week. But clearly, the India Alliance, if it has to be in the reckoning, realizes that they have to bury their differences. They have to work together to take on Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his coalition, which seems at this present juncture absolutely all set to gain 2024. They need a miracle. They have to work for a miracle. They have to pray for a miracle and hope for a miracle in many ways to ensure that they can dent that image ahead of 2024. So they will definitely get back to the drawing board and hopefully be able to muster some new magic wand, which was not possible in those 3 states in the Hindi heartland where they lost miserably.
Right, back to the drawing board for Congress. Sunil, Himanshu, Maria and Ravish, thank you so much for joining us with all those updates, political updates taking place in the national capital this evening. Shifting focus now, an unrest in Rajasthan post Karni Sena chief Gogamadi's murder. In fact, the police say that they have identified the 2 main killers who were involved, who were in fact caught on camera also murdering the Karni Sena chief. But what we have seen happening in Rajasthan after that is, of course, a flurry of protests, some of them also being violent. And, you know, the day long we have seen there cases of arson and violence being reported during some of these protests. Now, what the police are in fact saying that at the moment they have identified one of the main gangsters who's allegedly involved in this case, and they are also not ruling out any a possibility of gang rivalry, which could be the main motive behind this murder. For more on this, I'm joined by my colleague Harsha Kumari Singh, who's been tracking this story very closely. Harsha, so what exactly are the police saying as of now? What seems to be the main motive, and who are the people exactly involved behind this murder?
Well, you know, first and foremost, this case has exposed the political fault lines in Rajasthan. Rajput groups are out on the streets protesting, and the BJP has asked that the NIA, that the National Investigating Agency, take over the case. And Rajendra Rathod, who was leader of the opposition in the previous assembly, has actually written to the governor about that. Now, having said that, what is the Rajasthan police doing? The Rajasthan police team has formed an SIT to look into this case. They've identified those 2 people behind who were actually probably hired killers to carry out this killing. The police say once they arrest them, they will come to know what was the motive behind the murder. But the police say it could be inter-gang rivalry because Rohit Godara has apparently claimed responsibility for it. Who is Rohit Godara? Rohit Godara operates out of the country. He is also wanted by the NIA. He uses on-ground criminals to carry out extortion and land grab. Why did he kill Gogamedi? Well, Gogamedi himself has, before he became a social activist, he has 30 criminal cases against them, also some of which are for extortion, murder, abduction and illegal arms. So it's possible that Gogamedi, who was the leader, remember he was a part of the Rajput Karni Sena, they had some fallout with him, they threw him out of the Karni Sena and he launched his own outfit, the Shri Rajput Karni Sena. So when he went into the Shri Rajput Karni Sena, he emerged and metamorphosized into this social activist, but his criminal history sheet, which is there in Hanumangarh, in his native place, points to some kind of a past where there is extortion, there is murder, there is loot and abduction. So perhaps there's some kind of an inter-gang rivalry that could have led to this murder, and that history sheet probably has a clue as to what could be the motive for that murder.
Right, Harsha, thank you so much. We'll of course be tracking all the developments in the state on this particular case with you. Shifting focus now, and the JNK reorganization bill was passed in the Lok Sabha today. Earlier in the parliament, in fact, Home Minister Amit Shah spoke and said that this bill aims to give representation to Kashmiri migrants. He also raked up the name of former Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru and in fact blamed him for the creation of POK. Listen in.
मैं जो बिल लेकर आया हूं, जो विधेयक लेकर इस महान सदन की सहमति प्राप्त करने के लिए मैं खड़ा हुआ हूं, वो बिल 70 सालों से जिन्हों को अन्याय हुआ है, जो अपमानित हुए और जिनकी अनदेखी की गई है, वो सभी लोगों को न्याय दिलाने का बिल है, उनको अधिकार दिलाने का। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, ये बिल किसी भी समाज में जो डिप्राइव लोग होते हैं उनको आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए। ये भारतीय संविधान की मूल भावना है, परंतु उसके साथ साथ इसका सम्मान न कम हो इस तरह से आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए। अधिकार देना और अधिकार सम्मान के साथ देना दोनों में बड़ा फर्क है। इसलिए कमजोर और वंचित वर्ग के जगह अन्य पिछड़ा वर्ग ये नामकरण बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है।
Going back to the story about the state's chief ministerial selections, and of course, Congress has already announced that Revant Reddy is going to be the next chief minister of Telangana, and the oath-taking ceremony is lined up for tomorrow. For more on this, my colleague Uma Sudhir is in fact joining us. Uma, you have all the details as to what we can expect tomorrow. If you can tell us, in fact, we believe that the Congress High Command is going to be physically present at the ceremony.
It does look like it's going to be a galaxy of leaders, and the Congress certainly wants to make a show of it, because we are being told as of now that Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, as well as all the leadership from Delhi will be here. He has also interestingly invited not just, of course, the former Chief Minister of Telangana, Mr. KCR, all the 119 MLAs here. He has also invited Jagan Mohan Reddy, MK Stalin, and also Chandrababu Naidu. Chandrababu Naidu, with who he has had a relationship which is considered a close relationship in the past as well. Other than these leaders, he has in fact invited PCC chiefs from everywhere, the Telangana martyr families, and he's invited in fact the public of Telangana, saying that this is a forum on which you're going to have a people's government that's getting sworn in. So please come to LB Stadium, he's saying, and therefore big galaxy of leaders from everywhere, and we are expecting that possibly there will be at least 6 people who may be inducted along with him. The size of the cabinet overall is going to be 18, but not all may get inducted tomorrow itself. Back to you.
Right, so the Congress top leadership going to be there as the party gets the second southern bastion there. Uma, thank you so much for joining us with that. And with that, it's a wrap on the bulletin. News and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates.
Top interviews.
And analysis.
From around the globe.
My name is Captain Raghu Raman, and I have been fortunate to have had a career that has spanned 3 different domains. Whether it was the authoritarian style of leadership in the armed forces, or the mostly incentive-driven environment of the corporates, or the process-driven style of the government, I found that there were some principles of leadership that are present in all the environments. And these valuable lessons of leadership can be learned from literally thousands of leaders who are all around us. And we will meet them all on Wisdom of Leaders.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow 8-fold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
WhatsApp has revolutionized the way we communicate.
Good evening. First, let's go to the headlines. Suspense in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. BJP has recorded an emphatic win, but there's no clarity on the chief ministers yet. The party is brainstorming at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence today. India bloc floor leaders meet at Mallikarjun Kharge's residence. Opposition strategy meet in the midst of the winter session. Very important Jammu and Kashmir bills passed in Lok Sabha today. More assembly seats, quota proposed in Jammu and Kashmir. Opposition walks out of the parliament debate, one step closer to elections in Jammu and Kashmir. Ruckus over DMK MP's gaumutra comment. Parliament stormed despite Senthil's apology. Rajasthan is tense after Karni Sena murder. Massive protests in parts of Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. On camera, Karni Sena leader shot dead. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. Bringing back memories of the abrogation of Article 370 that set into process changes in the political landscape of Jammu and Kashmir, the Lok Sabha on Wednesday, the third day of the winter session, passed the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Amendment Bill, following which the opposition members walked out of the House. Now, during the discussion, Home Minister Amit Shah had said that one seat in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly is to be reserved for those displaced from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Earlier, he also said that two bills will bring justice to those who have been deprived of their rights for the past 70 years. He also said that one of the bills will also nominate two people from the Kashmiri migrant community to the assembly. These are communities who have been facing the brunt of terrorism for years in the valley but have been living on the margins. That's what he said. But while doing so, he also talked about Nehruvian blunders, taking the past about Jawaharlal Nehru's handling of the valley, its issues, even as the opposition questioned how could the assembly be expanded when there have been no assembly elections in J&K for past 9 years. Kashmir for years has been an important part of the BJP's ideological and political universe, which is why these key bills that the government wants to bring about that provide for the reservation of Kashmiri Pandits, SCs and STs in the J&K Assembly are significant. We will discuss all that today, but first, let's take a look at what the Home Minister said.
मैं जो बिल लेकर आया हूं, जो विधेयक लेकर इस महान सदन की सहमति प्राप्त करने के लिए मैं खड़ा हुआ हूं, वो बिल 70 सालों से जिन्हों को अन्याय हुआ है, जो अपमानित हुए और जिनकी अनदेखी की गई है, वो सभी लोगों को न्याय दिलाने का बिल है, उनको अधिकार दिलाने का। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, ये बिल किसी भी समाज में जो डिप्राइव लोग होते हैं उनको आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए। ये भारतीय संविधान की मूल भावना है, परंतु उसके साथ साथ इसका सम्मान न कम हो, इस तरह से आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए। अधिकार देना और अधिकार सम्मान के साथ देना, दोनों में बड़ा फर्क है। इसलिए कमजोर और वंचित वर्ग के जगह अन्य पिछड़ा वर्ग, ये नामकरण बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। नेहरू के समय में जो ब्लंडर हुआ था, इसके कारण कश्मीर को भुगतना पड़ा। मैं मान्यवर इस सदन में खड़ा रहकर आपके आसन के सामने जिम्मेदारी के साथ कहता हूं कि दो बड़ी गलतियां जो पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू के प्रधानमंत्री काल में हुई, उनके लिए गए निर्णयों से हुई। इसके कारण सालों तक कश्मीर ने सहन करना पड़ा। एक सबसे बड़ी गलती, जब हमारी सेना जीत रही थी, पंजाब का एरिया आते ही सीज फायर कर दिया गया और पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर का जन्म हुआ। अगर सीज फायर 3 दिन लेट होता तो पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर आज भारत का हिस्सा। मान्यवर, एक ही गलती बताने से इतना तिल मिला गया। नहीं, मैंने हटा दिया। मैं तो सिर्फ नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। मैं सिर्फ 2 ही बताना चाहता हूँ। एक, पूरा कश्मीर जीते बगैर सीज फायर कर लिया, और दूसरा, यूएन के अंदर हमारे मसले को ले जाने की बहुत बड़ी गलती की।
We have Professor Amitabh Mattu, author and Professor Jawaharlal Nehru University, former advisor to Chief Minister and Chair Jammu and Kashmir Knowledge Initiative, joining us. Thank you, Professor Mattu, for joining us. You've been tracking J&K and politics for so long. So the government today has moved the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganisation Amendment Bill and other key bills pertaining to J&K. What I understand is that the bill reserves 2 seats for Kashmiri migrants and for people displaced from Pakistani-held territories of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, clearly, the Home Minister has also said that this is justice after 70 years for ethnic communities. How do you see this, sir, particularly because it comes after the abrogation of Article 370 and also after the delimitation process? Yes.
Yeah, I think you need to separate the 2019 J&K Reorganization Act, which abrogated 370, from this, although it's an amendment to that act, this bill which has been introduced into the Lok Sabha, because it does provide some progressive legislation, which I think is important to recognize. The Anglo-Indian community, for instance, in the Indian Parliament has been given 2 seats which are nominated by the President. Similarly, in this bill, it says that 2 members of the migrant community, without specifying any religion, region, those who had to move out of Kashmir because of violence and terrorism and disturbance, and who were registered, or even those who were not registered but stayed there because of government service, or but still having movable property there, 2 people should be nominated, and those will be nominated by the governor, lieutenant governor in this case at the moment, and one of them should be a woman. Frankly, I don't see anything wrong. I think it incentivizes Kashmiri Pandits' involvement within the mainstream of politics in Jammu and Kashmir. It helps create the channels for a dialogue between Kashmiri Pandits and Kashmiri Muslims. Of course, as I said, it doesn't specify that the migrant nominated will be Kashmiri Pandits. So I think it's a progressive legislation which I support entirely. Right. The second is reservation for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. There were no reservations for scheduled tribes in the Act of 2019, and now you have 9 seats reserved for scheduled tribes like Gujars and Bakarwals, and 7 seats for scheduled castes. Finally, of course, there is the legislation which reserves 1 seat for all those who have had to leave Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Right. Through various phases from 47 to 71 because of either being forced out or facing threats and violence. So these, this legislation per se, I would not have any dispute, or I wouldn't think that it's a very controversial legislation. What, of course, is the expectation is that there will be elections, yes, and that eventually, as the Home Minister has assured the Parliament, that there will be a statehood given back to Jammu and Kashmir.
Right. Professor Mattu, I'll just come to the election bit, but clearly when you look at the other key bill on STs, it includes the Pahadi community and a handful of tribes in Jammu Kashmir's list of scheduled tribes. Now, Pahadis will now be able to contest reserved seats, which were previously, I understand, dominated by other tribes. So there's another bill that looks at inclusion of the Valmiki community. So, and another one that looks at, of course, the change in nomenclature, calling other backward classes, and this is something the Home Minister addressed today. So, what kind of electoral and socio-political impact are you looking at given this bill in context?
See, I mean, there are obviously accusations as whenever there is a reorganization of electoral constituencies and reservations that there is gerrymandering happening and that you are actually fiddling with constitutions in a way that would suit the powers that be. But as I said, once you took a decision that Pahadis would be also part of scheduled tribes on the basis of really linguistic distinctions, then there is a significant number of Gujars and Bakarwals and who have been demanding rights. And I think the seats reserved, which is 9, is in proportion to their total population within the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Similarly, SC seats, 7 seats, it anticipates that there would be, I would imagine, other communities which would be accorded that status, but includes the present number of scheduled castes who are already accorded that status. And 1 seat nominated for those who have been displaced from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir is not really going to change the fortunes of this assembly. as I said, what most people hope is that this anticipates elections and finally statehood.
Right.
Within that, you can incentivize participation, you can incentivize dialogue, or you can incentivize perhaps communities that you feel will support you. But ultimately, you know, these things in the short term, you might think that these communities will side by you, but elections and politics in India and democracy in India has its own logic.
Right.
And there is a self-generating momentum in terms of debate, dissent, and who represents whom in the ultimate analysis.
Right. Professor Mattu, my last question to you. You know, today the Home Minister spoke about cinema theatres in the valley. He also said that this is the only region with 2 aims in India. So clearly there was a lot of focus on development, and I understand the government is doing a lot. But when you look at possibilities of elections, do you think that Jammu and Kashmir is ready to host elections?
See, you can't make the argument that everything is normal and cinemas, there are people going to cinemas, there are tourist traffic, the footfall of tourists in all parts of the state has increased. You held showcase events like the G20 tourism ministers meeting in Kashmir, and then say there's still problems in holding elections. That doesn't hold water. So I hope that when the Home Minister suggested, as he did, that the development agenda is the centerpiece and there are things which are moving towards an accelerated phase of normalcy and development, he also is going to now announce elections. Hopefully, when the general elections in the rest of the country are announced, both parliamentary and state elections are held in Jammu and Kashmir. Ultimately, Jammu and Kashmir is beyond partisan politics. There are only 6 members of parliament, and the stakes, electoral stakes of national parties in Jammu and Kashmir are really very few directly. Of course, it does have a multiplier impact in other ways. So I think it's important now to reassure the people of Jammu and Kashmir, and it's not just people in the valley, but also in Jammu who want representation. After all, the greatness of India is celebrating diversity and democracy. And why should Jammu and Kashmir be denied that after 4 years after the reorganization happened? It's time that there are elections, and I fully support the progressive legislation for reservation of seats of Kashmiri migrants. And it does not, people might say this is a self-serving argument that I am a Kashmiri Pandit. It nowhere specifies any religion whatsoever. It just talks about people who have had to leave their home and hearths because of violence and terrorism within the valley.
Right. Thank you, Professor Mattu, for joining us and helping us understand the implications of the amendments that have been moved today. Thank you very much. We also have Ranbir Singh Pathania, former MLA and spokesperson of the BJP, Hasnain Masoodi, MP, who comes from National Conference, and of course, former judge of the High Court of Jammu and Kashmir. And we also have Amit Rana, spokesperson, roots in Kashmir and also representing the Kashmiri Pandit community. I'd like to go to Mr. Rana first. Mr. Rana, you know, today the Home Minister spoke extensively about the exodus that remains, you know, an episode of shame in this country because there's so much that Kashmiri Pandit community has gone through with the violence. He said that today's amendments will ensure that the community has a voice in the assembly so that something like this never happens in future. How do you see this move, sir?
We welcome the move. We welcome the reservation of 2 seats for displaced community. One needs to understand that Jammu and Kashmir is a unique state. It has almost 2.5 million people who are displaced within their own country. So you have around 2 million people who come from the POJK displaced community, and then the significant portion of Kashmiri Pandit community. And for 70 years, both the communities, because owing to their minuscule nature, owing to the politics the way Jammu and Kashmir has, had been derived and denied their political voice. So the step that has been taken today with the passing of the bill at Lok Sabha probably is the first step towards giving the voice to the weak of Jammu and Kashmir, to the oppressed of Jammu and Kashmir, to the persecuted of Jammu and Kashmir. And I'm sure that this will further lead to the rehabilitation of Kashmiri Pandits back in the valley, in their own homeland, in the one-place settlement they are seeking for. So it is definitely a very welcome move. A voice to the persecuted was much needed.
Right. Mr. Pathania, you know, is this a step to further the mainstreaming of Kashmir, something that your party has been talking about. But clearly the opposition has also questioned not just the targeted killings, which of course the Home Minister also addressed, but also has talked about the need for something like this. What would be your comments to that, sir?
Vasudha, this is the considered stand of Bharatiya Janata Party and earlier Bharatiya Janasangh, ek vidhan, ek pradhan, ek nishan. And virtually, this was the red herring which was waved by none other than the erstwhile and the lost ruler of Jammu and Kashmir, Maharaja Hari Singh. He warned the country of India. Jammu and Kashmir was not part of India. He warned India not to be complacent. The arrangement, the system, the practices and precedents which were available in the entire country, they should be made available to the Jammu and Kashmir. But as Amit Shah ji said today, Nehru ji and Congress erred. They erred, first of all, in reclaiming the entire Jammu and Kashmir, and ultimately this led to the creation of Pak-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. This led to the China-Pak economic corridor and that triangle project of China. So ultimately, the Jammu and Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir witnessed trials, it witnessed tribulation, it witnessed bloodshed, it witnessed terrorism, it witnessed unemployment, and it witnessed political adventures and misadventures also. An article which I'll not talk about the Constitutional Assembly. Even Congress was not unanimous on it, Article 370, but Nehru ji pushed it through with the help of Mr. Gopalaswamy Iyengar in order just to appease Sheikh Abdullah. And you see, the article was passed in 1950, and another 2 years later, Sheikh Abdullah had to be imprisoned. That means that Nehru ji himself felt the heat of the article. And another article, Article 35A, this was inserted into Constitution, and the article never saw the face of the Indian Parliament also. So, first of all, the concept of Ek Vidhan, Ek Pradhan, Ek Nishan has been conceptualized. And with regard to the today's amendments, Kashmiri Pandits, a community which have seen a worst Holocaust, exiled from their own homeland, their pain, their anguish has ultimately been felt, and an attempt has been made to make them politically visible in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. The same is the case with Pak-occupied Jammu and Kashmir refugees. They came in 1948, they came in 1965, they came in 1975, and these were those people who rejected the two-nation theory of Jinnah and virtually East India Company's gospel also. And till now, they had not a right to vote, right to educational institutions, right to government job also. Now their voices shall be felt. We think a more comprehensive representation of Jammu and Kashmir in the Assembly. This is a welcome step. Everybody is all praised for the move of the Sarkar.
We have Mr. Masoodi also joining us. He's an MP from the National Conference. Mr. Masoodi, the Home Minister today talked about justice to people, from STs to SEs to even Pandits, and these are ethnic communities of J&K. How do you see this move, sir?
Ma'am, our objection to this, the effort to introduce and pass these two bills has been primarily on the ground that a law that is under judicial security is being used to move and get the two bills passed. See, our stand is that J&K Revitalization Act, whereby the state has been fragmented into two UTs, is assailed, and it is under judicial scrutiny before the top constitutional court of the country. The constitutional morality and constitutional propriety demands that a law that is under judicial scrutiny should not be implemented or should not be used to just make an amendment or to introduce a legislation. See, that was primarily our objection, because you know that even if when we approached the Supreme Court, we did ask for that the law be stayed, but the observation made by the Supreme Court was, since it is formally referred to the constitutional bench, so the court has all the power to undo whatever, if anything is done to implement the order that is under judicial scrutiny. That was the first objection. Second objection, you just please go to the first bill. First bill is Amendment to J&K Reservation Act 2004. You remember that, kindly recall that 5th August 2019 decisions were marketed on the mistruth that, there was no provision made for weaker sections, no provision made for backward segments of the society, and to empower these segments. But the very effort, today's bill belies the stand, belies the mistruth on which it was marketed, the 5th August 2019 decisions. Now here is a bill that has been enacted by the state legislature that provided for reservation to STs, SCs, weaker sections, ALC people who are actual line of control, and other segments socially and educationally backward segments of the society. Now what does this bill achieve? This bill merely repacks whatever has been already done by the state legislature and now gives it a label of OBC. So that apart, the bill is being weighed. Why should Parliament use its power to amend a bill that has been passed by the state legislature? That is our objection. The bill is being passed by in exercise of powers under Reorganization Act that, as I earlier said, is under judicial scrutiny. Now let us go to the other bill. Other bill is again in exercise of the powers, by exercise of the powers under Reorganization Act that we said that I already point out is under judicial scrutiny, and should not be employed or should not be used to get an amendment made. Now, another objection is that the power is being given to the LG to make the nomination.
Mr. Patania, would you like to respond to Mr. Masoudi's comment? Because clearly,
very simple one-liner, very simple one-liner. I fail to understand.
No, we also see the opposition raising the principle of equal representation, because if you see the Delimitation Commission report, clearly we know what 6 of the 7 new seats in Jammu. So there are some concerns that the opposition has raised. Would you like to respond to that? And of course, Mr. Masoudi's argument.
I'll respond to it, Vasudha, with regard to the various 2 objections which have been leveled by a learned legal luminary and who had been a High Court judge also. First of all, regarding provision of nomination to Kashmiri Pandit, I fail to understand what hatred, what rancor and what ill will you have towards. First of all, you sat like a Nero fiddling and the worst exodus of a community from their homeland occurred. You were as good as a Nero. You played and you walked and strolled in the streets of London, your leader Dr. Farooq Abdullah. And now you have the face of saying that objecting the nomination to the Legislative Assembly.
Okay, Mr. Raina, what about your comments? I think he's from the community. Let him also respond.
Secondly, one line.
Yes.
Pak occupied Jammu and Kashmir refugees also. They are also facing the brunt. No right to vote, no right to have immovable property, no right to have government service also. But they have been provided reservation, they have been provided the route of nomination. Why do they hate them? And secondly, with regard to the OBC, very, very specific one error on it.
Yes.
The term OBC is a constitutional term. The term OSC, which was prevalent in Jammu and Kashmir since the past 6 and 7 decades, it was not comprehensive.
So that's the constitutional validity which the Home Minister spoke about, right? To the classification. Yes, Mr. Raina. Yes, sir. So I'm running short of time. I wanted Mr. Raina to respond.
I am not surprised. I am not surprised with Mr. Masoodi having objections on Kashmiri displaced Kashmiri Pandits being nominated, POGK people nominated, because that is the party which has not even they did not nominate a single Kashmiri Pandit for elections in last 3 elections. At least from 2003 onwards, I do not remember a single Kashmiri Pandit being given ticket to contest elections. Their hatred for Kashmiri Pandits is well known. They acted a Nero, they acted blind when 1990 exodus was happening, ethnic cleansing was happening. Now coming back to the other part of it, the double standards of National Conference is that in one breath you say that the case is sub judice, there's a writ petition on the reorganization of the state and Article 370, and on the other breath you are out on the streets demanding elections. So if you are demanding elections for a Union territory.
Right, Mr. Raina, let me just get Mr. Masoodi to respond to that. And more than that, there's also this very important aspect of this development narrative that the government has presented and is working on. Mr. Masoodi, do you think that is something that has also struck a chord with the people of J&K?
See, ma'am, the normalcy narrative that is sought to be built up by referring to the number of tourists visiting the place and the less or no stone pelting incidents is not the true indicator of normalcy. The true indicator of normalcy is if you have courage to go for the elections. If you tell us that theatres are, cinema halls are now, people visit cinema halls and they are now operational or functional, but please tell us, let us know, and we waited for that announcement in the House, that why don't you go for the elections? I mean, we don't have any municipal elections now, ULBs are gone, we don't have state elections. So you deny the right to elect a government to 15 million people of Jammu and Kashmir. So how can you just build up say there is a normalcy and build up a normalcy narrative on the basis of cultural events and sports events and some cinema halls being working? And second is that, let us assume for a while that you say that there are no stone pelting incidents, but you don't give other half of the story. You don't say what is the number of people who have been put behind bars under Public Safety Act, and we have now under trials who are detained, who are lodged in jails outside the state. What is the number of those under trials?
Okay, Mr. Masoodi, thank you so much for joining us. Also, Mr. Raina and Mr. Pathania for joining us. That was our panel on this big move that the government has brought about with the passing of the Reorganization Amendment Bill, which reserves seats for the SC/STs in J&K. That was all the time that we have for you in this bulletin. Keep watching NDTV for more news and updates.
Starting a new chapter can be the most thrilling thing in the world. How far we take an idea is a matter of imagination, because progress is a matter of character.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
I want to talk a little bit about higher education in India, because Ashoka University, certainly most or all will agree that it's been a success. So if you look at the ingredients of that success, what worked? It was a new bet in a sense.
So I think we started with a few sort of guiding principles, the group of us who came together. And we said first thing is we will do liberal arts and sciences and not typically engineering or management first, because those are solved problems. We want to do a model and attack a problem which needs solving. And we felt liberal arts and sciences had not been addressed by private higher education institutions adequately. So one was, that's a focus area, because there's a gap there, a need gap. Second, we said we will not follow the UK system, which is prevalent in India, which is you choose a subject and you study it. That's it. However, the US system, where in your first 2 years you do breadth and width, which is you study many subjects, and then you declare a major at the end of second year. You know, in India, our subjects and major are decided by our class 12 marks.
Indeed.
And not by what we want to do.
Exactly.
Right? And we said we want to change that. So that's the second thing that is changing. Right? The third is we said we'll do collective philanthropy. It will not be one person's or one family's or one business house's university. Because if you have so no matter how much a person donates, he or she or that business house will only have one seat on the board. So I could donate 25 times what the smallest donor has given, but we'll both have the same single seat on the board. Because we felt that that is what will ensure the independence of the university and the academicians and the program, and it will not be sort of subject to the.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Up ahead, suspense over who will be the new BJP chief ministers. Well, there's a meeting going on at the Prime Minister's residence. We'll be going across to Himanshu ahead on the show for more details on that. Also, a meeting taking place of opposition leaders at Mallikarjun Kharge's residence. We'll be going across to Prashant for those details. Also, there were protests in Rajasthan over the sensational murder of the Karni Sena leader. Let's take a look at the headlines at this hour. Home Minister Amit Shah meets the Prime Minister for a second time in 2 days. There's still no clarity on who will be the chief ministers. Will there be a generational shift?
The DMK in damage control after MP Senthil's Gaumutra state's remark against the BJP's election wins. The MP withdraws his remark in the House today, but the BJP hit back saying it's a conspiracy against Sanatan Dharma. Protests in different parts of Rajasthan after Karni Sena leader and Rajput face Sukhdev Singh Gogamedi was shot dead. The police have identified the two suspects. The case could be handed over to the NIA. To Jammu and Kashmir, bills are passed in the Lok Sabha today. Replying to the debate, Home Minister Amit Shah says finally there will be justice after 70 years and Kashmir has suffered due to Nehru's mistakes. The opposition walks out. Sharmishta Mukherjee speaks on her new book on her father, says her public questioning of her father, Pranab Mukherjee's RSS headquarters visit was wrong. Also claims Sonia Gandhi felt threatened by her father. And 3 women elected to the Mizoram Assembly create history. One of them, an RJ, turned youngest MLA in the House. All right, well, let's get started. Our top story, and we'll get you the latest on the meetings that are currently taking place. Himanshu will get us the latest on the meeting at the Prime Minister's residence, where the Home Minister currently is, and also a meeting taking place at Mallikarjun Kharge's residence as well. Well, let's get started. It's been 3 days since the BJP's resounding win in the 3 Hindi heartland states of Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, but there's still no word on who will be Chief Minister in each of these states. There's a big list of probables. There have been various meetings taking place. Home Minister Amit Shah and JP Nadda have been meeting various leaders over the last few days. Today evening, a meeting between the Home Minister and the Prime Minister at the Prime Minister's residence. Today's session is the 2nd consecutive meeting. Yesterday, the leaders had been in a 4-hour huddle. And earlier today, the MPs who resigned from Parliament after winning the Assembly polls also met with the Prime Minister. You can see that photograph there. But let's go across to Himanshu now for more. And Himanshu, that's the big question. New faces coming in as the Chief Minister in these states, and also the 2024 elections are there on the Prime Minister's mind when they will decide on who will be the Chief Minister.
That's right, Gagi. And remember, if during the election campaign, BJP central leadership had decided not to announce a CM candidate either in Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, nor in Madhya Pradesh. And this seems to be part of a larger concerted strategy to actually decide the name after the election results were announced. And as you said, it has been more than 72 hours and still the round of deliberations between and among central and state leadership is still on. But the fact that they did not announce a CM candidate in run-up to the election campaign clearly shows that BJP's central leadership wanted to approach this issue with new ideas. Because sources have told us that the Central Parliamentary Board will take a decision through consensus. There is an attempt to reach out to the state units as well. And behind the curtain, there are lots of deliberations are now happening. But one thing is very clear. BJP has decided that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has a grand strategy for Lok Sabha elections. And the election and selection of chief ministers in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, 3 politically perhaps the most crucial states for the BJP in Lok Sabha elections, where BJP had done very well in 2019 Lok Sabha elections. So the idea is that since the chief minister of a state plays a very crucial role in implementing the political strategy of the party on the ground in these states. So there is an attempt to align the selection, identification of the chief minister with the larger political strategy. Now, whether that will be done on caste considerations, whether class considerations will come into picture, or is there a gender aspect to what we are talking about now. We do know the rise of the women voter in Indian politics, whether it is the tribal factor which is on top of Prime Minister's mind. So all these political variables are being now weighed in. And today, as I speak to you, just a few minutes ago, Amit Shah left after meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi, second round of high-level deliberations. But the most important thing is that even after 72 hours of the announcement of results, the meeting of the newly elected MLAs have not yet been scheduled. Secondly, the central election observers who are to be sent from here to different states, their name have also not been finalized. But one important political development happened today, Gargi. 10 BJP MPs who contested the MLA election and won these elections, they tendered their resignation today to Lok Sabha Speaker. And it included two very tall leaders from Madhya Pradesh, Narendra Singh Tomar and Prahlad Patel. And it is also, sources are telling us, that they are expected to resign very soon from the Union Cabinet as well. So that paves the way for them to go back to their home state and take oath as newly elected MLA. And it will be very important to see that the fact that sitting MPs were asked to contest MLA elections, whether Prime Minister also has on top of his mind new responsibilities for them, either in the party organization, in the states where they come from, or whether the Prime Minister wants them an important role in the new government that is being formed. So all these options are still before the Prime Minister, but I think we'll have to wait for maybe 24 more hours to get a much larger picture as to what actually Prime Minister has decided as far as who will be the Chief Minister in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. Gagi.
Right, Himanshu, and as you told us, Home Minister Amit Shah has left, so not a 4-hour meeting like it was yesterday. I wonder what that really indicates about what they discussed. Well, let's go across now to Prashant. And Prashant, the meeting that was taking place of opposition leaders of the India bloc at Mallikarjun Kharge's residence is now over. We can see those visuals, who attended, who didn't, what do we know?
Well, Gargi, that's the million-dollar question, and we were all asking who will attend this meeting. So far, as we know, 17 representatives from 17 parties have attended the meeting, but two very notable absentees are Trinamool Congress and Shiv Sena. So far as Trinamool Congress is concerned, we know that they already had decided not to attend this meeting, but we don't know any reason for why Shiv Sena did not come to attend this meeting, because Shiv Sena had no complaint regarding India Alliance, but TMC has many issues so far as India Alliance is concerned. But two parties, the two big partners of India Alliance, TMC and Shiv Sena, they have not been represented in this meeting. The meeting has just been over, and the leaders have started coming out from Mallikarjun Kharge's residence, where I'm standing right now. So far as Trinamool Congress is concerned, sources have told me that the party wants, when the next India Alliance meeting is convened, the top leaders attend that meeting, and that is likely to happen in the 3rd week of December. Trinamool Congress wants now the concrete results from that meeting, and they want that in the next meeting, the talks on seat sharing must happen. Otherwise, there is no meaning of convening these meetings again and again, and not reaching to nowhere. So they want the talks on seat sharing to begin as soon as possible, and that's why they have not come, and this is seen as a pressure tactics from the TMC on the India Alliance. So TMC and Shiv Sena, they have not joined this meeting.
All right, and perhaps Congress will be more agreeable to those seat-sharing talks, especially after the state results. Well, thank you so much, Himanshu and Prashant, for joining us. Both those key meetings are now over. Moving on to the other big story today, and after sparking a huge controversy with his gaumutra states remark, DMK MP DNV Senthil Kumar today expressed regret over his comment on Hindi-speaking states and said that he is withdrawing it. Remember, he'd already apologized yesterday. Today, he withdrew it in the House. In fact, the Parliament session began with shouts of Maafi Mango from BJP MPs even before the Speaker started the proceedings. But even after the apology, the BJP did not seem ready to let this controversy go, with the Minister Anurag Thakur saying it's a conspiracy against Sanatan Dharma.
Speaker sir, the statement made by me yesterday inadvertently, if it had hurt the sentiments of the members and sections of the people, I would like to withdraw it. And I request the words to be expunged from the and regret. Thank you.
डीएमके के नेताओं के सनातन धर्म, हिंदुओं और हिंदी और उत्तर भारत के खिलाफ बयान आना ये एक सोची समझी साजिश है, सुनियोजित रणनीति का हिस्सा है, जहां भारत और भारतीयों को नीचा दिखाने का कोई कसर कांग्रेस नहीं छोड़ रही। आप उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों पर बार बार प्रहार करें, आपके सहयोगी दल उत्तर भारतीयों पर टिप्पणी करें और आपके होंठ सिले रहें। ऐसी क्या मजबूरी है जो राहुल गांधी, सोनिया गांधी जी की चुप्पी जरूरी है?
Now, two bills, the Jammu and Kashmir Reservation Amendment Bill and Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Bill, were passed in the Lok Sabha today, a day after they were introduced. Home Minister Amit Shah, responding to the debate in the lower house, said that the two bills will bring justice to those who've been deprived of their rights for the last 70 years. But the opposition went up in arms and Congress staged a walkout after he said Jammu and Kashmir had suffered due to two blunders committed by former Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru.
मान्यवर, मैं जो बिल लेकर आया हूं, जो विधेयक लेकर इस महान सदन की सहमति प्राप्त करने के लिए मैं खड़ा हुआ हूं, वो बिल 70 सालों से जिन्हों को अन्याय हुआ है, जो अपमानित हुए और जिनकी अनदेखी की गई है, वो सभी लोगों को न्याय दिलाने का बिल है, उनको अधिकार दिलाने का। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, ये बिल किसी भी समाज में जो डिप्राइव लोग होते हैं उनको आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए। ये भारतीय संविधान की मूल भावना है, परंतु उसके साथ साथ इसका सम्मान न कम हो, इस तरह से आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए। अधिकार देना और अधिकार सम्मान के साथ देना, दोनों में बड़ा फर्क है। इसलिए कमजोर और वंचित वर्ग के जगह अन्य पिछड़ा वर्ग, ये नामकरण बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। 80 के दशक के बाद आतंकवाद का एक दौर भी आया और वो बड़ा भयावह दृश्य था। पीढ़ियों से, सदियों से जो लोग अपनी भूमि पर रहते थे, अपना देश समझकर रहते थे, अपनी जन्मभूमि समझकर रहते थे, वो मूल समेत उखड़ गए माने। और किसी ने इनकी केयर नहीं करी, इनकी चिंता भी नहीं करी, ना इसको रोकने का प्रयास किया। और कई बार तो मान्यवर, रोकने की जिनकी जिम्मेदारी थी वो इंग्लैंड में वैकेशन कर रहे थे। जब ये विस्थापित हुए तब देश के अन्य हिस्सों में, अपने ही देश में शरणार्थी बनकर उनको जाना पड़ा। लगभग वर्तमान के आंकड़ों के अनुसार 46,631 परिवार और 1,57,967 लोग अपने ही देश में विस्थापित हो गए। ये बिल उनको अधिकार देने का है, ये बिल उनको प्रतिनिधित्व देने का है।
The Chief Justice of India, along with other judges of the Supreme Court today, paid floral tributes at the statue of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the architect of the Constitution of India. Speaking to NDTV's Ashish Bhargav, the Chief Justice said the day is written in golden letters.
आज का जो दिन है वो मैं समझता हूँ सारे देश में स्वर्ण अक्षर में लिखा हुआ दिन है। आज हम डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब भीमराव अम्बेडकर के जीवन के बारे में स्मरण करते हैं। वो संविधान के शिल्पकार थे और जो उन्होंने मूलभूत सिद्धांत 75 साल पहले हमारे लिए अंकित किए, उनका हम पालन कर रहे हैं न्यायपालिका में। तो हम लोगों के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण दिन है और इस साल उनका स्टैच्यू सुप्रीम कोर्ट में आया है, तो हमें लगता है कि साक्षात वो हमारे साथ हैं।
News from Rajasthan now. In the brazen shooting of Karni Sena leader Sukhdev Singh Gogamedi led to widespread protests today, with Rajput organizations calling for bandhs and protests. The police have said that this shooting was a case of gang rivalry, but the Rajputs are a key vote bank for the BJP and there's now a chance the case could be handed over to the NIA.
Protests across Rajasthan after Sukhdev Singh Gogamedi was shot dead in his home in Jaipur by 3 men who had come to have tea with him. The daylight murder has led to protests and exposed the political fault lines in the state. The BJP is now asking for an NIA probe.
ये पूरा मामला मेरी मांग है कि NIA इसकी जांच करे और जो मांग पत्र उन्होंने दिया है, आज राजधानी सहित सब जगह पर लोग सड़कों पर उतरे हुए हैं। उन मांग पत्रों के अनुसार मुआवजा दें, नौकरी दें और उसके साथ साथ पूरे मामले को मैं केंद्र सरकार के गृह मंत्री जी को भी पत्र लिखूंगा कि NIA इसको टेकअप करे।
The Rajasthan police meanwhile has identified the 2 shooters, Rohit Rathore and Naveen Fauji, who were probably hired killers for the job.
सबसे पहले प्रायोरिटी है कि एक तो जो दो शूटर्स है उनको पकड़ना है एंड देन इसकी जो भी कॉन्स्पिरेसी है, जो रीजन है, मोटिव है, उसको अनरावल करना है और जितने भी लोग इन्वॉल्व है उनको अरेस्ट करना है, अरेस्ट करके एंड देन इसको केस को फास्ट ट्रैक में ले जाके जल्दी सजा कराना। दैट इज द फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी।
What could be the motive for Gogamedi's murder? If police sources are to be believed, the Rohit Kodara gang that indulges in murders for extortion and land grab appears to have had some kind of rivalry with Gogamedi. There are 30 criminal cases against Sukhdev Singh Gogamedi. These range from murder, extortion, loot, abduction, kidnapping to even the NDPS Act. He has cases against him for illegal arms, and the last case registered against him was in 2016 for extortion. The brazen shooting of Sukhdev Singh Gogamedi, leader of a fringe Rajput outfit in Jaipur, has brought to the fore the fault lines in the political landscape of Rajasthan, with Rajput groups calling for bunds and protesting on the streets of the state. There's also a larger question about the police's role in this entire case when he asked for protection and was not provided. But ironically, Gogamedi himself has a history sheet with several cases of extortion, abduction and even murder against him. And that could have been one reason why the police did not provide him protection. In Jaipur, with camera person Sushil Kumar, Harsha Kumari Singh, NDTV.
Pranab Mukherjee's daughter, Sharmishta, spoke to NDTV Sunil Prabhu on her new book based on her father, where she says her public questioning of her father, Pranab Mukherjee's RSS headquarters visit was wrong. And she also claims Sonia Gandhi felt threatened by Pranab Mukherjee.
One point which I think really defines, and I think Dr. Pranab Mukherjee in his own way tried to, keep away from that controversial part, is the 1984, which was really his turning phase when he was on the same flight after Mrs. Indira Gandhi's assassination. You try to touch upon it and try to bring about it. What exactly are you trying to convey here? What exactly happened? That it was people around Rajiv Gandhi who played?
Yes, it was claimed that Baba claimed staked his claim to become the Prime Minister as on the virtue of being, but it was on the contrary. Whereas, my father felt, according to him, that Rajiv should take over immediately because a lot of uncertainty has been created. A Prime Minister was assassinated. So, there can't be any scope of squabble within the party, and if Rajiv takes over immediately, there wouldn't be, so but a canard was spread by people around him that he did this. So that was one controversy which I talked in length about the book, because that is something again haunted him. And even in 2004 also, when he was not made the Prime Minister, this came up, that because he wanted to become Prime Minister then, so that is those misgivings, that is not the right thing. And he wrote in his notes, which he left behind, that when I look back, I think Rajiv was perhaps right in not taking me, because he realized I am a tough nut. It will not be easy to for him to work with me. So I think that is the reason, not that because of the kind of apprehension, I will not say mistrust, but apprehension on part of both Rajiv and especially Sonia of not giving my father the final premium post of the Prime Minister, because perhaps they felt that he will he might challenge their authorities.
Now, after Chennai, cyclone Meghong hit Andhra Pradesh, leading to 2 deaths and devastation, and this as Chennai and adjoining areas have still to recover. Sam Daniel reports.
wreaking havoc in Chennai. Cyclone Migjam made landfall near Bapatla in Andhra Pradesh, claiming 2 lives and 11 livestock. Huge area under paddy was inundated. Ravi Kumar is trying to salvage some of his crop by shifting it to a nearby mill and godown. Over 60 sacks of paddy, each weighing up to 40 kgs, is being loaded onto the tracker near Machilipatnam in Krishna district.
ఇది రైతుకి తీవ్ర నష్టం అండి. రైతు అనే ఎవరైనా తీవ్ర నష్టం. మరి ఈ పంట పండి 6 కాలాలు 6 నెలలు పండించి తీరా రైతు కళల్లో ఆనందం చూసే టయానికి ఈ అకాల తుఫాన్ రావటం వర్షాల వల్ల పంటలు తీవ్ర నష్టం జరిగింది.
Over 25 villages were inundated. Once the water in the fields recedes, accurate crop loss can be estimated. In Bapatla alone, paddy was being cultivated in over 85,000 hectares and crop on 1,200 hectares was harvested. Most of it has been washed away.
As far as this cyclone is concerned, the Rait Bharosa Kendras are there and voluntary system we have. Farmers have been advised to shift the harvested crop to the safer places.
Over 300 trees have fallen and 35 roads were waterlogged. Road infrastructure, traffic disruption and flight operations are being restored in affected districts.
Except 1 or 2 casualties here and there. And the damage to infrastructure is there. Road infrastructure got damaged. A lot of trees fell. So we are getting some preliminary reports. So we'll be making effort to restore them temporarily, immediately.
15 lakh million tons of paddy crops have been shifted to various mills and godowns. Volunteers have also been incorporated for helping several of these farmers in shifting their crops. Now, the government has promised to help the farmers of especially Krishna as well as Rayalaseema regions to ensure that they are given adequate compensation after assessing the damage in about a week from now. With camera person Govind Murthy, Pratibha Raman in Vijayawada for NDTV.
Now to Mizoram, where political history was scripted as for the first time 3 women candidates at a time have been elected to the 40-member state assembly. The most talked about is 32-year-old Barrel Vanasangi, a radio jockey and TV presenter who is now the youngest MLA of Mizoram.
This 32-year-old radio jockey and TV presenter turned politician, Barrel Vanasangi, extremely popular in Mizoram, is now the youngest woman MLA to be elected to the Mizoram Assembly after winning from the Aizawl South 3 constituency. After her victory, the famous social media influencer says more women need to be involved in governance.
You know, even if you're girl or female, it doesn't mean that this has to stop us from doing something that we like and we are passionate about. So I would like to encourage, and also I would like to send a message to all the female in any community and society that if you want to go for it, then you can go for it. So let's all, but we have to have the passion and we have to, have the dream about it. And then it's possible. Anything is possible.
Mizoram has elected a record 3 women to the state assembly this time. Zoram People's Movement candidate Lalrin Pui won from the Lungle East constituency, while Pravo Chakma of the Mizo National Front won from the West Tuipui seat. Women representation in the 40-member Mizoram Assembly, though, is still an abysmal 7.5%. While female voters outnumber men in Mizoram, their representation inside the assembly and government has been dismal. With the Christian-dominated Mizo society following a patriarchal culture, Mizoram's main political parties hardly nominate women candidates in most elections. For instance, in 2023, just 16 women fought the polls.
Mizoram got its first women legislator way back in 1978 and the first women minister in the year 1987 and the second women minister only in 2017. In a state where women voters outnumber men, the representation of women inside the assembly and in the government had been rather dismal. But this time, with the election of 3 women candidates, perhaps a wind of change is blowing in Mizoram. In Guwahati, Ratndeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
And finally, more women achievers. 4 Indians are on the list of the most powerful women for 2023. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, HCL Corporation Chairperson Roshni Nadar Malhotra, Steel Authority of India Chairperson Soma Mondal, and Biocon Executive Chairperson Kiran Mazumdar Shaw are the 4 Indians among the 100 named in Forbes' annual list of the world's most powerful women for 2023. And with that, it's a wrap from me. Thanks so much for watching. Goodbye.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private.
The volume of information is high, and there are several sources from where this information flows. While information that we receive online and across digital platforms is quick, effective and helpful, it can also be a challenge to determine the accuracy of such information. WhatsApp has partnered with 10 independent fact-checking organizations that help users to identify, review, and verify the information. Now, WhatsApp has an additional forwarded many times feature that serves as an indicator of the message's journey. When a message is forwarded through a chain of 5 or more chats, it is labeled forwarded many times and has a double arrow icon. This tells you that the message originally came from someone other than who sent it to you. This could be an official advisory, a meme perhaps, or even breaking news. But it's always best to double-check the information if it seems suspicious. These forward labels also help to slow down the spread of viral messages. For example, if a message has already been forwarded, you can forward it up to 5 chats. And if a message has a forwarded many times label, it can only be forwarded to 1 chat at a time. Spreading media with false and inaccurate information can create panic and unrest, and that is why we should refrain from forwarding suspicious messages without verifying them. Just because it's been forwarded many times doesn't make it true.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
WhatsApp has become a part of our lives. It's like a digital playground where you can connect with loved ones, share hilarious memes, and unleash your inner emoji maestro. With so much information coming our way, in today's digitally connected world, it's important to understand what's accurate and what's not. And today we are here to understand the level of awareness or even lack of awareness among people when it comes to forwarding information on WhatsApp.
The headlines this hour: more than 72 hours since the 3-state victory, BJP still to announce who will be the Mukhyamantri. Home Minister Amit Shah meets Prime Minister Modi for a second time in 2 days. Protests in various parts of Rajasthan after Karni Sena leader and Rajput face Sukhdev Singh Gogamedi was shot dead. The case is likely to be handed over to the NIA after the family makes the demand. The police have identified the 2 suspects. You're watching The Last Word. I'm Maria Shakil. The brazen broad day shooting of Sukhdev Singh Gogamedi has led to widespread protests on the ground, with Rajput organizations calling for bandhs and protests throughout Rajasthan. Remember, Rajputs are a key vote bank for the BJP. BJP leaders Rajendra Rathod, among others, have written a letter to the governor demanding an NIA probe. Several questions have been asked about Gogamedi, the leader of the Shri Rashtriya Rajput Sena, who was expelled from the original Rajput Karni Sena. Gogamedi himself has close to 30 cases against him, with the Rohit Godara gang claiming responsibility for his murder. Police sources say it could be inter-gang rivalry that could have led to his killing. First up the story, then the debate.
Protests across Rajasthan after Sukhdev Singh Gogamedi was shot dead in his home in Jaipur by 3 men who had come to have tea with him. The daylight murder has led to protests and exposed the political fault lines in the state. The BJP is now asking for an NIA probe.
ये पूरा मामला मेरी मांग है कि NIA इसकी जांच करे और जो मांग पत्र उन्होंने दिया है, आज राजधानी सहित सब जगह पर लोग सड़कों पर उतरे हुए हैं। उन मांग पत्रों के अनुसार मुआवजा दें, नौकरी दें और उसके साथ साथ पूरे मामले को मैं केंद्र सरकार के गृह मंत्री जी को भी पत्र लिखूंगा कि NIA इसको टेकअप करे।
The Rajasthan police meanwhile has identified the 2 shooters, Rohit Rathod and Naveen Fauji, who were probably hired killers for the job.
सबसे पहले प्रायोरिटी है कि एक तो जो दो शूटर्स है उनको पकड़ना है, एंड देन इसकी जो भी कॉन्स्पिरेसी है, जो रीजन है, मोटिव है, उसको अनरावल करना है और जितने भी लोग इन्वॉल्व है उनको अरेस्ट करना है, अरेस्ट करके एंड देन इसको केस को फास्ट ट्रैक में ले जाके जल्दी सजा कराना. दैट इज द फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी.
What could be the motive for Gogamedi's murder? If police sources are to be believed, the Rohit Godara gang that indulges in murders for extortion and land grab appears to have had some kind of rivalry with Gogamedi. There are 30 criminal cases against Sukhdev Singh Gogamedi. These range from murder, extortion, loot, abduction, kidnapping to even the NDPS Act. He has cases against him for illegal arms, and the last case registered against him was in 2016 for extortion. The brazen shooting of Sukhdev Singh Gogamedi, leader of a fringe Rajput outfit in Jaipur, has brought to the fore the fault lines in the political landscape of Rajasthan, with Rajput groups calling for bandhs and protesting on the streets of the state. There's also a larger question about the police's role in this entire case when he asked for protection and was not provided. But ironically, Gogamedi himself has a history sheet with several cases of extortion, abduction and even murder against him. And that could have been one reason why the police did not provide him protection. In Jaipur, with camera person Sushil Kumar, Harsha Kumari Singh, NDTV.
And going straight to Jaipur, where my colleague Harsha Kumari Singh is joining us live. So Harsha, as you were reporting, family and Rajput groups have decided to take back the agitation because there has been an assurance that has been given that the case will be handed over to the NIA. So as far as tomorrow is concerned, it is likely that the streets of Jaipur will not be seeing any violence or protests.
Well, yes, I think so, because, you know, the family has had a conversation with Rajendra Rathod. And now, after that conversation, the police has also signed on those demands. You know, that the people who, for example, the fact that he asked for protection and he was not given protection. He'd apparently lodged an FIR also. He'd asked for protection. It was not given to him. So action will be taken against the police personnel responsible for that. Also, you know, the fact that the accused in this case appears to be Rohit Godara, who is outside the country. So that's the reason why they want the NIA to take over the case. In fact, Rajput groups want the NIA to take over the case so that at least they can move forward and they can be an end to this kind of gang war. Because if the gangster is going to be sitting abroad and it is not in India anywhere, then the Rajasthan police in that sense has its limitations. So that's the reasoning behind that. And it's not just the family, it's also the Rajput groups who have agreed to this. They've had conversations with the BJP leadership. Of course, right now there is no government in place. So BJP leader, former leader of the opposition, Rajendra Rathod, has written to the governor, and probably the governor will then move forward and write to the Home Ministry. So that's the procedure. It will be followed, and then if the NIA agrees, the case will be handed over to them.
All right. Harsha, appreciate your time. Bhavani Singh Kalvi is son of late Lukender Singh Kalvi, who was the founder of Karni Sena. He is also a leader of the BJP. We have B.L. Soni, former police commissioner of Jaipur. Swarnim Chaturvedi is General Secretary of the Congress Party. We also have Avinash Kalla, senior journalist. Bhavani Singh Kalvi, beginning with you, who do you think is behind this daylight murder?
Well, as Harsha ji has already mentioned the name and the gang, so it's that I would say in particular, but then mainly I would say the accused should be the person, because since the Punjab police has already informed the Rajasthan police way back, nearly 10 months back, that something like this is in the pipeline and can happen, and no precautions were taken, no safety or no special security was given to Sukhdev ji. So I think that's something major that the government needs to look into.
Have you spoken to the family or friends of Goga Mehdi? What exactly are they saying?
Well, I have been at the site, the hospital where all this was happening, and where the body is, and where the family and all the big mass, and that's where the huge crowd had gathered up today. And I could not find anything personal that anybody said that he's had any personal issues that would give any hints for something like this to occur.
Yes, you know, if you look at this entire transformation that happened, you know, he became a social crusader, but before that, he has had a very murky past. He had more than 30 cases of extortion, murder, loot, abduction against him.
Yes, well, I would say that's what your reports also said earlier, and those things. But well, maybe those have been too far back, that he's then continued and got into a new field. But I don't think so those old cases would be connected to the present situation that has happened now. And I would then, on the other hand, I would say that whatever, at least everything was in the limelight. There's no rumors about anything. The police officially did inform, and he did ask as a citizen for a security. And I think that is something which should have been given and looked into.
And what exactly did your late father, Lukender Singh Kalvi, who was the founder of Karni Sena, have to say about Goga Mehdi?
For him personally, he became Adhyaksh. Goga Mehdi ji was made the Adhyaksh, announced the Adhyaksh for the Karni Sena for a small period. And what I would say, especially to you during those times, I never really stepped much into this field. This is new for me, and I'm just taking as it is coming, and I have not heard anything bad as such from my father about him.
When was the last time you got a chance to meet him? And, you know, because if he had conveyed to the police about the threats that he was receiving, did he tell you the threats were coming from where?
No, I met him recently, probably a month back, again at a SMS Saviman Singh Hospital, where a police constable who was shot by people who were trying to thief a motorcycle or something. And that's where I met him, but we've never had any discussions, anything in this line.
Okay, what exactly was discussed between the two of you when you met him a month ago?
Well, nothing. Generally, it was just regarding the case that happened, the unfortunate incident that happened at the SMS, and everybody was there for a cause to try and get the constable, his family, the whatever rights that they could get from the government, whatever aids.
Mr. Kalvi, continue to stay with us, because this is playing out in the domain of politics as well. Avinash, coming to you, you know, here is someone who was a gang member. He has been killed by another gang member. There is a gang war which is at play. What does it tell you about the state of law and order in the state of Rajasthan? You know, he certainly gave access to those people who were his shooters. They came to his, living room. They were sitting with him in his living room, and then they shot him inside his house.
Mari, it's a sad thing playing out in Rajasthan. Gang wars and criminal incidences like this have grown in numbers. This is not what we are seeing for the first time. This has happened in the past as well. And this is something that the buck stops with the outgoing Chief Minister, Mr. Ashok Gehlot, who doubled up as the Home Minister as well. It is not just the case of Mr. Gogamedi. We had Raju Thehat. We had scenes where criminals walked into a police station, opened fire, and took another one of their colleagues out of the prison. So we have seen those bizarre incidents, and day by day, the law and order situation has been deteriorating. We have discussed it through the elections as well. And this, I believe, is going to be the biggest challenge for the incoming government to have a full-time
And do you
minister.
think that
Mind you,
because there
Rajasthan
is
has been a very peaceful state.
that period of no government in the state, till the time a new government is formed, and that is the reason why this period was chosen for this murder?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It was very well planned out because of the model code of conduct that was in place. A report suggests that Gogamedi had his own 6 armed personnel to guard himself. The route leading to his home was very well under security. There were cameras, high definition cameras were put in place. But because there was a code of conduct that was in place, the arms were to be kept at police station. So he just had 1 security guard with him. And they chose the day after the results, when the police would be least on the ground so that they could escape very easily. So it was all planned very meticulously. Things were planned to the T, and they were able to run away. I think both the absconders, both the murders have been identified, but they are still at large.
Yes, and just look at the sheer brazenness. You have a Facebook post of the killer
Maria, that has been
who goes online and confesses to killing him and says that he did so because he was a part of some, supporting some other rival gang. So my question is that Swarnim Chaturvedi, law and order is one issue which led to the exit of Ashok Gehlot. Will you take responsibility that you have, in a way, created an atmosphere which led to these kinds of gang wars and open fight between 2 groups?
Maria, I should remind you that government in Rajasthan has been changed. We have lost election, now the BJP has to form the government, and all the administration that is being run by the Raj Bhavan, not by us. And BJP leaders are giving directions to the police what they should do, what they should not do. We are not running the administration right now. This is the model code of conduct. We are not running administration. And one thing that I should tell, and people should know, that in this incident, this is very unfortunate and shocking incident, the gang involved is an international gang, that is Canada or US based gang. And 2 years back, while investigating, Rajasthan police informed center that this gang is involved in anti-national activities. This gang is involved in activities such as killings and extortion. So we gave input to central government. Now, even now, the BJP leaders are asking for investigation by NIA. So we already informed the central government, but what steps they have taken, they should reveal us. Why they have not nabbed these gangsters so far? They should tell us, because the gang that is based outside of India, we can't take action against the international gangsters. We can't take action against the
Mr. Chaturvedi, respond to what Avinash Kalla has been saying. What Avinash Kalla said, that yes, this may have got the caught the imagination of the entire country because of the profile of the person who has been killed, but similar incidents have happened in the past, in the last few months in Rajasthan. So he's raised questions on Ashok Gehlot's government.
No, in the past, whenever a certain incident happened, we nabbed the killers or we nabbed the accused or criminals within hours. So now the Rajasthan police that is taking shots from the BJP leaders, they should tell us what they are doing. They should ensure safety and security of the people in Rajasthan. They should ensure, instead of making a statement like that, now we will encounter all the criminals, now we will gun down all the criminals, they should have taken measures. Right now, we are not running the administration, and since the model code of conduct, the central agencies are at the helm of the administrations. So why they are blaming us?
Okay. Will you respond to this, Mr. Kalvi, Bhavani Singh Kalvi?
You would, the voice is cut. Can you repeat, please?
Yes, my question is what is being said by the Congress spokesperson on the panel, that it is now for the BJP to take care of law and order situation, and if such a day was chosen, and then where was the administration? Because the administrative responsibilities goes to the state government right now, which is in a state of flux, obviously. But the larger question will also be, Swarnim Chaturvedi, that every time Goga Mehdi communicated to the cops that there is threat on his life, that he was getting those calls, what steps were taken by your police to ensure that he is protected?
I think the input was given by the Punjab government. The Rajasthan government evaluated the threat, and Goga Mehdi ji was allowed to keep his personal bodyguards. He had the bodyguard, but they were asked to deposit their arms and ammunition to the police station after the model code of conduct. But I know the rule is that if there was a threat, and they would have evaluated, the election commission would have evaluated, and they would have let them have their own arms and ammunition with them. So I think the BJP should not blame Rajasthan government. Instead, they should reveal what steps central government has taken to nab the international gangsters, what steps they have taken after the input was given 2 years back from the Rajasthan police.
Mr. Kalvi, will you respond to this? The government at the center is the one who has to look at if there are calls, threat calls that are coming in from international gangsters, then it is the central government's responsibility.
Well, you can, now instead of playing a blame game here, I think it's very important and it should be very wise that we need to take the responsibility what has happened, and it's definitely happened during the time of Congress, and as you say, the situation is in
Stay with us,
right
Mr.
now.
Kalvi. In fact, Goga Mehdi's wife is speaking. Let's listen in to her.
Okay.
आपकी ये बेटी, आपकी ये बहन, प्लीज ज्यादा से ज्यादा संख्या में आइए। आज सुखदेव सिंह उनका निशाना बना है, कल आप में से या मेरे में से भी बन सकता है, इसलिए आज नहीं तो कभी नहीं। सारी कौम है, सारी कौम है, सारी कौम है।
Okay, how will this be playing out now, Avinash Kalla? Here is his widow now actually requesting people to come out and support her.
Maria, it's a very sad situation as we see that both the political parties, representatives there, they're just passing. It's an ironic state for citizens in the state who are left helpless. You know, over the period of time, all through this election years, we have seen different caste and communities holding big rallies, show their strength, and cause a lot of distress to the common people. I don't see that as a great move. I believe some time back, the statement was issued that the family has accepted what was being offered from the government. I hope tomorrow there is no more protest and chaos on the streets of the state, because today Jaipur just looked like an empty city, and at many places we have seen or heard about incidents of tires being burned.
We will try and fix that line with Avinash Kalla, because there seems to be some
vandalized.
problem with that line. Mr. Kalvi, you know, it looks like that after this kind of appeal, the protests will continue even tomorrow. Would you appeal to the protesters to keep peace and not threaten violence?
Well, yes, definitely. Because that's the only way that you would probably eventually get to something positive. Because then, if you get into the violent side, then you lose your concentration from what you're trying to achieve, really.
And the charge that is coming in from the Congress party, how do you view that? That when
Sorry,
it was
what
communicated to the central government 2 years ago that he was facing threats from international gangsters, they did not act.
Well, I would. This is something that what the Punjab police had informed was not exactly from the international gangsters. What they had said was the threats that they heard from the jail there, that what the conspiracy was going to happen, and they had informed the state here. And then what I was continuing that time, that I would say is better to take blames and then accept the responsibility that where we've lost out on a citizen, and because of that mistakes that we've been, the carelessness that we've been, whatever has been neglected, we are, this present day holds that responsible.
But, Swarnim, the question, of course, is that what happens in Rajasthan now onwards, because if these calls are being made to gather in huge numbers, and this is being made, of course, to the Rajput community, because the caste fault lines are also on the surface, how will it really pan out?
Everybody would, obviously, nobody wants to get injured or take things the wrong way, because at the end, your own people, your citizens, or I would say the state's property gets affected, and which is not good for anybody. So whatever the best would be done will be done, but then these are big mobs, and things can always provoke, and anything can start from there. But I'm sure best will be done from all sides.
Respond to this. What is going to happen in the next 24 hours? Because, of course, the investigation is a subject of time, and the family members, as we were told earlier on this show, that they have agreed to call back their protest because the demands of an NIA investigation has been agreed upon.
That is something which, because we only heard Ms. Gogamedi's the widow probably saying a statement which we don't know the reason yet, that what is the thing there for disagreeing. So let's try and find that out.
Okay,
and then
Avinash, will you please respond to it? Politically speaking, because the government formation is still taking time?
It's another thing that timing of this whole, unseen it in numbers, that any incident related to caste happens, everything lobbies around and they try to push it. It's very unfortunate to see political parties playing politics on the death of a human being. But I see the protests would continue. If the widow has made a statement, it would not be of the extent we have seen today, but we will see protests tomorrow. And we will see more politics happening and more comments flying from the both sides. But one thing remains perennial, that the biggest challenge for the incumbent government is to restore peace and law in the state of Rajasthan, because another couple of months and we are getting into elections, all these communal and caste fault lines will be explored to the hilt.
All right, Mr. Kalvi, Swarnim Chaturvedi and Avinash Kalla, appreciate your time. Shifting focus to an interesting story that is coming in from Mizoram, where political history was scripted as, for the first time, 3 women candidates at a time that elected, of 3 women candidates elected together to the 40-member state assembly. The most talked about is a 32-year-old radio jockey and a TV presenter who's also the youngest MLA of Mizoram. Here's that story. Thanks so much for watching.
This 32-year-old radio jockey and TV presenter turned politician, Beryl Vanesangi, extremely popular in Mizoram, is now the youngest woman MLA to be elected to the Mizoram Assembly after winning from the Aizawl South 3 constituency. After her victory, the famous social media influencer says more women need to be involved in governance.
Even if you're girl or female, it doesn't mean that this has to stop us from doing something that we like and we are passionate about. So I would like to encourage, and also I would like to send a message to all the female in any community and society that if you want to go for it, then you can go for it. So let's all, but we have to have the passion and we have to, have the dream about it. And then it's possible. Anything is possible.
Mizoram has elected a record 3 women to the State Assembly this time. Zoram People's Movement candidate Lalrin Pui won from the Lunglei East constituency, while Pravo Chakma of the Mizo National Front won from the West Tuipui seat. Women representation in the 40-member Mizoram Assembly, though, is still an abysmal 7.5%. While female voters outnumber men in Mizoram, their representation inside the assembly and government has been dismal. With the Christian-dominated Mizo society following a patriarchal culture, Mizoram's main political parties hardly nominate women candidates in most elections. For instance, in 2023, just 16 women fought the polls.
Mizoram got its first women legislator way back in 1978 and the first women minister in the year 1987 and the second women minister only in 2017. In a state where women voters outnumber men, the representation of women inside the assembly and in the government had been rather dismal. But this time, with the election of 3 women candidates, perhaps a wind of change is blowing in Mizoram. In Guwahati, Ratndeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
Co-presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates.
Top interviews.
And analysis.
From around the globe.
हर महीने 2.5 करोड़ हमारे देश में आंगनवाड़ी का हमारा सिस्टम होम विजिट करता है. मतलब साल का कम से कम 24 से 25 करोड़ होम विजिट्स हमारे मंत्रालय के माध्यम से होता है. हर आंगनवाड़ी बहन के पास एक स्मार्टफोन हो और स्मार्टफोन में एनालिटिक्स के साथ उनके पास एक ऐप हो, डिवाइस इनेबल्ड हो कि वो हर एक बेनिफिशियरी तक, लाभार्थी तक रिकॉर्ड सहित पहुंच सके.
आज के दिन में ऑलमोस्ट 7% आंगनवाड़ी जो है ऑन बोर्ड.
Management system protocols enables is giving the Anganwadi workers the knowledge.
Since Anganwadi workers are frontline workers and are interacting with society on a day-to-day basis, I think this is going to be a game changer in that sense.
My name is Captain Raghu Raman, and I have been fortunate to have had a career that has spanned 3 different domains. Whether it was the authoritarian style of leadership in the armed forces, or the mostly incentive-driven environment of the corporates, or the process-driven style of the government, I found that there were some principles of leadership that are present in all the environments. And these valuable lessons of leadership can be learned from literally thousands of leaders who are all around us. And we will meet them all on Wisdom of Leaders.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow 8-fold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Minister for a second time in 2 days. No clarity on who the new chief ministers will be selected. Will there be a generational shift is the big question. Protests in different parts of Rajasthan after the Karni Sena leader and Rajput face Sukhdev Singh Gogamedi was shot dead. The case is likely to be handed over to the National Investigating Agency after the family makes the demand. The police have identified 2 suspects. Two Jammu and Kashmir bills are passed in the Lok Sabha today. Replying to the debate, the Home Minister says finally there will be justice after 70 years and that Kashmir has suffered because of Jawaharlal Nehru's mistakes. The opposition stages a walkout. 4 Indians are on the list of the most powerful women for 2023. Nirmala Sitharaman in Forbes' most powerful women's list. Good evening. Welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom. On the programme tonight, the crucial issue of picking chief ministers for 3 heartland states ahead of next year's general election started today with the meeting of the BJP's top leaders at Prime Minister Modi's official residence. Still no decision where the BJP is headed. We'll bring you the very latest. Next up on the show, the remarkable pace of India's stock value clearly indicates that our markets are on fire. There is broad-based cheer on the state of the economy, but while some data points indicate that the markets are riding on strong economic fundamentals, there is other data to show that there may be an element of exuberance. So what is the true story? And finally, a key draft document at the crucial climate change conference in Dubai calls for a complete move away from fossil fuel. Is this at all realistic? And if so, by when? That's our next big focus. But the crucial issue of picking chief ministers for 3 heartland states ahead of the next year's general election has started off today. There's been meetings which have been held at the Prime Minister's residence. Let's go straight across to Maria Shakil, who joins us for the very latest on this. Maria, is there a sense that the BJP may be looking at a younger generation of leaders?
Yes, Vishnu, because they are certainly sensing an opportunity. This time the BJP went with collective leadership in all these 3 states. They collectively sent 65 MPs to the Lok Sabha. In 2019, the BJP had won 62 of these 65 seats. So they would want to repeat their performance. They understand fully well that upsetting any kind of veterans in these states, maybe Raman Singh or a Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who's the current chief minister, and even Vasundhara Raje may lead to some kind of tensions on ground, some kind of differences or dissent. They would want to avoid that. But at the same time, they have an opportunity in sending a fresh face, ensuring a generational shift, perhaps a younger leader who will redefine the politics in these states. So we cannot rule that out. But Vishnu, 72 hours and counting since the victory in these states, emphatic, convincing victories. But the BJP has held several meetings. The meeting that happened yesterday was crucial because, at the Prime Minister's residence, where BJP President JP Nadda was also present. Today, it's a one-on-one meeting which is happening between Home Minister Amit Shah and the Prime Minister. The final call is likely to be taken soon. But to begin with, the party will be sending observers to all these 3 states to conduct the legislature party meeting in which the formal announcement of the chief minister will happen.
I'm also joined, Mari, thanks very much. I'm also joined by Himanshu Shekhar Mishra and Anurag Dwari. Himanshu, the meetings that Maria was referring to, it's a part of several meetings that have taken place. This meeting between the Prime Minister, Amit Shah, not the first on this issue.
That's right, Vishnu, and there is a context in which these meetings are taking place. Remember, in the run-up to the election campaign, the BJP central leadership very consciously decided not to announce a CM candidate, which they used to do in these states in previous elections. But this time, there was no announcement made that a particular leader will become the chief minister if the party comes to power. And that is the larger question that is now being addressed. This is part of a concerted strategy. And we have been told by sources that there is a tribal factor, there is a gender factor, there is a generational factor, there is a caste factor, there is a regional factor. And Prime Minister, of course, has a grand strategy for the Lok Sabha elections. And there is a conscious attempt to actually plan a strategy for the Lok Sabha elections, and the selection or the election of the chief minister will be part of that strategy, because during an Lok Sabha election, the role of the chief minister is seen as the most crucial in states, and especially these are 3 most crucial states apart from Uttar Pradesh for the BJP. As Maria was saying, in the last elections, these 3 states collectively gave the largest number of seats to the BJP. So the idea is to elect a chief minister who can lead the party campaign in the Lok Sabha elections on the ground, because the election management at the block level, at the district level, is often overseen by the Chief Minister, who has to play a very crucial role. And that is one criteria which has actually led to a series of deliberations between and among central leadership, central and state leaders, because they don't want to take any chances. And I think, as Maria was saying, that they don't want to take a decision which could lead to a discontent in run-up to the Lok Sabha elections, which is just a few months away.
Right. In fact, let me go across to Anurag Dwadia also at this stage. Anurag, what are some of the names doing the rounds in Madhya Pradesh?
Vishnu, there are several names, but obviously the front runner is Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan. But apart from him, the state BJP President V.D. Sharma, he's a strong Brahmin leader. Rajendra Shukla, again a strong Brahmin leader from the Vindhya region. And all those central ministers who contested from Madhya Pradesh, like Narendra Singh Tomar or Prahlad Patel, and for that matter Jyotiraditya Scindia also, though he has not contested the assembly elections. But the dark horse is Sumer Singh Solanki. He is a Rajya Sabha member from he's a tribal from the Malwa Nimar region of the state. So now the state sources here in the state BJP are saying that he can be a dark horse.
All right, so let's see what happens. Will there be a dark horse, a new leader, a generational shift? Who knows? BJP very, very quiet at this stage, but expect some major announcements soon. We're going to move on. The remarkable pace of India's stock value clearly indicates that our markets are on fire. There is broad-based cheer on the state of the economy. But while some data points indicate that the markets are riding on strong economic fundamentals, there is other data to show that there could be exuberance, at least an element of it. So what's the true story? Consider the following. India's stock value has topped $4 trillion, narrowing the gap with Hong Kong. India has added $1 trillion in market cap in just in a finite period of time, in fact, in less than 1 year. Foreign investors have bought more than 15 billion of India's stocks, while domestic funds have chipped in with 20 billion. The end result, the markets are headed to a record 8 straight years of gains. Now, all of this sounds fantastic, no doubt, but while we may be riding on a strong GDP growth of 7.6%, is there reason to be concerned? That really depends on who you ask. Now, two labor-intensive sectors, allied services and agriculture, they didn't do all that well. In fact, agriculture and allied services grew at just 1.2%. Transport, hotels and trade grew, according to some reports, at about 4.3%, while private consumption grew at only 3.1%. So what's been fueling our growth, our consumption? It is, in fact, at a 12.5% government consumption. So it's government consumption that is contributing in a big way to growth. So when we look at the India growth story, when we look at what is resulting possibly in our charged up stock markets, it is in fact growth at this juncture fueled by government spending, government investment. Finally, a Reuters report puts 2024's global growth, next year's global growth at 2.6%, which could have a knock-on impact in terms of growth on the Indian economy. Therefore, the question remains, this is all excellent. The economy is in sound shape, at least at the macro level. But are we going to see this in any prolonged way? Well, joining us now, Mitali Nikore. She's an economist and founder of Nikore Associates. I'm also joined by Nilesh Shah, I beg your pardon, by Sunil Sanghai, the founder and CEO of Nova Dhruva Capital. Thank you both very much for being with us. Mitali, let me come to you first. Are high valuations of Indian shares a reason for concern?
So I think, first of all, thanks a lot, Vishnu, for having me on the show. And, very, very exciting numbers coming in today. Just before coming on the show, as I was reading up some of the data, it was interesting to see that India stands out as a global bright spot on the world map today. Because if we look at the overall size of the Indian economy and then juxtapose that with the GDP growth rate, India is amongst the only top 10 global economies which are showing such high growth of 7% year on year, which has shown such a strong rebound post-COVID, and which is also showing a growth rate in the GDP per capita. So while we do know that there is a threat of the K-shaped recovery, at the same time, the growth in GDP per capita is very, very important and interesting. So in this context, I would say that, the risk factors which come from the bubble, so to speak, of the stock market are low, because at the end of the day, our economic fundamentals are very strong.
Sunil Thangai, the reassurance from the election results which have just taken place now, there was always this fear that there'd be economic uncertainty between this period to the next elections. But with the results being as clear as they are, do you believe that this continued stability would actually benefit the markets going forward? All right, I think we've got a small audio problem over there. We'll try and come back to you in a moment. But let me get back to Mitali. Would you like to take that stability in the markets, Mitali, because of the election results?
Yes, Vishnu, absolutely. I think, what's happening right now in terms of the Indian growth story is that the political stability is helping. It's stoking an interest amongst not only domestic investors who are now coming and investing in the long term on the Indian equity markets, but also amongst foreign investors who are looking at India as not only a high growth, let's go invest for 3 years kind of market, but a market which is going to show sustained growth over a 5-10 year period, which is why we see the increased interest in equities as opposed to just, small FII investments.
Okay. Mr. Sangai, can you hear me now? Is the line?
I can hear you very clearly,
all right,
Vishnu,
super.
if you can hear me.
So my next question, is there reason to be concerned over the way, for example, that GDP components are deflated, which some would suggest exaggerates growth? And one of the reasons that argument has been made is that it has been a year where input prices have been going down, have been falling.
Yeah, so 2 points, Vishnu. Sorry, I missed the previous one, but just very quickly, last time also when we had this chat, whenever around this time, the market clearly likes one thing, it does not like the other, which is market likes certainty. And this election result clearly has given that certainty in this direction. If you compare 2004, 14, 19, every time when there was a certain message in the market had actually taken it positively. The reverse 2008, 2020, if you see, the market has gone in a different direction. So the current reaction in the market is more purely from the point of view that there is a certainty from the political angle. Your question in terms of GDP number obviously is nobody can exactly predict. But the important thing just broadly from the market perspective to note that plus minus whatever the range is, but we would still grow at 10% plus, right? 10 to 12% on the nominal growth. If we are going to grow at 12% nominal growth, our market should grow at 17-18%. So if you are getting 17-18% return year on year, and for the next several years, certainly the market is going to be very, very bullish and robust.
Okay, Nilesh Shah also with us. Mr. Shah, agri and services have shown relatively poor growth in the second quarter. Agriculture and allied activities grew at about 1.2%. Transport, hotels and trade, and these are all fairly intensive, in their own areas. They grew at only 4.3%. So, are these sectors areas of concern? Nilesh, go ahead. Whoops, I think the signal is frozen over there. We'll try and get, not a very good day for us technically, is it? Sunil, you want to take that question? A couple of sectors which I identified, which aren't up to the mark when you compare it with the rest of the economy?
Yeah, so on an average, if you look at some sectors will grow faster than some others, and it also depends on at that point of time. So right now, currently, as you said in your opening comments, that there's a lot of government investment happening, and that's fueling the infrastructure and infrastructure-related sectors, right? So the steel, commodities, cement, so those sectors are growing much better, right? So clearly, on an average, what we have to look at, it is balancing out, and overall economy, as I said, will continue to grow at nominal 12%, and that will give us significant growth in the market.
Nilesh Shah joins us now. Private consumption has grown by only 3.1%. In fact, it's government consumption at almost 12.5%. Also capital formation, which is doing well. So is that the real driver? And in the absence of, private consumption numbers going up substantially, would you really consider this to be holistic growth of the economy?
So it's always likely that in economy something will do better than something else. And today, from a listed point of view, which is what stock market represents, by and large, earnings growth have come as per or ahead of expectation. We have seen one of the most broadest earnings recovery, and very few sectors like IT services, where profit growth has been below expectation. By and large, all sectors are delivering. The concern on private consumption continues to remain. Rural economy has been subdued, and their market is optimistic that in the festival season, there should be some recovery. So overall, this is one of the most broad-based rally which we have seen in the market.
All right. Mitali, let me ask you this. The current year's possible GDP growth is expected to be 6.5% plus. That is built on a large fiscal deficit, which presently is at about 9%. Now, that fiscal deficit will need to come down significantly, drop in the next financial year. Is it not likely that this can have an impact on growth because private capex has yet to take off?
Thanks very much, Vishnu, for that question, and a very important point therein. I think what we need to start looking at is leveraging private capital in a scenario where government capital can act as a way to reduce the risk in any kind of investment projects, particularly when it comes to infrastructure sectors. When we look at infrastructure sectors, increasing foreign investment in partnership with a lot of our domestic infrastructure companies can reduce the cost of investments, and that can actually help in reducing government investments required into these high capex sectors as well. On the other hand, of course, the government has to look at certain sectors like fertilizer subsidies, look at rationalization of certain costs, even on the social side, and also bring in private capital on social side. And that itself can help in reducing some of the government investments. But at the same time, I would say that at this time, in the next 3 to 5 years, if we continue with the growth trajectory as it is, it would not be necessary to cut down government expenditure significantly. In fact, we still have the fiscal space and room to look at social protection, look at certain social sectors like, for example, gender equality, look at the care economy, and look at investing in health and education as well.
Okay. Gautam Shah, founder of Goldilocks Premium Research, joins us. Mr. Shah, thanks very much for being with us. There is a sense that global growth next year would be considerably lower than this year. For example, Reuters suggests that 2024 growth would be 2.6%. It is, as against 2.9% this year. Now, I do know that India is an outlier among economies our size, developing economies. We are doing phenomenally well. But either way, is there a concern looking at the global data that our economic growth could be impacted by what's happening